Good evening. It is episode 209 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. And tonight is a night that we are less than a month away from the Expo. And it is also a night that we're going to find out some very disturbing things about people that are on this screen. Spoiler, that guy. Because I saw some investigative reporting. I'm going to wait until the Burrell shows up because right now he is in the vehicle of infinite knowledge, heading to the garage of knowledge as we speak. But when Bobby joins us, not long after that, we're going to find out some shocking revelations tonight.
I don't know what
I've learned some disturbing information, and I will share it with all of you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
First comment of the night. Paul says, likes before the stream starts, pay 10x. Evening, gents. And Beckett Lover. Correct.
Oh, good God.
Matt McNeil, good evening. Good evening to you, Matt. And Josh says, this Friday night, you know what that means, because I'm Carlos Live. Thank you, Josh.
Shut up, Josh.
And that'll come up again later, too. But thank you all for your comments. Appreciate you. And if in case you're curious about the Burrell is en route. He was conducting some business. But when the Burrell is ready, he will join us in the Garage of Knowledge as always. So we got a couple of things that I'm going to touch on. But as always, if there's something in particular you want to hit on, you're more than welcome to let us know, and we can try to touch on it. We've started the hockeys. The hockeys have gotten going. They're underway. Baseball playoffs are well done in earnest. We've got our ALCS figured out. And LCS is still, I think, being determined as we speak. So we've got that going for us. And then, of course, we're starting to fill in some of the other parts of the sports calendar. So we're getting to the good part of the year now. Football is in full swing. We've got the baseball is hitting the playoffs. The hockeys have started. So we got 3 out of 4 are starting to run at full cylinders. So we've got that all going on. So it'll be a lot of fun. And one other thing I'll mention, actually, off the top. You know, and Eric, in the spirit of fairness, I am, if nothing else, a fair man.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Listen,
I believe.
Sure. Have we not discussed that I believe my lies? Have we not discussed that I believe my lies?
You do believe them.
That's right. And that's all that matters. So not only am I a fair man, I am a man of peace. Shut up. Anyway, listen, you'll be exposed when the moment is right. Do not eat. The karma is coming for you. It's coming to get you. But for now, I will give credit where it is due. We have been critical of the Hockey Cards Gong Show. Most of the Burrell. He seems to be angling for a new enemy, is what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing on, from his previous discussions. However, I am going to give credit on the most recent episode. I think it's the October 10th episode. So if you are curious, I'll try to find a link for it in the description for you. But if you check out the October 10th episode, I would skip the majority of it because honestly, whatever. However, they interviewed Gene McLeod of Arena Designs, who has done a lot of the classic 90s inserts that people are familiar with in basketball and baseball and all kinds of things. And they actually were talking to her about the new Metal Universe hockey, and she was able to give some insights into some of the stuff related to the inserts. So actually, I would say that is a useful conversation to listen to because she was actually able to give a little bit. I was pretty sure she was starting to get involved, and apparently in that set, she has been able to give some input. So she was able to give a little background. One thing that she mentioned, so I'll give you a couple bullet points of a few things, but you can check out the full conversation if I can get you the link. So just bear that in mind. So apparently she wanted to use real city backgrounds on the cards themselves, on the base cards. But legal issues prevented it because with notable stuff in the background, there would be some legal issues. One thing she said, though, is that's an issue that was new to her because in the past it wouldn't have been as big a problem. So she has noticed, and that's the reason why I'm mentioning it. She did notice that there is a difference when you're trying to design today versus the considerations you had back then when she's trying to give some of the ideas. It's a problem. So she noticed that. And she also did mention that she was actually able to give them a little bit of advice, which helped them actually do the PMGs with the same type of foil that they used before. So it's more authentic to the old school PMG. So she was actually able to give them some help to get it looking more like the original. And one other thing is that she actually came to realize that there were some things specifically that they couldn't do technology-wise. So Ham will probably appreciate this one. She specifically called out there were some things she wanted to do that now the printers simply cannot do it. So it's a thing where like she would pitch certain ideas and they'd be like, yeah, the printer can't do that. Or we don't have a printer accessible that actually has the ability to do that at scale. So it obviously changed some of the things, but she was still able to give her input and do some ideas and stuff. But that's one of the things that's different between 1999 and 2024. Big difference. 25 years and some of the stuff has changed.
Isn't it crazy that...
Are you good, Yannick?
Hey, buddy.
I want to make sure that everyone in Florida is okay because I know Eric told me he doesn't care. He doesn't want to know. But hopefully all our people in Florida are okay. I know there's one guy, he does not wish him well.
Yeah, probably not.
Hey, Hey, you don't mess around with another man's wife. That's all I'm saying.
Wow.
Whatever
That's fine.
karma comes your way when you mess around with another man's wife, it's on you.
Here's the Dodgers game.
There you go. Good evening, Orlando. How does Eric feel about Swayman's contract? We can touch on that here in a minute. So finish your thought, Eric. So I was just saying that the technology, 25 years, a lot of things have changed. She gave some nice insights, so I'm just giving some credit where it's due.
Yeah, isn't it remarkable that somebody says, I want to do this because we did it this way in 1997, and some super tech whiz is saying, "Oh no, our computers can't do that." What happened to
It wasn't the computers. It's not the computers, Eric. It's the printer.
The printers.
It's the actual printing facility. Can't do it.
It just blows me away that the answer is no. We can't do the stuff we used to do in the past because our technology doesn't allow it. I swear.
Still think he does.
Yeah. So one of the things that she gave a really good point as well. Like I said, I think there were some good insights in there. She mentioned that some of the types of foils and stuff that she was thinking about, they wanted to do because a lot of the printing facilities that used to do it have shut down. I've used the analogy before about the vinyl thing. It's not that we can't do it. It's that a lot of the old vinyl places shut down, and the people that ran the presses and knew how to do this, they're all retired. They're all old. They're gone. So we ran into the problem where, like, even if you have the materials, the physical materials are more expensive, and the printers that they're doing it don't do it anymore. No one's been asking for it for forever. So they basically stopped doing it, and the people that knew how to do it are all retired. So it's a perfect storm of, like, yeah, technically we could, but we almost have to figure out how to do it again. That's why I gave that example about the PMG thing where Upper Deck was talking to her and go, we've been doing the PMG. We brought it back a couple of years ago. I'm just paraphrasing, but we brought back the PMG a couple of years ago. But we're basically like, what's the formula? We're trying to, it doesn't look right. Like, it doesn't look like the previous version. And she was able to give a little insight. I said, well, actually, you have to use like this type of foil or whatever. And she goes, I think I got a contact. I know who was involved in it previously. Maybe they can give you a little bit of a hand. So she was able to get them in contact with the folks that did it previously. And they were able to give them the missing piece to make it look more authentic to the original. So they were literally trying to replicate the old one, Eric. And it wasn't the technology didn't exist, it's that they didn't know how.
Yeah, that just blows me away. It just that's why they call it the good old days, I guess.
Well, it's one of those things. If you don't pass it along, though, like, in all seriousness, if you don't pass along the information of how to do it, it becomes a dead art. It's like in baseball, we have this where people are like, well, why don't more people throw the knuckleball? Well, you have to be taught how to throw a knuckleball properly, and it's probably best to get it from somebody who actually knows how to throw it effectively. I can show you the grip, but it doesn't mean you know the intricacies of how to do it and apply it and actually make it work.
I was just with Wilbur Wood, who is a multi-20 game winner, and through the knuckleball, through his career, very long career in majors. He's he's very elderly, but
yeah,
I bet you if someone was interested, he'd try to show him.
But that Eric, that is the bottom line. That is actually the point. It's not that no one knows how to do it. It's that teams have devalued it and don't think like it. To me, that's still a very effective pitch for the right person, the right player. That can totally be a very effective pitch to completely mess with a lineup. I would be like, go out of my way to be like, I am going to get this guy to train you on how to throw this pitch because you can mess up people's lives with that pitch.
Here in Boston, we watched Tim Wakefield throw it for a decade and just guys just falling down trying to hit the thing.
Yes.
Falling down to one knee, spinning all the way around like Bugs Bunny in a cartoon. I mean, it just made people look dumb. Some of the best hitters, Hall of Famers, made them look stupid. It was. I mean, I'm not a big baseball fan, but every once in a while, if Wakefield was pitching, I would tune in because it's like, this is different. This is interesting.
Yeah, but it's a weapon in the arsenal, and it's like, you guys made a choice not to teach. But the bottom line is, the only way you're going to be able to do it is to get some of the guys who have mastered it. Like, there's still some guys out there. I think Wakefield's still around. R.A. Dickey won a Cy Young.
Wakefield passed away.
Oh, they passed away? Okay. So R.A. Dickey's still around. R.A. Dickey's still around. He won a Cy Young during the pitch. Okay, well, he'd be a guy, and guess what? He was taught by another knuckleballer. It's like an art form. It's like these guys, and the guys that were around would be willing to teach it, but you have to ask. It's like
buys you extra years on your career too. When usually guys turn into knuckleballers.
Yeah, it's like all those years Kareem had the skyhook, and you had some guys that had the right body type where the skyhook could be an effective weapon for them, but nobody even thinks that Kareem has been there the whole time. You literally could have just been like, "Hey, dude, can you show me can you give me a couple of pointers on how to hit the shot?" For Kareem, it was basically a perfect, nearly unblockable shot. Eric, why would you not want a nearly unblockable shot if you're of the body type that can actually exploit this tool in the toolbox?
I used to say a lot, again, because I'm old. I didn't understand why Manute Bol, for example, didn't use it. It would have been perfect for him.
Yeah, there's a few guys like that. There's guys like that. Look, Wemby's got the right body type. Like you teach him the skyhook, and there you go. There's another weapon in your arsenal. It's another thing that you can do. And Kareem was the all-time leading scorer with it. Seems like it worked.
He still is.
Crazy thought.
He still is. There was no 3-point. For the majority of his career, there was no 3-point line.
There you go. Could have just said he was old. Maybe it's true. Anyway,
well, old is different than elderly. See, elderly means like you're not moving so great, and the body has broken down.
We watched you. You're broken down.
Yes, I may be elderly at this point.
Yeah, you're quite elderly. Yes. The trouble with knuckleball is just as hard to catch as it is to hit. Very true.
I got a story for that. Do you want to hear a story?
Real quick, let me read the last two comments here, and then we'll do it. The Reds were going to trade for Phil Necro, but Johnny Bench vetoed it. Bench said, if you're going to trade for Necro, then you'll need to get his catcher too. Yeah, well, some of the knuckleballers had their own personal catchers, so it might have still not have been a bad idea. Nobody wanted to know the skyhook. They were all competing ferociously for the first three-pointer. That's true. We did have a lot of competitors for the first three-pointer. Eric has told us a number of stories about them. All right, tell your story now.
So Tim Wakefield pitched for Boston for a very long time. His catcher was Doug Marabelli. And Marabelli did a great job catching him, rarely had a problem. And at some point, Marabelli either got traded, signed off somewhere else as a free agent. Anyway, he wasn't with the Red Sox. And Varitek tried to catch Tim Wakefield, and it was just a clown show. It was bad.
Yeah.
So midway through the season, they traded to get Marabelli back to catch for Wakefield. Yep. So the night that he comes back, he lands at Logan Airport, and the game's going to start. And the plane was late, and there's tons of traffic. So the state police picked him up now this is completely illegal, right? The state police picked him up at Logan Airport and drove him to Fenway for the start of the game. I mean, he came in, like he had to change in the car. He came running into the field just as the game was starting. And the state police had the sirens on and the lights and the whole thing to get him to Fenway for the start of the game because Varitek could no longer catch Wakefield's knuckleball. It was crazy. Now, again,
you got to do what you got to do, man.
It's completely illegal to do that, right? But it's a hell of a story.
There you go. Let me read a couple of comments here, and then we'll get to the one that Josh had for you. So Kareem was in the paint. He would have never been out there with a 3-pointer. Yeah, it wasn't like a Pete Maravich who threw shots that would have been 3-pointers. Like it's not like that kind of stuff.
It wasn't about Kareem scoring threes. It's about LeBron has scored threes. LeBron caught Kareem because of the 3-points line. That is why. If there was no 3-point line, LeBron James would not be the all-time leading scorer.
You do know that LeBron is not actually a scorer by trade. He can score, obviously, but it's not like Michael Jordan was a scorer. Yeah, LeBron's more of a pass guy.
He has the most points in NBA history, so I'm going to say he's a scorer. But
I agree. But my point is he's not a score first guy. His style of his game. Let's put it this way: you're right that the 3-point. But the truth is, if he went Kobe's format and just shot 50 times a game, he could have just accomplished the same thing with a 2-point shot. And he's not a good 3-point shooter. It's not a good 3-point shooter.
And if that's what he said, and if that's what he did, I would say he's the holder of that record. But he is the only reason he passed Kareem is because of the invention of the 3-point line, which wasn't there for the majority of Kareem's career, or at least half of it.
I was gonna say, are you sure about that? I got to check when the 3-point line was invented. Again, we don't know who actually got the first 3-pointer because you've given us a lot of names.
It was like 79, 80.
I'll double check.
And Chris Ford was the first one to hit the 3-pointer in NBA history.
I don't know who that is, but I know about the 87,000 other names you've given us.
No.
So Josh here has an opening for you. Here, an opportunity to talk the Hockeys.
The Hockeys. How
do you feel about the Swayman contract?
I think
Speak your piece.
Now, I think he got overpaid. I don't think in a salary cap league you should try to bankrupt your team. He has only played half a season his whole career because he was going back and forth with Allmark. He had a remarkable, absolutely incredible playoff, but they still lost. Wasn't because of him, that's for damn sure. But it isn't like he brought them single-handedly to the Stanley Cup Finals last year. He won a round and lost in the second round. He doesn't deserve that money. There's nothing. He doesn't want a Vezina. He's won. There's nothing to hang your hat on to say, pay me $10 million a year. And they ended up settling for like 8.5. He hasn't done anything to earn that. You're paying him up front for hopefully what he'll do in the future. A lot of times,
that's literally how that works. Yeah. They wanted an 8-year contract. It's an 8-year contract, Eric. If you want to sign him for what you think he's worth today, you sign a 1-year contract.
I understand.
Boston won an 8-year contract.
But, kid, you haven't even played a full. I mean, listen, Grant Fuhr played 70 games when he was in St. Louis. The most Swayman's ever played is like 40 or something, right? And now we're going to see, because you're going to be the full-time goalie. You're going to be playing like 3 games in a row, taking a night off, 3 games in a row, taking a night off. We're going to see if you can handle it physically, mentally, and if you're good enough. I didn't like the fact that he held out and there was all this stress going on and back and forth. And, I mean, I will tell you one thing, that he's a friend of the shop. So I'm not going to say this to his face because I want him to remain a friend of the shop. I'm going to keep my damn mouth shut and my opinions to myself. But I was privy to a phone call that he was on because it was on speakerphone and I was standing right next to him when the call was happening. And during the negotiations, the question was asked, have you heard anything? I mean, where are the Bruins at? And he said he was out walking his dog through the North End in Boston. And he's like, no, man, I haven't heard a thing. And we're like, not a thing. You have not heard anything. He's like, not a thing. And it's like, according to the newspapers, you're in a pissing contest with the Bruins and you guys are going back and forth like a tennis match, grunting and screaming. And he's out walking his dog going, have not heard a thing. Now, could he have been not telling us the truth? Yeah, because, keeping his cards, close to his vest. But
I wouldn't tell you a thing.
He wasn't telling me, okay? But the thing was, he sounded very truthful. Like, man, I haven't heard. He wasn't just saying, nope, I haven't heard a thing. Nope. No, I mean, he was like, no, man, I haven't heard a thing. It's
so crazy. Two quick things, Eric. So I wanted to get your takes as Josh asked, but let me kind of put the other side of the coin. Obviously, look, I'm always going to be like, no, get what you can get. Like, in a negotiation, it's whoever has the leverage. So CC here puts in, Bruins management put themselves in a horrible negotiating position with Swayman. Swayman had all the leverage, which is true. Because if he goes on the open market, he's going to get at least that. What he got was the minimum of what he would have gotten on the open market. As it is right now, he is currently, so I'll just tell you, I've got it here in front of me. Do you want to guess where he ranks in goaltenders per year in terms of salary with his new deal?
I think he's like 5th now.
Yeah, he's tied for 5th. So he's tied with 5th with Sorokin, and there's a bunch of other guys that are right around it, and then 4 guys above him. So what happens, though, is that the cap goes up every year. This is an 8-year deal. So the thing with the 8-year deal is that you're signing this deal with the idea of it's not about what it is this year. It is about what it is next year. So about 4 or 5 years into the deal, he may be out of the top 10. He may be like the 15th highest paid goaltender by that point. But that's why Boston wanted the 8-year deal, because by the end of the deal, if he's playing well, by the end of the deal, he's underpaid. So that's kind of how that works. It's kind of like almost like front loading it, but not really front loading it. It's playing around with the cap
he
numbers.
wanted
Anyway.
10, 10-5, and
yeah,
I there was very. I'll be honest. I mean, I work in a place where people are always talking sports. People are coming in. This was the hot topic on TV, radio, everything. Very, very, very few people were on his side. Most of the people.
So I'm glad you brought that up. So here's kind of my angle on this. If I was Swayman, I actually would have held out for them for more, because the truth is, your point about him not playing enough games and all that, that's fair. But the Bruins are the ones, Cam Neely. So Wes's point is Cam Neely is the one who threw out the, I've got 64 million reasons, whatever. And to your point, if that's not true, if they didn't specifically make any offer, the only reason you would say that is to turn the audience on the goaltender, because that's playing PR. That's playing the public relation. You didn't actually offer him shit. Well, what if I said, it's like, well, Eric was offered, $100 a show, and everybody's like, he's not worth that. I made no such offer, and nobody did. But
You didn't.
The implication, no, God, no. I'll charge you $100 a show. But the point is that when you're saying that out loud to people, then the people are like, oh, that greedy athlete and everything. If you're the athlete though, you're like, hey, fuck you. Like, what do you like? You're not negotiating good faith. That's not a real. You didn't come to the table with an offer and then I'd say yes or no. You literally went through the media, and now I've got these people in my DMs sending me messages and be like, you greedy bastard. I'm sitting there like, wait a minute. And if you're Swayman, by the way, and his agent, all you got to do is look. It's like, yeah, this deal would make you like the 5th highest. You're not going to be the highest paid. He could ask for 45 million. Doesn't matter. A negotiation is, I'm going to ask for more than what I think I'm going to get. And the Bruins will be like, we'll give you $1.50 and a chocolate stick. And somewhere in the middle is the truth.
I will work for that.
Yeah, easily. That's all it would take for you. But the point is that the Bruins, basically their job is to offer poverty rates. And then the agent's job is to try to ask for the franchise, the entirety of the franchise. And they'll meet somewhere in the middle. That's what probably should happen. And that's basically what happened. Once you came to a number that I think his counter at some point was like 8.5, and they finished at 8.25. Well, that sounds like the final negotiation about where you wind up. The 8 years is the sticking point.
Over. I'm just, I'm glad it's over. I hope it's not going to stop them from being able to have flexibility in making moves and making the team better when necessary. And I hope it works out, because this is exactly, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Josh. Oh, I hate you so much right now. Because this is what I was thinking about. I mean, DiPietro came in as a rookie and the #1 overall pick. And, he was just a college player here in Boston. And they made that ridiculous contract with him. I also think
he's
that was
still getting paid until 28, 29, eh?
And I think that was before salary cap too. But
1.5 million for another 4 years.
So at least we had a general idea, especially last year in the playoffs, how good this kid could be. With DiPietro, he played at like Boston University, and they were like, let's give him, the whole kit and caboodle here, for the franchise.
That was Charlie Wang's there.
So I was, I definitely was thinking about DiPietro. Like, if this kid blows up because he can't handle a full workload, or, he tweaks his knee or something, this is trouble. But he really is a good kid. I mean, I have spent time with him. I have talked to him. He is a good kid. He is a kid. I remember when I first met him, he brought his dad with him. I mean, he's a young kid. I could be his dad. So I just hope it works out, and good for him. He got paid. I just hope it works out for the team, especially because, I'm a Bruins fan, not a Swayman fan, not a Hal Gill fan. Well, that's a lie. I'm a biggest.
I was going to say, you lying bastard.
We'll
deal with you.
You can't pull that one, buddy.
Let's break Hal out. I was going to
say, do not disrespect Hal after Gill.
No, we got Hal.
That's right.
So, I'm a Bruins fan. So don't take a contract that's going to screw the team over for the next 10 years. That's all I'm saying to any player. You know, as much as I hate
Tom, I kind of want to take a deal that screws over the team for 10 years.
As much as I hate Tom Baby now, he never did that. He always took less, took the hometown discount because he wanted the best players around him, and he won 6 titles.
And his wife was super mega rich, and he got a lot of endorsement money.
But all that is true, which made it a lot easier to swallow, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of these guys have pride, and it's like, I want to be the highest paid in my position.
Yeah.
And Brady,
I want to work for this company so bad. Please pay me less money so I can stay.
Yeah.
I don't believe that, but sure.
Yeah. You know, so Tom Baby never did that because he wanted Randy Moss on his team, and he wanted a good offensive line, and he wanted good tight ends and everything. And it worked out for him. And I think some athletes need to take a look at that and realize, if I take all the money, I'll be rich, but my team is going to suck. The fans are going to hate me, and I'm never going to win a Stanley Cup, a World Series, a champion, you know, Super Bowl, NBA champ, whatever it is. It's just going to be horrible for 10 years, but I'll have a really big house and a nice boat.
So counterpoint, you're talking about the Boston Bruins. So there's a possibility he could work for free and still not win the Stanley Cup. And it's Boston, so the fans may still hate him. And he doesn't have a boat anymore. He just has a picture of a boat.
Well, we'd sink the boat.
Yeah, basically. So what I'm saying is, take all the fucking money. Swayman, there's still time. Reject the offer. Send it back.
Go buy your own boat.
Get a boat. All right, real quick. I'll read a couple comments here. He brought his dad so he didn't fanboy him like he did with Marcel Dion. Facts. Mike gets this.
Not did. Do like I do.
That's right. Brady was a clear exception to the rule. Listen, Brady, did I not show you guys the picture of Dungy and Brady? Are you sure that's the example you all want to be using? That man practices the dark arts over there. I'm just throwing it out there. And you know what, Eric? You know what happens? Eric, you know what happens when you take a pay discount to help the team win? Then when your buddies bring their little Super Bowl football, it's like, fuck you. Fuck you.
That is what happened to my buddy's Super Bowl football. He pretty
so
much.
I think Brady was still secretly very angry, Super Bowls notwithstanding, and your buddies are like, fuck you.
If he actually wrote "fuck you" on the ball, it would be worth more than what he actually wrote on it.
I like it. 540 flips. Again, between the Jason Robertson comment and this one, I'm starting to get a little suspicious. The connections between baubles and ball cards and 540 flips. Eric, I am starting to develop a theory. We may have to discuss my theory after. I'm going to get a board. I'm going to get a board in the strings. I think I'm developing a theory.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine that theory that you might be thinking about has any credibility, because Becky just wouldn't accept that.
Mm-hmm. We'll see, Eric. I think I've got a very compelling argument. We'll see.
But
things.
This guy, I don't. You have the magic button to ban people from the chat. Why won't you do it? Get rid of this clown. He just brings the show down. He's rude, ignorant, and I just hate him. And I just hit the magic button.
The last part is probably your strongest case.
Makes us missing hockey 99, right?
That's there you go. So no way players should get all the money they can while they can. Like, look, I'll be honest. I'm very much I have my favorite teams, but I've also got my favorite players. And when a favorite player goes to another team, that's fine. They got to do what they need to do. But yeah, they get, the reality is, and I appreciate Eric's sentiment. I'm enjoying this one. Sorry, Wes's sentiment on this one. If a player gets hurt, they discard on sack, which is true. The salary cap thing is the only valid argument Eric can make on this, but I also just pointed out that the salary cap more than likely will keep moving up slightly. And as that happens, then the percentage in terms of the cap that's going to take, that's the reason why the Bruins wanted the 8-year deal. They wanted the 8-year deal because as the years go by and the cap escalates, it actually becomes a smaller and smaller percentage of the cap. Yeah, so it becomes actually less problematic as you go. Whereas if you're Swayman and you're like, okay, but you only want to give me 8. If you're Swayman, the Bruins want to say 8. They go, okay, fine, 2-year deal. Because for Swayman, you're looking at the time when the cap goes up. So for you, you'd rather have a shorter deal then. But the Bruins said we want an 8-year deal. So then they're like, okay, well, 8-year deal, then I want more per year. Because for you, it's a better deal to make it longer. I want it shorter if you're going to give me less per year. If you want me to prove it, shorter deal. Because then if I prove it, then next time I'm going to ask you for 14 million. So that's basically the thought process between the long deal versus the short deal.
Bet on yourself.
And that's what happened with Mahomes. Mahomes signed a very good deal, but he signed like was it like a 12-year deal, or like, it's a long deal. Like the Mahomes deal is like a mega long-term deal.
Yeah, and he's not going to play 12 more years, right? So,
How about,
but that's still the thought process is less per year, because Mahomes could have signed a much higher deal in a short per year, but he went with like the long-term mega deal, but then per year, what kind of works out for him. So that's kind of the thought process of that, doing it that way.
Could do the other way around with Aaron Judge a couple of years ago. Remember, like the Yankees were only trolling him with 1-year contract, and then he finally he said, "Yeah, okay, sure, but you're gonna pay me that much." And then he hit that 60+ home run season a couple of years ago. And
yeah, well, look, Wes is a big Dallas Cowboy fan. On Discord, we've had mostly him and Dak and some of the other guys have had the long-standing debate about Dak Prescott. And the thing is, like, look, for me, I don't have any problem with Dak Prescott getting whatever he can get. If you think he's worth it or not worth it, it doesn't matter. That's what the market rate was. The reality was, it would have never come to that had Jerry Jones had the foresight to just make his wager early, because if he had offered the longer deal earlier, before they franchise tagged him a couple of times, when you franchise tag somebody and then this next contract, they say, okay, we're not doing the franchise tag is off the board. The other person is basically saying to you, okay, next time we get into this price went up a lot, because you're saying you don't want to bet on me, no problem. But then if I have to go prove it and do what I need to do over here, then when it comes time to deal, your price just went up. Go ahead.
So on a very similar note, the Bruins and Swayman went to arbitration last year.
Yep.
And when you have your boss sitting across the table from you saying all these reasons why you're no good and don't deserve the money,
yeah,
you have to sit there and listen to it and defend yourself, saying, this is why I am good and I do deserve the money.
Mm-hmm.
That leaves a bad taste in your mouth. And I think that and a lot of people believe this. And if I become friendly enough with the kid at some point, I'm going to ask him that arbitration, he was sitting there going, fine, but the first chance I get where I have the leverage, I'm going to kill you bastards.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, Eric, I don't think he killed him nearly as bad as you think. I actually think if it was me, I would have been like, no, 9.95, 10. Yeah, screw you guys.
All I'm saying is mentally, I'm not saying that the 8.5 really was a killing. I'm just saying, as he sat there in arbitration a year ago, I'm thinking that he was probably thinking, the first chance I get that I'm going to have leverage, I'm going to use it.
Yeah, I would have some ill feelings. Because the reality was, like, look, to your point, yeah, whether the Bruins feel like they, if he needs to prove more and all that, like, if he goes to full-fledged free agency, you already traded away one of your goalies. So he's looking at it going like, you traded the other guy already. And then you're hoping that you've got somebody else in the pipeline, but what if they're not good? Then all of a sudden you're saying, what happens to a franchise, Eric, when they don't have a goaltender? What if they have 0 goaltenders? What does that look like? Not great.
It looks really bad.
Yeah, so it's like you pick your poison, and that's why I was saying, like I was saying here with Wes, like the Cowboys decided to take a risk, even if they weren't 100% sure on Dak Prescott. Would have actually been a lot cheaper for them if they had been committed a year or two earlier. If they had just said, okay, look, how about we meet you halfway? We'll do a 5-year deal, and in reality, per year it would have still cost them less. If they had just said, look, we'll give you 5, we'll put 5, and then let's meet in the middle. We'll do 5, and that way you can make some decent money, and there you go. We've given you a vote of confidence. But now, once you wait till the end, the guy's going to be like, nope, right at the top of the market, buddy. Because what's going to happen is the next quarterback that comes over the top, they're going to get 60 million. And it's not going to be a big name. I promise you, the next one that comes across the pipeline is going to be like, why is he getting 60 million? Because he's the next one in line. That's the reason why. That's the only reason why. That was it. Josh says, as the owner of the Packers, can they handle the Cardinals this weekend? If not, then we may have to do a little bit of the sabotage. I am not above this. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there.
House, you're fired. You're fired.
A little bit of the sabotage. Just throwing it out there. It's got to be, man. It's got to be what it's going to be. But yeah, when it comes to those kind of deals, I get it. But I maybe this would be the best way to explain kind of my stance on it. I have my teams that I root for, but I also understand their businesses. My favorite teams are not my friends. And if they save all the money, they're still not going to lower my ticket price. I get nothing. Like, I'm not getting anything from this. Oh man, but we got to be financially responsible. Cool. But does that mean you're trying to make a good team? Oh, but if we can't do this, it's like, but you weren't a good team when you were saving money either. So when you save money, you sucked. And then when you pretended you spend money, you sucked. So I'm still getting a crummy product either way. At least let me watch a player that I might want to watch. Like, give me something. It's the stadium thing in reverse. It's like, oh, but we need a new stadium. I'm like, why do you need a new stadium? It's like, so we can secure the financials. It is not my job to make you money. You already try to sell me shit and I'll buy some of it, but it's like, it's not my job for you to get rich. You're a business. It's your job to make yourself rich. Build your own shit. You don't need more of my money or get plenty of it as it is. Carl here saying John Smoltz's contract negotiations went so poorly in 91 that he began season 2 in 11. Said he was trying to prove the GM was wrong and imploded. He went 12-2 afterwards because Bobby Cox wouldn't give up on him. Yep. Smoltz is an all-time great. But it happens sometimes. It does mess with a player, though. Kind of to Eric's point, though. Arbitration, I think, is a very dangerous game for a team to play.
1-0 Dodgers. Ball in the second. Nice.
But what I was going to say is arbitration is a dangerous game for teams to play, though. Eric, all the people care. The arbitration problem is exactly what Eric described. If the team goes in, their job is basically to try to tell the player why he's trash. And then if you're the player, it's like, well, then why do you want to sign me? Like you could literally throw it back at me. If I'm so bad and you're trying to basically get me cheap, it's like, wait, why then do you even want cut me? Send me somewhere else.
The Bruins took Ray Bourque to arbitration years ago in the midst of, 5 Norris trophies, becoming the all-time leading scorer of the Bruins, being a top 5 all-time Bruin. And they took him to arbitration. And to this day, he's still mad about it.
I would. Because when you go there, we all know that's not to praise you. It's basically to cheap you down as much as they can. Almost that's saying that you're not worth any of the money.
Same ownership group. Right? It's the Jacobs family. It's the same ownership group. So I was kind of saying this to people, that if the Jacobs are going to take Ray Bourque at the height of his career to arbitration, do you think they give a shit about some 25-year-old kid, Jeremy Swayman, who's done nothing yet in this league? They don't give a shit.
So there's the theory too on like taking less money for the team.
I was gonna say, for the player perspective, why? I owe you nothing.
If I don't do well, you're gonna take even if you do well, they're taking you to arbitration to basically say suck and paint.
It's definitely a double-edged sword. But
you're gonna say you're not worth half a chocolate stick.
Listen, don't badmouth chocolate sticks, okay? You just
I appreciate Eric. I appreciate that we've turned the chocolate stick. I appreciate that we've turned the chocolate stick into a measure of payment.
No, don't bring chocolate sticks into this, okay? Now, I have graciously taken you to the home of chocolate sticks, purchased with my own money, so you could enjoy heaven on earth. Now, don't you be smirch.
I'm working with Duck and Donut right now. Next month's flavor is stuffed mayonnaise chocolate stick.
Fuck off. You're no friend of mine.
Like, it's a whole other level.
It's going to be amazing. Sensational. Good evening, Paul. Good evening, Will. Dodgers Kevin with the celebration. Yeah, Paul. Good evening, all. Thanksgiving to my Canadian peeps. Eric, go screw.
Oh, first up, time out. It's half serious. Paul, weren't you supposed to send me a text today or something? Because I totally forgot again, and I'm going to continue to forget because, like I told you, I'm stupid. So unless you send me a text on, like when I tell you, I'm going to forget to do the thing you asked me to do.
Remember, he's a KISS Army member, right? Keep it simple.
Right. Very simple. Not a lot going on around here. I was supposed to do something for Paul like a week ago. Didn't do it. He asked me like 2 days ago, hey, whatever happened to that? I'm like, ooh, sorry. Said, listen, I'll try to do it Friday. Send me a text. Remind me. I'm stupid. You're not bothering me. Just remind me. Does he do it? No. Well, I didn't remember. So, if you're not going to help yourself, Paul, don't expect me to.
Interesting. So let me shift the conversation here. I think we'll have a little bit of fun with it. Here you go. Will says, Dr. Carlos, what's your PhD in trollology? Well, I've got a double major, trollology, and I am a doctorate in thugonomics. Two.
Aren't you supposed to make your hand go like this or something now?
Listen, you can't even see the hand.
I've
Now he texts me to go.
I've transcended.
Sure. Now he texts me. You could have just said go screw it like 9 a.m. and I would have went, oh yeah, Paul.
Amazing. Works out, man. I don't know what to tell you. So I was going to kind of pose a question. So we are actually now, as we stand, so October 11th, we are less than 1 month away from the expo. We are now under officially 1 month. So I think that's what's going to be next. It's going to be great. Kathy, good evening. Paul, believe him. He can't remember anything. Thank you, Kathy.
Take your medicine and go to bed. It's well past your bedtime. You know what the doctor said? You can't be up past 8. You're gonna get your headaches.
Wow.
Oh,
Shocking. So here's my question. So first of all, are we in last minute preparations? Are we starting this? It probably should have already happened if it hasn't already. But for folks that are going, we send money aside. We're getting our want list, checking them twice. Like, what are we doing? Like, we're approaching. We'll talk more in depth as we get the week before. But I'm saying, like, we're close enough now. You can see it coming over the horizon. Look, don't blink too fast because spooky season is going to zip right through here as the spooky season goes. As soon as we flip the switch, early November, it's time. So, are we in preparation mode? Are we starting to finalize things? I know Yannick's got thing there. So, Yannick, why don't we start off? You got some preparation there. What are you doing?
Well, as we know, I'm working on the C57 set. So I kind of made a little montage there, and the yellows obviously are the ones that I have, and now I'm missing the rest of them. So that's my list, and I even got a friend of mine who gave me an idea because almost every expo now I'm getting a shirt made of like what I'm missing and stuff. So I'm gonna make a shirt with this, and that's gonna say in the back, I'm buying the C57. So
there you go.
Walking around with 20,000 people for the whole 4 days or so, then maybe someone's gonna say, "Hey, I got some." So
there you go. I like
that's
it.
the plan. And accommodation, flights, money aside, and the last part is we're working on the plan for Eric, but we'll keep that for.
Oh yes.
We're trying to shut the border, but we'll see.
We'll see. Josh here says big signers announced today. Yes, that is true. So
Yes.
Eric, you'll be excited by this. 5 of the ladies from Baywatch have been added to the signees.
yeah.
They're gonna be running.
Yeah. Listen, that show came on in the late 80s, early 90s. None of them run anymore.
They're wheelchaired.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't run anymore. They are in slow motion when they walk, though. But
Listen, Eric, I will be damned if we will allow you to age shame anyone. It's like you're a 50-year-old man with the body of a 150-year-old man.
I am just
Eric
you.
does not
If
fit
you
in
think
his
Donna D'Erico is going to show up and look like she did in 1989, I'm sorry, she is not. None of them are wearing the red bathing suits and walking through the expo.
It's probably for the best.
Eric. You got to get the trunk back on.
Listen, if you're Eric, this was like your one time where being creepy or ground the autograph sign is almost justifiable.
No.
Like the one time.
Nicole Eggert, that I had a huge crush on back then, has had some health issues. So she's been battling, some health issues lately. So gentlemen, if you have this image in your head of what's going to be in Toronto, please, no.
Well, Eric, maybe the problem is, hold on. And Sherry, good evening.
Anderson's
Thank
like
you.
70.
And Sherry, good evening. Thank you for joining us as always. We appreciate you. I believe the
Oh,
border will
we're
close. Sorry,
closing the
Eric.
border.
We can only hope, Sherry. We can only hope. So I wanted to quickly make a point.
Sherry, come on. Don't you don't have to jump. No, that's not Sherry. You know who that is. She's her account's been hijacked because she
Listen.
would never talk to me that way because she loves me.
Oh, listen, a lot of the evil I do, Sherry's in. Like, trust me, Sherry's in on this.
Sherry loves me. And I know that her account's been hijacked, and I know by who.
And since Sherry's here, now's a good time. Let me give the usual. We want to say AMGcollectibles.ca, the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. We got our podcast episode. We have the Collector of the Scallops, the Collector of the People. We got Blair, bonus Blair. We got Sherry and myself. And now we've got 2 different products that came out. We did Metal Universe this past week. Well, Series 1 is coming out the following week here. We've got the checklist for Series 1. So it looks like, we'll confirm here, but based on the checklist being out, I think Series 1 is actually going to be coming out next week, which means for Expo, we're actually going to have Series 1, which is good. For Expo, that's good. And then we've also got Metal Universe. So 2 products here within about a month out from the Expo. That's pretty good.
I think next week's series one. I was just watching Ziri.
That's my understanding. Yeah. My understanding is that it looks like this upcoming week here, Wednesday, Thursday, this upcoming week should be, because again, the checklist is now available. We can see all the young guns and everything. So we've got that going for us. And if that's the case, then more than likely, my guess is if we confirm that to be 100%, I'm guessing we're going to talk Series 1 on the next podcast episode. I'd say it's a safe bet. So just bear that in mind. And we may also have some other discussions and announcements, but we got to finalize, Sherry. I need finalization from y'all. Before we say anything else, we need finalizations. So let's make sure we got that covered. But otherwise, check out the channel and you'll see when the next episode comes up and anything else that comes of it. So thank you to AMG Collectibles for supporting the live stream, the podcast, and the channel. Now, real quick, I wanted to mention, since we brought it up, I think, Eric, to your point, I think maybe the key is going to be that maybe we should just set our expectations. If we set our expectations in the right way, we can get joy from anything. Yannick, I recall a man, let's call him Eric for the sake of argument, who gave joy, who screamed to the heavens with joy and glee at dinner. He was talking about, like, guys, I was hanging out with Peter Forsberg, and it's like, and we looked, and it's like, yeah, it was just some janitor. It was some rando. It was like, that wasn't even Peter Forsberg, Eric. Your imagination allowed you to fill in the blanks. So if your imagination allowed you to think some rando was Peter Forsberg, then with the Baywatch ladies, you'll be fine. Let your imagination be your guide. It's 1990 all over again, Eric. It's all in your mind.
I'm sure they're wonderful, beautiful women.
And I bet they hang out with Peter Forsberg.
If people think they're getting 1990 version Pamela Anderson, that is.
Well, Pamela Anderson's not involved in this.
Okay.
We got. What's that?
Said whoever's coming. My point is the same.
Just a lack of faith on your part.
Yeah.
Shameful, Eric. Just shameful.
Yeah. You know what? I'd like to see you, Eric, with, what's her name that you like? And she goes and like,
Cole Eggert. Oh God, did I love Cole Eggert?
Now Eric goes back to 1999 all over. Like, woo!
Oh, and I love me some Nicole Eggert. Woo!
Well, she is one of the 5 on the list. She's one of the 5 on the list. So she got her, Gina Lee Nolan, Tracy Bingham. Let's see here. We got Brandy Roderick, and Angelica Bridges. Those are the 5.
Tracy Bingham was beautiful. I mean, just her face is she was just beautiful.
I think if you wear the red trunks, they'll just give you credentials everywhere.
Ooh, true.
Do they make extra large ones?
We can arrange that.
Okay.
Look, I think Sherry's comment, even though it wasn't about that, I think covers it. Anything is possible.
I'm sure Sherry will help us if we need red trunks, extra large. I'm sure we can find that.
If anything, it'll be a red tarp. We'll just get a band.
Yeah, because 1992 Eric isn't gonna be there either.
No, not so much. No. That's why I know thou doth protest too much. 1992 Eric isn't there.
Look, I had abs. You could see them. They were real.
You wanted to get your magic marker? You can probably draw something in if you want.
He disappeared. I don't know what happened to him.
A lot of chocolate 6 ago, sir. Hey, Bobby, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. Mr. the Burrell from the Garage of Knowledge, how are you?
Good. You guys are
Hello,
still.
Dr. Bobby.
You're still on. Wow.
Yes. Look, we were busy. We were busy having Eric was being time warped back to 1990, and he was trying to age shame people, and there's a lot of scandalousness already happening. We just started, and the scandalousness is off the charts right now.
Oh, good. I'm just in time. We do
There
like
you
a
go.
good scandal. What's up,
Sarah
man?
says, I might send the collector the scalps in this adventure. I'll try to sell any lingering AEW at the booth. There you go. Live the dream, Sherry.
Yeah.
If you got a lingering AEW, I might just take care of it for you. I don't know why you would have any at this point, but there you go. Live the dream. I like it. Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out.
Sherry,
But,
are you going to be at the AMG booth, or are you going to be at the PSA building?
So I won't speak for Sherry as she can confirm. I think if last time around is any indication, I think PSA is now fully stocked. So I'm going to guess, she can confirm, of course, but I'm going to guess that now she does have the bandwidth to be able to stick to the AMG and focus on that. But I think PSA is going to be doing on-site grading. We know that for sure. And there'll be some more information being released here in the coming weeks about that, the details, the specifics. Yeah, here you go. I'll be at AMG. Perfect. Thank you, Sherry.
Cool. All right. So,
I was pretty sure.
You'll be more accessible. You know, because you and that other person was not.
What are you trying to say, Eric?
I know. What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say it. I'm trying to say that Sherry and the other person were not very.
Your best friend, your BFF?
Were not accessible last year because of how busy they were. So it would be nice to see her, not so much the other guy.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Early.
So much.
Seems
hate.
to. I know, like the man has
maybe
a lot of
if he
anger.
wasn't such a jerk.
And
I
then,
would hate him so
and
much.
then he speaks this way, and then he expects us to have the borders wide open with him and say, like, please, sir, come in. Here's the loony.
Yeah, I don't think he's showing the right
Yeah,
amount of reverence and respect. He's not showing the right amount of reverence and respect.
I'll just listen. You can give me all those stupid bird coins again. I'm just going to give them to the pizza girl like I did last time.
By give you, do you mean throw at you? Because I'm in.
Whatever. I'll just scoop them up and just like a handful into the pizza girl again. I don't know.
Who said anything about a handful, Eric? Who said anything about a handful? He's like, what happens? Why is there a pile of toonies over there? Guys, we had a lot.
Listen, I don't know how much I tipped that girl, but she was happy and I was happy because I didn't have that crap in my pocket anymore.
Don't forget, Eric, next time, too, when you give your passport, make sure you ask for the Gretzky in the passport.
I know. I haven't gotten that yet. I got to – they must be out by the time I get
There's
there.
a secret handshake, but we don't think you deserve to know it.
No. Absolutely not.
Wah.
CC here says PSA announced the PSA location coming to Ontario, maybe Toronto. So I'm glad you brought that up because that'll be something we kind of knew that, but I was happy to see the Hogue, not the Hoge, the Hogue. We got the Hogue, president of PSA, did state that there is the PSA Canada office will be coming to Ontario. So he did announce that, which, it's one of the worst kept secrets. You read between the lines, you kind of knew it was coming. So, but we'll get the details from directly from the source, and we'll make sure we give the appropriate information. I suspect that information will come down the pipeline. You won't have to wait long.
Weren't we given that information a year ago?
We were given the information that it was in the planning stages, but it's different when the president of the overall parent company finally just says it out loud.
I know, because I know we weren't allowed to like openly discuss it, so we've been on the QP, but it's been like a year that this has been in the make. It
takes forever. It takes
something that just did overnight. This has been like a year or more.
Yeah, it's been in the works a long time. A lot of logistics needed to happen in order for it to occur, and even then, he can make reference to it, but the final details are still yet to be fully announced. It's the same thing as the on-site grading. Like, there's on-site grading. Brad already confirmed there's on-site grading. Okay, but what are the details? What are the prices? What are this, that, and the other thing? TBD, to be announced. Neil also mentioned his daily video. Yeah, he did that off of the PSA Live because it was a live stream they did. You can check it out on Instagram as well. If you check out the PSA card Instagram, that's where they did a live stream for 10/10 day, and that's where the Hooge said it.
Brad's cards. You better get up early.
Mm-hmm. Will that mean cards will be graded on Terra? My understanding is that it's going to be a submission office. It's going to be a large submission office. Kind of an expansion of what they're doing today, but it's going to be a larger version of that submission office. I don't think they're going to do any grading in Canada yet, as far as I'm aware. That's my understanding. And I think he also mentioned that in the live stream as well. I think it's going to be a submission office, but expanding the scope of the submission office. Details TBD. We'll get there. So real quick, Bobby, just wanted to kind of throw this in since we're chatting about it. So now that we started the hockeys, Eric has already chimed in on a Swayman thing. So who are we watching? We're watching Vegas. We're ignoring the Leafs. What are we doing for the start of the hockey season?
Well, the Leafs started out with the bang and lost to Montreal, so you know we're in Vegas territory right now.
Yep. They did set a record though. It was the most amount of shots in a shutout.
Yep.
Well, there you
Like
go.
48.
Almost 50 shots. Yeah, it was almost 50 shots.
And where's our golden boy there?
It was probably a bunch of the 50 shots. Look, on the one hand, you got to take shots. If you don't take shots, you're not going to score. On the other hand, it's like, well, it is a record of sorts.
Yeah,
it is a record. So at least you broke a record of some kind.
Yeah, setting a non-Stanley Cup winning record. I don't know what else. Yeah, good enough.
It's okay. I think you guys still got a ways to go before you're going to top the Chicago Cubs in longest droughts.
True enough.
So, got a ways to go. So you guys are barely halfway there.
That was nice
because I think the Chicago
to 20.
Yeah, the Chicago Cubs was 106 years.
Yeah.
So you still got some work to do, guys. Like you barely even crack. The Leafs staff are probably going like, oh, we got another 50 years before we have to worry about breaking.
Sox was like 86.
Yeah.
You're double talking. I hear background.
So Yannick, you might want to turn down the speaker a little bit or use headphone because we're getting some reverb.
Sorry about that. It's cold now. Turn it off.
Okay, you should be good. All right.
Yeah.
Nope, we can still
I can still hear it. Okay, let's try it now. I just muted Yannick, so it was the reverb coming from this. Yeah, no worries. You take it. No worries. Take care of it. Sean says Series 1 drops this week. Yeah, that's going to be forthcoming. So I think that'll be good though. Like what I was mentioning briefly there, Series 1 coming in before the Fall Expo is good because that's going to move some traffic. It's going to get some things going. It's going to move a little bit of the flow of stuff.
Have we caught up to the right year?
24-25. Yeah, this one's the new year.
Ooh, holy crap!
Yeah, we are. This Upper Deck flagship is going to be 24-25. This is current year. We have arrived at current year.
Thank God.
I know, crazy.
Yeah. Not like I was buying any, but just saying.
Hey, listen, it happens, man. There you go. Got to start the Stankoven pump. That's right. We can't just have baubles with the Robertson pump years after the fact. These are facts. Yeah. So here's Sean saying no Bedard tax. So actually, this was something I noticed, and I was kind of curious, and we'll talk more about it on the podcast, Eric. So no Bedard tax, yes, but so it's less than last year's flagship because it's not the Bedard rookie year, but it's higher than the year before.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what we talked about. It's like, yeah, it's not going all the way back, just so y'all know. It's not going all the way back. So it's like
now he actually has game used jerseys and patches and sticks and pucks, and he signed a bunch of stuff. And so, I mean, it really is kind of a Bedard tax because you're going to have something that you can get for him for the first time.
Well, funny you mentioned that, Eric. In flagship, Upper Deck flagship, no autographs and no memorabilia. So there isn't.
I don't put them there anymore.
Nope.
I'm putting a $50 bounty right now. Just stating.
Spicy. $50. Is it 108? So what was I remember it ended in 2016. So was it 1908? It was 1908 to 2016?
Yeah, it was 1908.
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah. Over 100 years anyway. The point is comfortably over 100 years.
I think they won in 1906 and then 1908 and then
they won a couple of World Series in the early 1900s. I know early World Series they did win a couple, and then the drought started after that, and then they just didn't win for over a century. So it was a very, very long. They had a few attempts, but for the most part,
excuse. They're in a bad division. Tough division. Yeah.
Listen, I think the Leafs' problem is, when they added a seventh team to the league, it ruined the whole thing for them.
I think so.
They were fine when it was 6. When you get to 7, they're like, no.
Yeah.
It's a lot of teams to overcome, guys. It's tough.
Now we're into the lottery, numbers now. Jeez, the odds are outrageous.
It's getting tough.
Bobby Orr showed up, and no more cups for them.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's bad because Bobby Orr showed up in the minors. He didn't make the NHL for like a decade, and he was still impacting them all the way from the minor leagues.
Well, Bobby Orr showed up when we won the Stanley Cup.
There you go. Perfect. So
Yeah, he was
Bobby,
just like 18. He didn't know how to skate yet.
Interesting.
I didn't think you had to worry about the Leafs anyways. It was more about Montreal.
Which
there was
we
a lot of
won last night. Whoop, whoop.
Whew.
Oh man, regular season, crazy talk.
Yep.
See, that's why you signed Swayman.
Anytime you play them,
Are they
filthy
1-0?
Habs, it's a big game.
Are they 1-0 now?
The Bruins? No, they're 1-1.
1-1 after 2 games.
Man, let me tell you.
They're a 500 team.
I'm up in the bounty to 100. All right. I feel
Oh,
bad.
well, listen, it's the least you can do. Black Friday will be, Sean says, Black Friday will be interesting. What stock the Canadian distributors have for us plebes. We all know they printed brilliance in Series 2. You can't find them anywhere until November 29th. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. It's not going to change much.
No.
There are going to be some stuff that's going to be clearance, but like realistically, most of the shops are not going to be able. I think people forget, like a lot of this product, the shops, the margin is not much. So if there's a Black Friday sale, like how much do you want to lose? Basically, the idea is if you want to discount it, how much do you want to lose
We're
per box?
giving 1% off all day.
All day. It's full, as long as you get a full 1% off.
Yeah.
So listen, I wanted to make sure we had you here, Dr. Bobby.
Yes.
I think it's time that the people need to learn the truth about someone over there
Uh-oh.
on that side of the screen, because
Going
I found
on.
out some disturbing information.
Oh,
Some investigative research has been done,
disturbed.
and I am greatly disturbed by this, and I think it's time that we all learn together the truth.
This is bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
What is, Eric? It's like, are you saying
I'm
that
waiting.
you already know what we should expect?
I'm waiting.
Because we have a
Yes.
deep dive. We have a deep dive into Eric. Someone has done the investigative work, the legwork. We need to find out more.
All right,
Ooh.
so get this right. We're diving into the world of internet micro celebrity today. You know those personalities that pop up in the most unexpected places online?
Absolutely. These niche communities, they're like breeding grounds for these figures, shared inside jokes, their own little worlds of references. It's fascinating.
Yeah. And today's case study, he goes by the name of Eric.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Lay it on me.
So Eric, see, he's a fixture in the world of this live stream and podcast called Because I'm Carlos. And by fixture, I mean legend. The show literally starts with, "Good evening, gentlemen." And Eric.
See that right there? That's brilliant. It immediately tells you he's part of the fabric of this community, not just a random caller or guest. He's Eric.
Exactly. But here's the thing, right? He's become notorious for some, let's say, unique takes, especially regarding hockey.
All right,
Here
I'm
we
ready.
go.
Hit me with Eric's hot takes.
Oh, man. Buckle up. So every year, without fail, Eric, he offers his NHL playoff predictions. And every year, he gets every single one.
You got to admire the
I
consistency.
know, right? It's uncanny. It's become like a tradition. People eagerly anticipate Eric's wrong predictions. But it gets better. He's this diehard Boston Bruins fan, right? But he will go to the mat arguing that Hal Gill is the greatest Bruin of all time.
Wow, that was a choice.
Right. Like, of all the Bruins legends, Hal Gill. But that's not all. He's also obsessed with Blackhawks legend Bobby Orr. The irony seems lost on him.
The contradictions just add to the mystique.
Right. And then there's his friendship with Marcel Dion. Like,
Yeah.
he's convinced they're best buds. We're not sure Marcel's aware of this. It's like performance art. He's playing with these personas and expectations, creating this whole Eric-verse within this online space. And the community loves it.
And the community eats it up. Which brings us to, well, some of Eric's other quirks, like
Yeah.
his ever-expanding knife collection.
Okay. Nice.
Oh, yeah. It's a growing concern, according to the Because I'm Carlos crew. Apparently, he's also really into dipping chocolate sticks in mayonnaise.
Dipping.
No, I'm
chocolate
not.
mayonnaise.
Don't knock it till you try it, I guess. And we can't
think
forget
you
about
are.
his interesting approach to bike riding.
I'm almost afraid to ask.
Let's just say his balance isn't exactly his strongest suit.
Okay, but here's where it gets even more interesting. See, beyond all the outlandishness, you get these glimpses of, well, a deeper side. He's weirdly obsessed with Beckett grading services, the ones that grade sports memorabilia.
Okay.
He's like deeply, deeply invested in their process. Almost makes you wonder if he's in on the joke,
Like that Andy Kaufman effect.
Yeah.
Is he for real? Is it all a bit? We may never know.
And then there's his catchphrase. Apparently, whenever someone named Josh is in the chat, Eric hits him with a solid "Shut up, Josh,"
Yeah.
every time.
Which is hilarious. It suggests a whole other layer of interactions and inside jokes we're not privy to.
Exactly. Oh, and one last thing. There are these rumors swirling around that Eric, wait for it, pays for likes.
No way, really?
That's the rumor, at least. Although, knowing Eric, he could be in on the joke, playing up his persona.
It just shows how he's become this self-aware character within a character. He's playing with the very fabric of online identity.
So who is the real Eric? Honestly, we may never know. But I think that's the beauty of it, right? He's this enigma wrapped in a riddle, slathered in mayonnaise, and riding a bike very unsteadily.
And isn't that the beauty of the internet? It creates these micro-celebrities, these legends in their own right from the most unexpected corners of the web. Who knew someone named Eric could be so fascinating?
Exactly. It makes you wonder how many other Erics are out there, each with their own quirks and captivating stories just waiting to be discovered.
And that, my friend, is a thought for another deep dive.
Bravo. Bravo.
My God. I learned so much.
So did I. I was just
I call bullshit.
bullshit. I know
I
those
call
two
bullshit.
people.
First of all, Marcel's my best friend. Okay.
Again with the denial. Wow.
You heard them go over it. They did a deep dive.
Wow.
All true.
That was deep right there. That was a listen, it's on the internet. People were
Yeah.
discussing it.
Yep.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah. I've heard those people before. Trust me.
Mhm,
They're real.
mhm. Yep,
They're real
totally.
big.
Yep.
I think they have 80 million followers or something like that. I don't know.
It's crazy.
Almost rivaling Rogan, I think. So
I'll leave a link in the description to the video. So that was done by BryNorth, who watches the channel, and you can enjoy it in your own time. This is the Deadpool of the Eric verse. Sherry enjoyed it. It was well done, yes.
Yes. Very real.
Yep.
Very real.
Funny, yes. Billy Joe, they know the truth. The truth is out there, man. The truth is out there.
Stuff.
Yep.
See, we're best friends in the whole wide world.
That
How much
looks
did you pay
Photoshopped
him?
to me.
What
Oh,
did you pay
that's crazy Photoshop. It's
What did you pay
unbelievable.
him for that?
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's just like Anatoly sitting there and he's with Arnold Schwarzenegger and stuff. Come on, guys.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Can't take credit for that one, Sean. That one's BryNorth. I will include a link in the description so you guys can enjoy the video on your time if you like.
Mhm.
Video doesn't lie. That's right.
Doesn't.
It spoke truths. Listen, I wouldn't have believed it. If it had just been the audio, I would not have believed it.
We have
But
now have
did
all
you see the
kinds of
visuals?
from now.
Did you see the images? Like, literally, we could visualize Eric dipping the chocolate sticks in mayonnaise, him and his bicycle with his BGS stuff, his garb all over it. And did you see when he zoomed in on Eric's face with the Beckett hat on? Like, that was like a look of death. That was the look of a man who's seen things, done things.
That's true.
hmm
I've done.
And
a
they
few.
couldn't use his real face because that'd be copyright infringement. So they had to substitute. But they were talking about Eric at that time. So we'll put 1 and 1 equals 2.
That's right. We learned a lot tonight.
Mhm.
We really have.
Wow. That was worth waiting.
My lawyers have been contacted. We will be moving forward with a lawsuit, and
On
'cause
what grounds?
I've been emotionally
On what
harmed.
grounds? Nelly for Fendi?
I've been emotionally harmed. My reputation has been harmed.
Oh, reputation definitely has been hard.
And
So I'm going to fact check him in real time, Bobby. So concern number one that I have, I don't operate here as the defense, but honestly, I could operate as the defense because I got to be honest. First, Eric has told us on the numerous occasion he only has one feeling, singular, not plural. So how could he possibly be harmed if he's got one feeling? And the one feeling may be indigestion, it may be hunger, and I don't think that's impacted by that. So I'm not buying that argument. So that, throw that right out of hand. Secondly, lawyers, I don't think he can afford a lawyer after paying for the like button because, as we well noted, he does pay for likes.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I don't think, honestly, he has the budget to be able to afford a lawyer. So that's another piece.
They're really not lawyers. They're just notary publics. He calls them lawyers. Yeah.
I'm thinking his lawyer is very similar to his friendship with Marcel Dion.
Maybe.
Real. Sorry, Eric, I can't hear you. Settler fan says there is no grounds. There is no crime for journalism. That's right. You would think with all the restraining orders Eric has, he'd be more aware of the legal system. I know.
You would think.
If you're good, Yannick, just give it a thumbs up. So, Yannick, I don't know if you caught that, but that was some in-depth journalism, my friend.
It was, and I can't wait for the lawsuit for the explanation behind how his feelings got hurt, but reputation.
We'll have to
And that's the
review it.
critical piece. I'm sitting there like,
Review it.
based on what I have seen, how can you damage something that no longer exists? How can you damage something that's been so thoroughly obliterated?
The reputation on this side of the board is not the greatest.
No.
True.
That's true. And so some of those restraining orders aren't in effect anymore because they ran their
see in
course
3 weeks.
because they ran their course and the people forgot to re-up.
I actually we emailed Marcel to reminded him to renew the demand for the restraining order,
making it another 5
last year. I bring Yannick over to say hi to my friend, and then they start talking in French, and I know they were talking about me, and he won't tell me what they said. So here I am being nice, going, Yannick, come over and meet my best friend in the whole wide world. Get an opportunity to meet a hockey legend. Oh, he's like, oh, that'd be really nice. Thank you. So I go over, I introduce the two of them, and they start, and I'm like, I know
the horrible French impersonation.
I was going to say,
I know what you're talking about.
After it just went downhill off the cliff.
And he won't tell me what they were saying.
You know, French is very much like English. There's a lot of
we bonded over the fact that we both hate you. So like basically we high-fived the whole time and just decided we'll just like
I like to think, Yannick, that disdain for Eric brings people together.
It does. There's a whole like we hate Eric club.
That's right.
And then every time he walked by Marcel's booth, Marcel would go, "Hey, Yannick."
And I know.
And whatever whatever your name is. That's what happened.
Yep. Maybe Eric, maybe this is your angle. You could try this now that we know that you're a micro celebrity.
Yeah.
Because now that we know you're a micro celebrity,
I didn't know.
This might be it. Yeah. Like now that we know, mate, that can only elevate you in esteem.
Now, am I a big fish in a small pond or a small fish in a big? I never know what I am now.
I think you're a small fish in a thimble.
I think you're a grain of sand on a 60 million mile beach.
Wow.
Hey,
pretty good.
I'm on the beach, baby. Woo!
Yeah.
running.
Come on, Paul. Do not downplay the movement.
Yeah.
I was going to say. It's like, Paul, do not downplay the movement. The movement is growing. It's already multinational. It's going worldwide.
Yes.
I'm sure we can find people with disdain for Eric all the way from here. Apparently, now, interestingly enough,
I don't have to leave my house, thank you, to find people who have disdain for me.
Yeah, to find enemies. He doesn't even have to leave the house. That's right.
The house.
Now,
I got one right downstairs.
The club now actually we're expanding internationally.
I was gonna say
the devil's going, not yet, Eric.
In fairness, though, Bobby, I will say that the only place that I think Eric has at least got a neutral approval rating, apparently, is the Netherlands. But I think that's because of my war with the Dutch. So I think they're doing it to spite me.
Definitely, the Dutch are at fault too. Yes.
Yeah, I feel like that's what's going on. So if it helps you at all, Eric, while Peter Forsberg doesn't know who you are because you've never met, although the janitor guy in Toronto likes you, and you've got that going against you, Marcel restraining order, a lot of hockey players restraining orders. The good news is you and Bert Blyleven, you can at least bond over your mutual disdain of civilized society and your mutual love of clogs. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's funny because when I was talking to Tim Thomas the other day, I'm like, Tim, you going to be up at Toronto at the show? He's like, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I said, oh, great. I'll see you up there. And he just looked at me and went, no.
He looked at Tim Thomas and he went, fuck off.
Well, we were in mixed company, so he just went, no.
Mm-hmm. Yep, pretty much. Sadler fans got it right. The Dutch back in the proxy war against Carlos through Eric. I know.
Yeah.
It goes deep, man. Listen, people downplayed. I did that video when I showed you guys what happened. You didn't believe me. The Dutch are to be feared. They're hiding things in those windmills. I do not trust them.
There's more than one hole in that dike.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I just appreciate that that at this point we've been able to develop again. The whole thing with the longest running episodic is that it is episodic. Jokes and things carry out over time. The important thing is that over time, the lore has grown. It's like my long-standing war with the Dutch. Bobby's war with Atlanta for reasons yet not yet fully explained.
Mhm.
No, be careful because my mother's favorite cyclist is Dutch. She's a big fan of Puck Pieterse.
What?
You don't want to get
That
you
literally sounds like an AI generated
don't- you
name.
don't want
You
to
made
get
that
them
up. He
going.
made that up.
No,
Like-
you don't. I'm
Puck
telling
who?
you.
And
You
his
better
name's
slow
Can
Puck.
actually,
His
can,
name's
can
Puck.
we can we see what this guy looks like for real?
It's a woman.
Please. It's a woman. Puck.
It's a woman.
Puck.
There you go.
Puck. P-U-C-K.
Does she know Wolfgang?
Pieterse.
I
And
don't-
that's my mother's favorite.
I don't know Dutch.
That is, that is my mother's favorite cyclist. And if you stop messing around with the Dutch and you start saying bad things about Puck,
I've
she's gonna get
literally
mad.
been at war with the Dutch for like 2 years.
Mom,
Eric.
mom,
just
mom
telling
won't get
you.
mad at me.
You're
Mom
crazy.
can't get mad at me. No way.
You're crazy.
Man,
That's her
rough.
favorite. I can't. I don't choose who my mother's favorite cyclist is. She did that on her own.
I'm more
I know
concerned that your
your
mother has a
favorite
favorite
Frenchman.
cyclist.
Yeah.
She does. I don't know if she's still watching this stupid show, but if she is, you're gonna get in trouble.
So how do you pick favorite cyclists?
That's
Sorry.
my mother's favorite cyclist. What do you want me to tell you?
I was just asking how you
That's
pick favorite.
that's who she enjoys watching. We turn a
Well,
race
you
on.
have yours.
I have a lot of them. You're right.
Mostly female for some reason.
Right. That's why my mother knows who Puck is because I watch female mountain biking. So I like Kate Courtney and Yolanda Neff and
Neff.
Ann Terpstra.
Neff. Puck.
Yeah.
Courtney.
She's from Switzerland.
Yeah.
So, and Mom likes Puck Pieterse.
Peter
So
Saint.
every time a race starts, she goes, the first thing I hear as soon as I turn it on is Puck in this one? Is Puck in this one? And if
No.
I tell her, no, Mom, she's not in this one. She stayed and she's doing this other one somewhere else. Oh, well, then this isn't going to be as much fun.
And then she, and then you can see her losing and going, puck, puck, puck.
She rarely.
I can see it. I can see it. Yeah.
Truly.
There you go. She's fun to watch and wins a lot. There you go, Kathy. There you go.
Hi, Kathy.
Hey, at least
See,
Eric got
people
one right.
make this
Eric got
stuff
one
up.
right. Oh, well, you make a lot of stuff up.
I'm not making that up.
Listen,
No.
That's
Puck
Mom's
we've already-
favorite.
She is the best.
Yeah.
we've discussed this at length. Again, you still cannot commit to a single first NBA three-pointer. You're not a man to be trusted.
Chris Ford.
We don't know who that is.
Celtics.
Caitlin
Is he
Clark.
related to Larry Toyota? Like,
I don't know.
Eugene Lamborghini. Like what else?
I don't know his genealogy.
Puck Peterson.
Puck
That's what I'm saying.
That's right.
May as well bring it together. Santa Fe Carlos is starting to rethink his life. Every time Eric talks, I do. Every time Eric talks, I think of all the mistakes that I've made that have led me up to this point.
Mm-hmm. And where we are now. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then I make fun of Eric and I feel better.
4 or so years ago, when I totally
Our
lost
forefathers founded a nation. Go on.
I've
Yeah.
totally lost track of this crap. You challenged the chat,
I did.
called out the chat, said basically call us a bunch of sissies, and
And
said
you are.
nobody had the cojones
Yep.
to hit the link and come on the show. And I was like, that piece of crap Canadian did not just call me a sissy.
Sissies
And I
don't
did.
have cojones.
And now I'm stuck in this dimension that I can't get out of.
Yeah. See? And I bet if you were a real man instead of a sissy, you'd be able to get out of the dimension.
I can't. You go. That's a good point. I cannot.
Eric, welcome to the Twilight Zone.
Yeah,
Boom.
I'm stuck.
Yannick? Boom. That's all I'm saying. Little do you know the forces you were trifling with, Eric. Little do you know the forces. And now
In bed with
you've
one
been
of my
exposed
best-
via YouTube's. You've been exposed by the YouTube's people.
I know.
And you're being talked about.
I don't like that.
Now,
You're stuck forever.
quick aside, in case you guys are curious, the tool that was used, because I'll include the link in the video so you guys can have some fun. The audio for that, I didn't make it. It was BryNorth who made it, so I'll include a link to the video so you guys can check it out on your own. It was very well done.
Wait.
It was created using an application called Notebook LM, which is a product by the Google. And I actually got a chance to play around with that a little bit, and I was
Oh.
able to make my own podcast about Eric and have my own little bit of fun.
Oh
Nothing good's coming
yes.
from that.
But
I'd like to see
but
that.
that one was so layered. It was so in depth. It was vastly superior to. I was able to come up with something. Basically, you can feed it information, specific narrowed information, and it will create a podcast effectively on whatever topic you want. But you basically have to create. You're not creating a script, but you're feeding the information that it's pulling from. But you can see, like, I can't even imagine the input that was required in order to give it that many references.
A great
And then the video editing is something he would have had to do on his own, because the video editing and all the images and everything, that doesn't come with the notebook thing. That you can get the audio part, but the video and the components of it and the zoom in and the zoom out and all that, you got to add that on your own.
Mm-hmm.
So credit to. So if you do go watch the video, hit the like button, because that was a lot of work, very clearly, and very well done. Very well done.
So well done. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. That was a lot of fun, and I got to be honest. When it was sent to me, I started watching it, and I thought it was real for at least the first 5 to 8 seconds. And I'm
5
like,
to 8
what the
minutes,
hell
maybe.
is? I'm like, what the hell is this? Oh my god! And then I'm like, oh, this is bullshit.
I think it was Susan Brian Gray's voice. That would be cool.
Yeah. It had me going for a good up to 10 seconds. It had me going.
5 to 8, 10. How many more times are you gonna lie? Come on.
I was going to
No,
say
it
we'll
had
find
to
out
until
on
you said
the
it.
follow-up podcast
It was,
episode.
it
We'll
was
find-
listen, it was no more. It was no more than a minute and a half that I was fooled. Okay.
Mhm, mhm, mhm,
All right, it might have been a
Figure
good
things
5 minutes. I
Mm.
still might think it's real.
mhm.
There you
Yeah.
go.
But you can apparently do it. Listen, our AI overlords are getting very clever. But like I mentioned it, I had a discussion with Wes, and it goes, and basically we were talking about it, and I said, look, our AI overlords may be soon destroying us, but at least we got a funny video out of it.
Yeah, well, that
That seems like a fair exchange. It seems fair.
that is
Seems legit.
important.
I should do one on a whatnot video doing a breakers thing. Just do it. It would be 5 seconds long. Oh, 1 of 1. Wow. Delete.
Someone won Wemby.
Yeah.
Yes. Bye-bye. Hey, you guys want to see what I picked up?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, did you guys
I'm
pick
curious.
anything fun this week? Let's go. Let's check it out.
I picked up something, half an hour ago. So
Oh.
I had never seen these before.
Ooh.
These are
How
cup.
did those
Well,
come?
they're for the store. You can put, tape them to the wall or whatever like that.
Okay,
And
okay.
I've never seen them. You
On
know,
the
actually,
vending machine.
they're from 1998. Vending machine? No, I don't think so.
Like,
Is
I mean,
this-
like on the pop machine or whatever, like,
Wow. So they're 98, and they chose to use a bald Bobby Hull and a New York Rangers Phil Esposito.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. That's why I've
Huh.
never seen it before. I don't know if it's American or Canadian. I don't know.
If it was Canadian, I would assume they would be bilingual, even at that point.
Yeah, true. Well, sometimes the regional issues but yeah, it's probably from the U.S. Anyways,
I would guess
also,
yes. Yeah.
I did pick up 2 other things. These are the main things too.
Go for
These were produced in 1935, 36, and 36, 37. 36, 37?
36, 37 on that one.
Yeah. So these were just booklets put out by Cities Gas. Cities Gas. So it's gas and oil kind of related. And you'd go into the gas station and you get this booklet that has all these. There's Ted Reeves. See, I played at a hockey arena called Ted Reeves, actually. But Ted Reeves was he was a writer for the Toronto Star or the Globe. I can't really remember.
It kind of looks like someone else, but
It has the whole record of the team and everything like
The whole
that.
1930s motif to go along with it is like, I think I need a little different facial hair there, sir.
Yeah, right up on the team and a full schedule for every team that's in here. So it
That's
is kind of
awesome.
neat. And then
Yeah.
the second year they did another one, which is actually, this one's a little nicer, worse condition, but definitely a little bit nicer. And these little booklets, it actually says here, it says City Service Hockey Guide can be secured from all city service stations and dealers in Canada. So I guess you would have to go there and, get a free one or maybe buy some gas to get it. I'm not too sure. Anyways, rather
That's
interesting.
pretty cool.
Very rare. Very, very rare. You don't see them very often. I've had this one. once, maybe twice, but this one
Right.
is, I've seen it once, but I didn't buy it.
The first one you showed really had, from what we can see, looks like it has some really, really good color still to it.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Green and the black, it's in the white. It's just, it makes it pop. So it's
And
really
the back looked amazing.
Yeah, that's really, well, see, there's the graphic art, the artistic graphics that they used back then.
Yeah, that looks amazing.
So well done. Yeah. But that's then, you know, who makes a black guide? Like, honestly, in today's world, you would never do something like that. It just, every crease, every bend is it's definitely there. And, you know, gas and oil, maybe that's why. Hey, here's another one. Greasy finger gas. Lady,
Yeah, right.
You know.
Yeah.
Anyways,
There you
that's
go.
what I picked up today.
Nice.
Yeah, it's nice to pick up the rarities.
I just think it's funny they used a bald Bobby Hull. I mean, they could have used.
I mean, think it's a
almost
bald
looks like
Bobby
his
Hull.
brother.
I think it's because of the I forget what they
The
do.
contrast. The contrast.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
really
no, he's bald. Oh, come on.
Yeah, I think that's later Bobby
fair.
Hull. I think that's later Bobby Hull.
Yeah, that's
it certainly is.
Yeah, his face looks like a later Bobby Hull.
Well, it isn't because
I don't
then he
think
could
I
have his
ever
hair
seen.
plugs.
I don't think I ever seen an image of him without
Yeah.
the rug on.
No, maybe it fell
That's what
off.
I'm saying. Like to me, I thought at first, I'm like, is it that Dennis and they put Bobby on? Like, you know,
Maybe because Dennis is oh yeah.
Dennis
was bald early.
had the whole
They were
like
both bald.
kneecap going.
And I wonder if that passed on to the sons.
There you go. Kathy was saying here, I'm talking to a bunch of guys who play with pieces of cardboard with pictures on them and guides. Kathy.
trinkets.
And pay
trinkets.
outlandish money for them.
Knickknacks.
Yes, outlandish. It's like, why do I care what you think?
Bunch
It's like,
of
I'm not sure
guys
which the
in
particular
my
thing it's
own-
about, but sure.
Not
She's
just card.
thinking-
Be more specific.
You guys were giving her a hard time about watching cycling and Puck. I'm telling you.
Oh,
man,
listen, I'm giving everyone a hard time about watching cycling. I don't care who it is.
don't mess with Puck. You're gonna send her off the edge. I'm telling you. If me and Puck hanging off a cliff, she can only save one. I might as well just let go.
Deserved. Deserved. I think that's valid. So let me kind of pose the question. So let me extend it out. Yannick already answered it, but I'll pose the question to you, Bobby, as well. I was talking about we are less now than a month away from the expo.
Yep.
So basically the question is, any preparations? Is anything kind of underway now? Yannick has actually been working on his little checklist for some of the sets he's working on, everything. So for him, that's kind of the angle he's taking to it, preparation-wise.
Yeah, I'm making a list and checking it twice.
What we figured, yes.
I'm gonna find out who's naughty or nice. And no, I see. I'm not gonna be setting up, so it's sort of a around the mill show for me. Just gonna show up, walk around, talk a little bit with people, see what there is there, see if I can do some trade deals or whatever, and take it from there. I don't really. It'll be in the other building, so everybody's going to be a little disjointed walking around. I don't think they're going to know, hey, where's this booth? Where's that booth? That's what's going to happen, because that happened before too. Nobody knew where anybody was. It was basically the same setup, but it's in a different building, and the building's square, and we're used to, rectangle, and it just throws everything off. So,
well, I think for this one, I think they've combined three. They're going to use 3 halls for this one.
So 2, 3, and 4,
I'll pull it up.
or it's not one. They're not using one again.
Yeah,
One
I will
is
find
what we had last year, right?
I
No,
will get
2
the-
years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, I'll get the floor map just so you guys can see. But
Yeah,
I'll
that'd
show
be
you.
Then you had to
interesting.
go out the hallway, and you had to go all the way to the back, and then take a left up a hallway, and then take a right into the signing. Right? Yeah, that was kind of crazy. A lot of people were upset about that one.
Being set up there, I'd be upset, but I think it was a great place to put the autograph guests away from the main crowd, and there was lots of room for lines and stuff like that, so it would have been perfect. But they filled every square inch anyway.
I know we've talked about this tons of times.
So it's 2, 3, and 4. It's 2, 3, and 4 where they're going to do it.
Oh, okay.
So it's not actually bad, because you've got kind of the 3 kind of combined. So they're going to be the connections between the 3 halls. So there's going to be those connection points. I'll be interested to see how they set it up with it, but it is the 3 halls.
So 4, usually we have 5 there, which is the long one on the far right, bottom right there, kind of whatever, top right. And that's that hallway that goes across. And so we're going to go into 3 and 4, which is really where PSA and all the other people were. And then it's going to open into number 2, which is actually pretty big. It's very large.
Yeah,
So
we
that's
were
what I'm
in-
saying. Like this is going to be the dark blue is the configuration for this time.
And last year it was 5A and hall 5, then the hallway into hall 4.
Yes.
And
4
now
and
it's
3.
3, 4, 2, 3, and 4 now. Okay.
Well, 4
Yeah.
and 3 last time. Oh no, time before last because PSA was in 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just bear in mind, if you went to the last show, it is going to be a different setup with different halls
Yeah.
there. But
Yeah.
these halls are attached to each other. It is going to be hall 2, hall 3, and hall 4.
Yep.
And then we'll get the map once it's officially available. We'll bring it up, but I don't have it here yet. So apparently it's still being worked on.
What other shows are there, Carlos, that is going on at that time? I'm just wondering for parking, because parking is a little different for this
Mhm.
area. So you have mostly that GO station and the longer parking lot.
There's
People
always that.
That's what I was
That
just
house
about to
show?
say.
Mhm.
There's always kind of like that trade housing show or decor show. I can't remember. Like,
Usually
Yeah.
around that time, yeah. Usually around that time, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, how would be the best? I guess home decor. I guess, right?
I think it's home
Whatever,
something, yeah.
Arts
So
and
anyway,
crafts.
I think it's the home show. It's called, but yeah.
Yeah.
This one here is a valid point pertaining to that because now you don't have that long hallway. You actually are going to have them. It's actually going to be easier to move from one hall
Right.
to another. So that'll actually may
Yeah.
work a little better for
And that's
our
what I was
collective
about to
purposes.
say when you threw the map up. I was in the. I was
Yeah,
in the
there'll be no
big
hallway.
basis
It'll be a direct access.
talking
I get it.
about that. So
Yeah.
that scares me that Webb and I are on the same page. But okay,
It happens.
no, I don't feel good about myself now.
Have you ever?
You can ask him how he feels about mountain biking, and maybe he'll disagree with you, and you'll be equilibrium will be restored.
There you
Think
go.
about it.
Okay,
Just throwing it out there.
but
Thought it
yeah,
might help
I was about to say the exact same thing. So yeah, that's good that we're going to avoid that, and because we've talked about it, a handful of times since last year that they could have easily shut that whole thing down last year just because of that. The fire marshal could have come in and went, nope, and just shut it all down.
Yeah, we could get Jim Carrey to play Fire Marshal Bob, is it?
Bill,
That'd be amazing.
let me tell you something.
Yes.
He's not very good at his job, but it would still be entertaining.
It would be great. Yeah.
Yep, it would. So kind of to Yannick's point, to Yannick's question. So Bobby obviously had those ones, and I'll talk about the show thing. So I did get this. I showed it on the podcast. WrestleMania 6, the Ultimate Challenge.
Oh yeah, you did get that. Mhm.
Yeah, got that in and have that in the CGC. So that's a fun one. So I've been kind of enjoying that. It's been that's a fun little pickup there.
Mhm.
And thematically appropriate to what I've been doing recently. I like how Yannick does the in-stream
Yeah, what
zoom.
the hell kind of crazy thing is this?
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
I always wanted one when I was a kid. Never got one. So now, guess what?
You have one.
Don't touch Gretzky. That can be cut into a card.
And it's
If you
all
say
there
10, you
too.
Get $5,000.
Bring it with you. We'll play it at the show.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh yeah, we'll put money on the games.
That's
No.
it's a,
It's
Betting.
not
that'd
real,
be
to
like
me, it's not
sports
real
card.
money, so I'm in.
See, there's like a blue guy. No one cares about that one. And there's the red one. No one really cares about that one. We need a yellow and black guy.
Well, you got yellow as the background,
yeah, yellow's the background on that one.
so we're good.
Yeah. Works
So
out.
there you go. Hang on, we'll do a little spin just for the sake.
Oh yeah.
Wow, it comes with sound effects and everything. There you go.
Oh,
Enemy!
scored on the yellow.
Wow. Look at that.
So there's my pickup of the week, and everything
Nice.
else is in Boston. So it's coming my way 3
It's
weeks.
true. Literally everything else is in Boston. So Eric, are you going to have to so actually let me pose this question. You
Need
always
the
talk about
trailer.
your 10-hour car ride and everything, whatever. So is it going to be you with a tractor trailer full of Yannick stuff rolling down the highway? What's the deal?
I am renting a 18-wheeler.
U-Haul.
You all, yep.
No, an 18-wheeler tractor trailer truck, like full size. That's the
Like-
only way to get it all there.
Oh, like with what, 26 gears.
Oh,
And
and then some.
and,
Oh, 13
and what are you going to
levels.
tell them at the border when they ask, like, what are you carrying in there, sir?
I will give them your name, your address, your phone number, and they can deal with you. I will throw you
Perfect.
under the bus.
Perfect.
I'd be like, I'm just here to see Marcel. I'm here to see a friend. I'm visiting. Here's his information on my phone number. You can call him. I'm just here to
Give me
visit.
my rookie Gretzky Opeachy card, please.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Poor Marcel. Yeah, there we go. That was the water buffalo. A woo, a wah, a woo, a wah. No, that's the password to get in.
So other than going there and being creepy and bothering Marcel, Eric, and did you have any other preparation in terms of last minute prep there? Or getting your own checklist underway?
Yeah. I'm coming up with the goal of trying to find the missing 3 of these. I'm sure Bobby will help me. He's always kind enough to help me out when he can. I'm looking.
Hell no, and I'm not doing any lineup this time.
Oh, you're standing in all the lines, so
No.
shut your mouth. Because I have to go find ashtrays. You're gonna be my line saver. So I gotta try to get. I'm gonna be looking for those 3 ashtrays. And there's definitely a couple of cards I'd like to get. I'm looking at, and we have a couple of them at the shop that I'm in negotiations with, but they're not in the best condition. But I don't think I can afford the best condition. I want to get a Johnny Busick rookie. I want to get Guy Lafleur rookie.
Busick 57. Is that his rookie?
You know something? I kind of forget.
Me too.
The exact year.
Let me look it up on the app.
What? What are you talking about?
Scandalous. Good evening, Amanda. I'll help find ashtrays too. There you go.
I know. She was so awesome last year helping me find stuff. So I hope that she can find time and I can find time to run around the show a little bit together because that was fun. So yeah,
and we definitely will not plot against you if that's what you're thinking.
Oh no. I will buy all the Reggie Lemlin stuff. So Toronto, be aware. I'm coming. Get the Reggie
Lemlin,
and I'll be taking that home. But
yeah.
So, but no, after that, this will be the smallest list that I've come with in the years that I've gone.
Funny part is you can make a small list. It doesn't matter because sometimes you don't know what you want until you
exactly. And when I see something unique at a good price, then that will be a bonus. But I'm coming for ashtrays. I'm coming for a couple of cards. I'd like to get a on-card auto of Mario Lemieux. I don't have a Lemieux autograph at all.
Call Vinny. He's probably got 4,000 of them.
And I would take one that was authenticated, that was in person, and signed in person. I don't need an Upper Deck the Cup Lemieux auto for $5,000.
None of them, unless it's like a crazy high end one, like none of them are $5,000. Realistically, if you can get one that's clean, there was one I want to say it was 96 Leaf. They had him and they had one that was him and Lindros, but there's also one that's just Lemieux. Some of them are faded, but if you can get a nice looking one, the card itself looks nice and it's actually an on-card autograph. And it's mid-90s. Lemieux's still signed. He was still basically an active player. But he signed. They have some decent looking ones, to be honest.
Yeah.
I actually think it's a cool looking card for what it is. And again, it's mid-90s. They hadn't made 5 trillion more autograph cards yet. It was still early days, relatively speaking. So those were actually tough pulls back then. And you had a dual, Lindros and Lemieux. Dual autograph card, which is a cool card. And they were tough, especially for back then.
Yeah.
I've been prepping. Eric, I have a gift for you. Just not sure if I can make it yet.
I thought they didn't allow guns in Canada.
Little do you know.
Some. Hey, Carlos, you know what Monday is?
Thanksgiving? Canadian Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Columbus Day?
It is.
And
it's Columbus Day.
And
is it one of the shows?
It's a long weekend.
It's one of the are they running another one of the Hamilton shows?
Yep, every long weekend.
Right.
I said, there was only like 5 of them a year or something like that on the Monday, holiday Monday. Anyways, I will be tripping out quickly to it and check it out. Although it's been not very long in between, but those guys, you never know what somebody's going to bring. You never know who's going to set up. So I'll
Right.
just be winging out there, and because we're doing our thing on Sunday, so we're fine. Monday's going to be sort of a free day. Just
Nice.
do what you got to do.
That's interesting. I have to. I'll check in. The Monday I'm not so worried about for the Thanksgiving thing, because I think at the house they're redoing the kitchen. I was telling Eric before we got started that they're
nice.
redoing the kitchen and everything. What I may do then, because that's a good point. That's actually interesting. I might be interested in checking that out. If I do though, then I'll probably volunteer to come in on Sunday and help move some stuff to get it out of the way. And if that's the case, that would free me up. So if
Yep.
I go that route, then maybe that's the play.
Gotcha.
We'll have to see. See. Let me work that out. We'll see. If it's the case, I'll reach out. I'll let you know one way or the other, and that way we're all set.
Sure, just wanted to plant the seed there, just in case. I didn't say that I didn't ask you or anything.
I like the show last time. I actually thought it was pretty fun for what it was. But yeah, if I do, then I would probably have to make sure I'd have to try to come down there early because it just makes it easier. But I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, just don't stay downtown.
Well, I think it's to be honest, the hotel's good.
Actually, you're right. Yeah,
The hotel's the good part. That one's
just
fine.
stay in the hotel. You're good.
It's everything else is the problem.
We have a couple of shows on Monday around the area also, but I won't be going to them. I'm gonna save up, whatever I have for trying to get to the Shriners show that Bobby knows about, which is our biggest show in New England. That's coming up on the first weekend of November, and then the following weekend is Toronto. So I'll probably try to find some time to go check out Shriners and meet up with some people, maybe go out to lunch with some people or something, and just walk and see if there's anything unique that jumps out. Because I mean, you never know what you're gonna find at even a small show, but especially it's the biggest show in New England. People are gonna take out their wares. I might find ashtrays there. I mean, who knows? So
you never know.
So it doesn't hurt to walk around, and just look and not go in with any plan for that one. So I think that's what I'll do.
Yeah. That's kind of the appeal of that. That's kind of the reason I'm giving some thought. The only thing that'll make it tricky is proximity to the other show, because I do want to start setting aside. So for me, really, the only preparation I need to do, because my want list is easy. Medanos and random cool stuff I find. Because I'll know it when I see it. There's no point in having a specific. Yeah, right. There's no point in having a specific plan, because maybe I find something that totally makes sense, because I'm willing to go in a bunch of different directions. If I see something that makes sense and I've got the cash in my pocket and it's like, no, this makes sense, then do it. I wouldn't hesitate. Like, I'll buy it. But then basically just stockpiling a little bit extra cash is basically the only preparation that's required. Hotel and everything's already booked, already taken care of that, so that's already done. So then, the only real thing is just get there and show up.
Nice, easy, simple.
Nice, makes it nice and easy.
I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
I'll also, unlike you guys, I'll be looking at some autos. There's some older players coming, I think, that I can get the 6970 card signed.
Yeah, Bay5 Baywatch ladies, I'm sure they'll sign 6970 cards for you.
Nope. So I got to look into that and see which guys are going to be there on what days, and if they have cards in 6970 and get those autoed. There's a couple of other players that I wouldn't mind getting autos for, but like Brian Trottier, the line's probably going to be nuts. And as much as I enjoy getting autographs and meeting people and getting stuff signed, Trottier stuff isn't super expensive on eBay. So if I want a Trottier puck, I just go buy one and it'll be cheaper than the ticket, and time is money. And if I'm going to stand in line for an hour plus and lose an hour plus off the show floor, I can't justify it for something I can get, easy enough. So I do have to factor that stuff in. If you're with like an older player who's in their 70s or 80s, and I'm trying to, get this set, signed as much as I can, I'm going to have to wait in line. But the lines are also probably going to be a little shorter, so that's something I got to factor in and look at the schedule and start planning that out. You know, when am I going to take myself off the show floor and go stand in line? And how long is that going to take me?
Indeed.
And do I have any connections that might be able to, for me to get behind the scenes like last year and get them to sign it, you know, somewhere else and not have to stand in line?
Nate makes a valid point here. Eric meets celebrities all the time, and celebrities he thinks are real celebrities. And then if you add that in, it gets to be a crazy number.
And I can't believe I'm going to be serious with this guy, but in all seriousness, I enjoy it, and it's not a yawn thing for me yet. The guy I work for, it really is for him. It's just, he's been doing this for like 30 years plus, you know, I don't know, even longer. And yeah, he just is like, it is a yawn thing for him. And it's like, that sucks. I still really enjoy it. I enjoy meeting these people, especially if they're nice, and they're fun to interact with. I do enjoy it. Now, do I get as excited now as I did years ago? No, I stay cool and calm much better than I did in the past. And I found that if you can just act like a regular person and not a fanboy, you'll get more out of them, because they'll be relaxed and they'll start telling you stories and they'll be signing away and doing anything you want and taking pictures with you. That's right. That is important. We had a lot of fun doing that.
That's the most important.
That is the most important.
Most important. Kind of to your point, though, Eric, I'll just add this. It's like, I am impressed that you have been able to keep your childlike wonder after having met the Burrell in person. At that point, I figured your life has peaked and everything else is honestly a disappointment.
I have been listen, you can joke about it, but I've been very honest that I was a fan of Bobby before I met him. I found this stupid ass channel because I was following him around the interwebs, and
not creepy at all.
And all the YouTube shows he was doing. And then, you know, we started doing this thing, and then we became friends, and then we met, you know, for the first time when I came to Toronto, and now he's on my speed dial, you know. And it's like, if you told me 10 years ago that, you know, Bobby and I would be friends and, you know, he's on my speed dial, I would have been like, yeah, you're crazy.
And if you keep us up, Eric, like the rate you're going, Bobby may let you make eye contact with you someday.
Don't joke about that. You know how much I want that.
I look, I'm just throwing it out there. Someday, maybe.
I tried.
Allow you to make eye contact.
What happened? You remember what happened when I tried that one time? He backhanded me like, oh man, was he mad?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing that again.
Can't be making eye contact with the Burrell unless it has been thoroughly authorized and edited.
It was a total accident, and he.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and let me tell you, he got some snap to that.
Mm-hmm.
My jaw still hurts.
Mm-hmm. It's all true. It's all facts. Listen to me. It is what it is. Listen, the man's still living in the past. What are you going to do? I don't need to tell you. There should be a service for hire for someone who wants to hunt the expo for someone who can't make it. That service is, you know, need to know a guy.
How much? How much? I'll do it. I will put you on FaceTime and we will walk from table to table. You tell me what to pick up.
And then you reach out to Paul and have him find it.
Yeah. Hey, I have my methods.
Yes, they're just going to subcontract.
Paul set the record, man. I'm like, Paul, I came all the way here, 10 hours. I saved money. This is the card I need. I can't find it. I'm desperate. What do I do? He goes, you mean this one?
Yeah. Well, listen, you're basically that guy when I used to work retail. You'd be that guy where I used to work retail where I'd be like standing here looking at you and it'd be like, sir, it's like, yes. It's like, look, I'm looking for a Mike Modano 16 by 20 autographed picture in the Detroit Red Wings jersey. And I'd be like that one? And Derek, no joke. It happened dozens of times where I'd literally be standing there talking to the person. The shelf would be behind me, and they would say things, and I'd literally be looking right at them like that, and they'd be,
Oh,
It's like, how are you standing direct? It's like, dude, I don't know what to tell you, man.
the guy the guy just nailed it. I as much as I dislike him and all that, I will be forever grateful. It still sits here on my desk. It's still one of my top 5 faves. This thing means the world to me. I drove 10 hours to get this, and he had it in my hand like within 10 minutes of me telling him that's what I wanted. So he's not all heroes wear capes.
Wow. Amazing.
Hey, whatever, man. Don't judge me. I collect what I like. And
We can still judge you. The judgment can still happen either way.
If I want to collect ashtrays, I will.
There you go. Cards, you could hire Eric to sell from the house. Yes.
If Geoff wants to pay me, I will.
Yeah, that's right. It's all about the payment, man. See, this Carlson, Eric, you guys going to organize a meetup during Expo? Probably not. Organizing requires, what's that? # effort.
Yeah.
Eric, which commandment is thou shalt not effort? Which number is it? I forget now.
I don't want to make the effort to go find it.
Wow. He's going meta. Look at that. That's another layer right there.
Yeah.
We did add a new rule, though. If you guys watch the podcast, because we added a new rule. We got rule number 8 has been added.
That is true.
Yeah. Yes, they are, Amanda. Well, that's not true. Because you see, in order to have, let's just talk this through. Let's all talk this through. In order to arrange a meetup, what do we got to do? So first of all, we got to agree to meet. So first, that's a deal breaker right there. That means I got to intentionally be in Eric's presence rather than an unfortunate accident. So that's number 1. Number 2, then we got to find an agreed upon location. Then number 3, we got to find an agreed upon time and set agreed upon. That's like, we're already at step 3, man. We're at step 3. That's like 3.5 too many steps.
Yeah.
I need a nap.
Oh my God.
But
I'm exhausted.
But with Amanda and other,
Amanda
clubhouse members.
Well, she's right here.
Yeah, we'll just meet at Corey's table. Okay, I'll see you there.
It sounds to me like Amanda's volunteering is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing volunteering.
Well, I guess because Amanda's the boss and we all do what she says because we're scared of her.
There you go. I didn't have being the wind beneath Eric's wings on my bingo card. Paul, little did you know.
That's what I get for being nice, you piece of crap.
That's a mistake. Never be nice.
Nice catch you. There you go.
So yes, so CC would love to, but # effort.
Yes. So
it would have been easier when Bobby did have a booth. Then that could have been an easy way to do it. Otherwise, the thing is, there are some spots where you can do it. I also got to double check because I know the halls in question. I've been to enough configuration of them that we've definitely been at those halls. The only thing is I got to think about, so given where we're set up now, I have to figure out where the little side rooms are, because there's some good side rooms where you can go, because if you don't have a specific booth to meet at, then you can go to one of the side rooms because there's usually space over there. But now basically we got to remap the lay of the land.
Hall 2 doesn't have a side room. Hall 3 doesn't have a side room, and Hall 2
I really like those.
That'd be kind of a loss, though. I like having the side room there because it's nice to be able to sit down kind of over.
Yeah,
that'd be a loss. That'd be unfortunate.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have the configuration of how the food area is going to be set up.
That's what I want. That's why I want to see. So basically, I need to reserve judgment until I see the actual floor map, like the real floor map, because if they still look, you can have the 3 halls, but if you give us access to one of the side room areas, that could still work.
Yeah.
Because then you could still have, because again, it doesn't have to be the hall. You lock up the hall, but I still want access to some of those side rooms. If you can make those available and open them up, because that gives people a place to sit down, grab a quick bite, chat, or do whatever.
Sure,
like that's
going to be
helpful.
Set aside.
Yeah, those are helpful.
A certain area.
We got to get Menzie on the line.
I believe that it'll be room or hall number 3 that will probably have the food against that back wall there in that corner. I'm pretty sure they do. That's where they set up the stage and all that other stuff before.
You
so
seem
I think
to know all the halls. You've been.
Yeah, I've been in all the.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure in the last 30 years, I think they've used every hall and every configuration.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yep. Yeah, I remember they did. Well, just hall 2 they used the last time when we had juncture.
How about what we mean by Marcel's booth? That's like an easy fucking hub.
No, I'm gonna be there. That's Carlos. How did you find me last year?
Oh, so Yannick, you got to turn off whatever speaker you got going on because we can hear you again. It's the echo.
Earphones.
I'll mute him for now. So maybe we need Dosh and the other guys. Eric's trolls on board. Always need the Eric trolls. Facts.
No, Amanda, come on. Why are you doing this to me? Come on. I thought, whatever. But
See,
Carlos, tell it. I mean, it's a 1 second story. But how did you find me last year?
I just walked by Marcel's booth. I'm like, hey, there's an idiot. It's easy. Piece of cake. Couldn't be easier.
It's so easy to find the idiots.
We tied up a balloon on.
Yeah, like I don't have to work hard. Like there's almost no work involved, man.
We didn't text. We didn't call. We
Mm-hmm.
didn't instant message. Meet me here. Here I am. I'm here now.
Not needed.
You just went to Marcel's booth, and there I was.
It's a millennials dating pad, right? There you go.
It's going to be easier. Where's the Marcel? There.
I think I was behind his table, like on his side,
Yeah.
when you showed up.
Yeah.
And I looked.
Yeah, you were
up,
there.
I
You were
looked up-
there.
I
Mr.
looked up on
Dion,
the other
may
side
I
of the
offer you a
table.
water? May I offer you a water? Do you need your bags carried?
As he kneels.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Some of that stuff might have happened. I'm not
Might
sure.
have.
Look, I'm just saying. Just saying.
But I
Yeah,
just
you
think
missed out
it's funny
earlier.
As much as you make.
How
fun
about
of
now?
Perfect.
Well, it's when we talk, Yannick. So right now,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
fine.
you're okay now. You're okay now.
Perfect.
I
Mundo.
just think it's funny that as much as you make fun of me, that's how we met up last show.
Well,
it's
Eric,
not, it's not like it's
the jokes
national.
have an element of truth. The jokes have
Yeah.
elements of truth.
Yes.
It's not
Yes.
the national
It was funny.
where you couldn't find anybody. It's only the Expo.
Yeah, no, the expos usually you can track people down, especially if you know what you're looking for. It's not that hard. One thing I was going to say, Bobby, I think you'd appreciate this. At the beginning of it, I gave your favorite Hockey Cars Gong Show a little bit of credit because they actually interviewed Gene McLeod of Arena Designs about
Not
the new
me,
Metal
that's for
Universe.
sure. But yes.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, well, listen, they can't find you, man. Like I don't know what to say. It's like the tracking people down at the expo.
I'm
It's really
hiding.
hard.
on your
I don't think you
show,
understand.
guess.
Yeah, like you're in that corner. Like, look, see now I'm going to throw off the Hockey Cars Gong Show guys are almost on the trail, Eric. I'm going to throw them off.
Okay.
Now they'll never find him.
Nope.
I changed it. Could be years before they track him down. Years.
Mm-mm.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Mind blown.
I know. So anyway, so in the most recent episode, they did interview Gene McLeod of Arena Designs, and she was talking about some of the Metal Universe stuff. And I said, my recommendation would be people can check it out because it gives a little bit of insight into the design process and stuff she was trying to do. So I think it's good. I think it's a worthwhile conversation to have. The rest of it, take it or leave it. But that specific conversation, I think in the middle of it, there is a timestamp on it as well, so you can go straight to it. I would recommend it, though. I think it'd be enlightening for some folks. I would just throw that out there as something to bear in mind. When there is good information available, I am happy to point people in the direction of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's worthwhile.
And there's very little out there.
Good evening, Justin from his girlfriend's house. Yep, Gene McLeod's a legend, yes. But what I made mention, I gave a couple of specific notes. I just said that she discovered, though, when she was working on it, like there are some new challenges that in 2024 are there that were not there in the late 90s. And part of it is just the printing houses that were doing stuff back then, a bunch of them aren't around anymore. So they can't do the stuff that they wanted to do. The cost of some of the materials have gone up. Some of the stuff they wanted to do, the legal department won't sign off on now. So like she had, so I'll share this one, Bobby, with you. I mentioned earlier, but I'll just repeat it real quick. She wanted, as part of the design, to have the backgrounds have some things related to the city that the player is from. So they were all Metal Universe hockey. So if the player's from Dallas, they would put like a Dallas landmark in the background. Well, legal said, yeah, we can't get that passed.
Oh, really?
So yeah, so because some of those places have
Yeah, they might
if you
be
want to do that,
landmarks.
you have to get permission and etc. So whereas in 1998, I'm pretty sure they would have been able to do it without any problem because some of those Metal Universe did have backgrounds that were related to the locale.
Sure.
So as a result, she had to go with kind of a space theme. They made something up. They put some spaceships in the background. Again, Metal Universe, so it's fine. Space theme. But that was a change. As opposed to late 90s, that's a change you had to make because you were not allowed to just do whatever you wanted. And some
If they're
technologies were not available.
If they're landmark buildings, wouldn't they be like at some point like free of rights unless you actually you're making money out of them? That
Well,
would
they would be making
Well,
money.
you're selling a card set, so you are making money. Yeah.
But they could have used the arenas.
But that's the point, Bobby, is that just depends on what they were trying to shoot to do. Because she was going with landmarks, then it created a certain type of issue. If you go with arenas, you probably could have done it under the license because a lot of the teams
That's what I meant,
have
yeah.
ownership. Yeah.
It would have been fine.
But
Yeah, I
you
think that
couldn't
was a
use
great
this
idea.
set. You couldn't use the Statue of Liberty, let's say, or the Space Needle, nothing like that, really.
A lot of times, no. It depends. It's going to be obviously case by case, but some of them, the locale will tell you flat out no. Like it just depends. Whereas again, in the late '90s, I don't think they would have cared. But nowadays, they're like, nope, you're making a card set, you're making money. Yeah, you're fine. You can pony up and give us money. They're like, nope, never mind. Spaceships, it is. Let's throw some spaceships up there.
Spaceships, really.
Well, it's Metal Universe, Bobby. It does have a space theme related to it. It's not much of a stretch.
Metal Universe has a lot to do with hockey. Yes, very much. So.
It's a set that's been out there a couple of times. Although I did show this, I'll see if I can pull up an example of it. I did find Eric's new favorite set. I shared it with a text message thread that we had in there. We've got a new good one for him, and I think some of you will appreciate this one. And I'll see if I can grab this here and show you guys an image. Oh, here we go. Oh, perfect. This is this exact one that I wanted to. It's perfect. All right, y'all ready for the new favorite set? The new UD Portraits of the Modern Age. I want to give you Metal Universe, brand new set, Constellations.
Oh, fuck.
A floating fucking head.
Oh, my God.
Nice.
All I'm going to say is
look at it, Eric. Look at it.
I spoke to someone that we all know and love.
Has the floating head?
No. And said, tell me the truth.
Por qué?
Who? I said, tell me the truth. Who is responsible for this? And the person said, oh, it was fucking me. I promoted this. I wanted this. I did it. And I went, you are my friend, and I am not going to say anything else. That's all.
Really?
That's
it.
To
friends and honesty.
Actually,
friends something you can tell nobody. So
would it make you feel better if I selected a Boston Bruin?
Oh my God, that is horrid.
Nice.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not.
It's difficult, but I asked a question, I got an answer, and I said, "You are my friend, and I'm not." That's all I have to. I thank you for answering my question. That's all I have to say.
Spicy eye.
If it makes you feel any better, there are autographed versions of them too.
Where do you put the autograph?
Oh, obviously.
On
look,
the cheek, on the chin.
Look, it seems pretty obvious to me, Bobby, but let me show you guys. Like, I'll show you. Like, look, right here. You slap it there, right? Boom, done.
Oh, so there goes your chin. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, your chin's gone. Now, from what I understand, if you look at the design in the background, it's like a puzzle. You can put together the pieces of floating heads in the constellations floating in space.
Oh my God, that's the worst cards I've seen in a long time. Honestly, like really, that's just crap. Sorry, whoever did it.
I'm just saying, I went to the root to find out who was responsible for this. I wanted to know who was responsible, and the person I asked took great pride in saying that they were the ones responsible.
Did you lead with who was responsible for this blasphemy, this atrocity, this against,
want to be negative.
Ooh.
Right off the bat. I just asked who's responsible for these, and they took great pride in saying it was them.
Yeah,
We
even
want
serial
names.
killers take great pride in what they do too. So anyways.
You could have just said who's responsible for this abomination against the Lord.
It really
Yeah,
is.
we want
That
names.
is-
Could have just gone with it.
That's not even.
Give us names, Eric.
Some people can't pull off a facial floating head. Others
No one can. No one
Others
can.
But yeah, very few.
I
Floating
don't.
floating head is usually a loser. We just start off with floating head. It's like, no.
Amanda,
Some people don't fit
I
into
sent
that.
you a text. Amanda, I sent you a text. I don't know if you saw it or you're just ignoring me. I'd understand if you're ignoring me, but
Probably ignore.
that's
Mhm.
completely understandable. But I did send you a text.
So what would happen if like it was like Yannick on there with his old beard and like your head would be this big and they'd have to make the distance of the card like I don't know, man.
Maybe they'd have to go with an 8x10. Have to go with an oversized card.
Right.
Get a little more surface area to work with.
16 by
jumbo
20,
card.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, just need a little more room. Or
Yeah,
maybe we get a folding
All
card.
the hair, is it like in a giant Ziploc bag now? Did you keep it?
Tear
Yeah.
if you dare. You
I
tear the
mailed it
beard
to you.
and you can get the card out.
Better not have.
It's all part of the cloning process, Eric. Step one is to
Yes.
get the samples. We need the
It's
samples.
like, you know, like the guy who does the glitter bomb thing. So I just put all of my clippings in there and it's coming your way. But you won't know
Wow.
where. You don't know when.
Wow.
In an old jar of mayo, it's coming your way.
You still haven't found the mayo packets everywhere yet?
You haven't found it yet? Oh, wait till you do.
Now we
Yeah,
know.
that's
Now we know what Eric's care package is going to consist of. Yannick clippings, mayo packets, and Charlie McAvoy Bruins constellation inserts.
Oh my god.
The floating heads. No.
The mayonnaise
Oh,
goes, and then the clippings can stick on it.
Constellation. So, like, did they have to think hard to put that one out there? That was a creative name too. Like,
Listen, space theme, Bobby. I don't know what to tell you. Space theme. Come on.
space hockey and space have nothing to do with anything with each other. It's just not there. Like,
I'm sure there have been a few hockey players that have been high as a kite.
again,
They've been in
we get
space.
into the old jambalayas. Oh yeah, it's just like that. Yeah, and there's no teams from that area of the United States where jambalaya.
Oh, there are jambalaya inserts in there too. Yeah,
Yeah, of course. Why not?
obviously. What are
Yeah.
you gonna do? I don't know what to tell you.
You know, I'll give in to Kaboom maybe, but I mean, all the
Yeah,
other.
well, Panini owns that one, so there will be none of that. As soon as I saw it, I enjoyed watching some breaks. So just I don't think I'm saying anything too far inside baseball. Like, you guys can figure this out on your own. Put two and two together.
I can see the players one.
When we do the AMG podcast episodes, obviously we have a very different angle that we have to take on this, because at the end of the day, the goal is to sell the product. Like, it is what it is.
Did
You got to sell the
anybody
product.
giggle along the way?
Oh, I cackled on my own time. But when we're doing the program, and when I'm doing a review of, and I'm looking at it's not even a review. I think review is wrong. I would call it an overview and first impressions. So, because what it is we open up a page and I go look at the inserts as I scroll through them. And then we talk about what can you expect in a box. The job at the end of the day, the job is for me to, and this is kind of what we do with it. My job is to give a summary of what's in there. Try to find, okay, this is interesting. Basically, my job is to focus on the positivity of it, because at the end of the day, the goal is to sell the product, right? Now, can I have my opinion on it? Yeah, I can. But when we were in that format, then no, the job is to like focus in. Now, when I go and watch breaks on my own time, and I may have a different opinion. You never state something that is not true, because that's not the right way to go about it. You want to be truthful, but at the same time, that just means you accentuate the positive. Is the best way.
It's like that.
Yeah, your job is to accentuate the positive, lean into the positive, and if you see a floating head card, ignore it. Say
Really?
nothing.
You
Yeah,
have to
just
say
say nothing.
something. You have to say something because somebody has to.
I can read the name of the insert.
True. At least you can.
It's called Constellations, Bobby, and it is one in these many packs.
Yes.
That's what it is. Yep.
It reveals one
They
star.
are so
at a
creative
time.
in this world. It's unbelievable. It's phenomenal. Just blowing my mind here. A lot of the 90s names weren't so bad, but they're just reaching and grabbing at straws now. Okay, let's go. Yeah, SpaceX. Okay, thanks, Elon. That's his fault for constellations and metal universe and whatever.
I'm willing to blame him for it. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Seems reasonable. Like, why not?
Yep.
Yep. But I just found it very, like, when I saw it, I was like, this is going to be a new UD Portraits. This is going to be a new one.
Oh, it will be.
Well, the good news, Eric, is that in Series 1 of 24-25, they do have UD Portraits again. However, it is basically just a picture with a bunch of squares. There's not much to it. I got to be honest. It's like, I think finally you browbeat them into submission. I think they gave up on UD Portraits. I can actually show you guys.
There's nothing. I would take this constellation stuff over the UD portraits. It is
When you see this year's, you're going to change your tune on that. You're going to go the other way. I'll show you. I'll show you right now. So here is the page. Regular. So this is the new Young Guns, whatever. Not much different from the previous.
All right.
You got your outbursts, usual stuff. Nothing crazy there. They're doing a version of this. They got the Dazzlers. Here's UD Portraits. That's it.
yeah. That's,
Wow.
I mean, whatever. That's fine. I don't care. I mean,
But Eric, that's why I said a moment ago. It's like, no, you're going to change your tune. Constellations is worse than this.
well, I was
This is-
comparing Constellations to last year's portraits.
This is UD portraits this year. This is it.
Last year's was just absolutely horrific. So
Yeah, it's just a picture and you cut it up in little boxes. That's all it is.
Yeah, very cute.
That is creative as hell.
Listen, man, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know
What
what to
were
say.
they thinking? It's geometrically designed, yes, for the new stupidity. That is just ridiculous. Come on, guys. It doesn't look nice. At least
Cases of it will be open. Cases of it will be open at the expo, Bobby. Cases.
Cases, yes.
Many cases. Is that worse than thermal threats? I think it's worse than thermal threats. The floating head thing actually is kind of creepy.
I'm
Like, did you see the picture? Did you see the face on the first one I showed you guys? That's creepy.
Yeah.
That's super creepy. I'm sorry.
I don't know.
That's my opinion. Again, I'm merely expressing my opinion. That's why it's funny. I did have a quick exchange with people who are nameless. And it was like, questioning, arguing a little bit about the critique and all that. But at the end of the day, when that's the reason why I'm making mention of it. When we're doing the AMG, I'm not actually critiquing the set. If I was talking about the set here, I'm not. When it's in that format, my job is not to critique the set.
No.
My job is to just lay out the facts. This is what's in the set. This is what you can expect in a box. Yes. This is how many cards per pack. This is how many packs per box. I offer basically a neutral recap of what's in it because, again, the goal is for the team to be able to sell the product. We want them to be able to sell it.
And there's rookies in there, right?
Oh, absolutely. The young guns. Yeah, for sure.
That's
There's going to be 50.
On the, whatever it is, Solistic, whatever. I don't.
On a bunch of the inserts, I don't know specifically that one, but there's definitely some. There's definitely rookies in a bunch of the inserts. I don't know if that one specifically, but I haven't looked at the checklist.
I got an angle on here. This floating head thing, it's really only been popularized on the Because I'm Carlos show for many, many years now.
The terminology has grown fruit here. Yes.
I wonder if somebody has borrowed that idea or got wedged in their mind in a certain way and just went, "Hey, you know what I'll do? I'll do that and call it this." Boy, I think you're an influencer.
Wow.
I think it comes from this show because I don't see it anywhere else. Nobody says it except here.
You might be on something.
We are all to blame for that monstrosity.
I take responsibility, but I mostly blame Eric.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, I pretty much. Yeah, I think it's a given. We pretty much have to.
And then the square one, why don't we just go Jackson Pollock on the background and do it? Honestly, well, that's next. I better not give any ideas. They're stealing everything from us.
What was I going to say?
Yeah.
CC says the goose egg subset in metal looks sharp. Hey, listen, as long as it's good in person, I think that's good. The one that I kind of had some fun with, the only one that I poked a little fun at, because obviously at the end of the day, the goal is to keep it mostly light. Because again, we remember the difference in format. That's why the only reason I'm bringing this up is that
these are memorable.
There's a difference between the different places that you discuss something like that. That's why I laugh, because sometimes people don't understand. There's a place where you do a review, there's a place where you do a critique, and there's a place where you do an overview. In the AMG one, we're always going to do an overview because it's not our job to sit there and figure out because again, it would be a weird contradiction if you're like, "Oh man, I don't like this set," and then at the same time, "Yeah, please buy it." No. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. That's literally, it's counterproductive to what you're actually trying to accomplish here. You also don't want to lie. So what you do is you just do an overview. The overview is the safest and best way to do it. Always.
Well, honestly,
it's always the best way.
Can only help them going forward because
100%. Yeah.
Let's not do that again, please.
Yeah. But the only reason I wanted to mention it is because sometimes I watch comment sections and folks get confused about this because I'm like, guys, it depends on the venue. If on the live stream here, you ask me to review a set, well, then I'm going to give you a different kind of response than I am when we do it on there, because when we do it on there, well, guess what? The product's coming in the store. The goal is to sell it. So we're going to focus on the ones that we like. We're going to focus on the ones that we think look good. We're going to focus on the ones that we think are interesting, logically.
What was the ones with the squares again? What was it called?
The ones with the square? That was UD Portrait.
The portrait. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't make. I don't know which one's worse, that or the floating. Oh my God, jeez, it's hard to pick.
Well, the new UD Portrait isn't bad. I saw it, Eric. The new UD Portrait is not the new UD Portrait. I think is okay. It's what I would say, the Nudity Portrait is very muted. It's very safe. And I can only assume that Eric's constant criticism of the original is really what did it.
I don't understand the portrait. Is it giving little portraits of his picture in? It makes really no sense to me. I mean, just if I'm coming in as an outsider and looking at new cards, I'm going, what did they do there? It's almost like 90s and where the guys are having hot dogs and getting, you know, bathing elephants. I don't know what they were doing, whatever. You know, it's one of those off the wall ones, and I don't know why they would go there. It really makes no sense. And to be called what it is that's another thing too. Portrait of what? Squares? It's very geometric. It's
it is geometric.
Geometrically challenged, I think. Why don't we just say it the nice way?
We wish them the best of luck.
Yes,
we wish them the best of luck.
Yeah, I don't
Those
know.
are good for throwing against the wall kind of thing. So if I can go back to my kid days, that one's going first.
There you go. Look, if it's any consolation though, at least they brought back the
Constellation.
Constellation.
What the hell is that? Freudian?
Oh,
Yes.
it is. It is.
Must
If it's any consolation, they brought back the holograms.
Show us.
Yeah, Upper Deck brought it back, and it's like we're gonna see here the Connor Bedard. So this is gonna be the new hologram here.
Mm-hmm.
Check it out.
Yeah, I was gonna say which one they're.
By the way, in hand, I bet you this will actually look pretty good because if the background is all holograms with the NHL shield, I actually think that'll look pretty good.
Holotypes.
It's called holotypes, but it's basically just a hologram. The background is going to be all holographic, and I bet you with the NHL shield there, I bet it'll actually look pretty good in hand. That would be my wager. But it's 1 in 504 packs, so that's a very tough card to pull.
Yeah, it's not a bad
Everyone's
card. I
gonna
guess
go
it's
crazy
kind of
about that one.
wallpaper background, but the name. Okay, I don't get it. But what am I to get?
That part is a different conversation, Bobby. They've run out of a lot of
the
things.
same conversation we've been having about the other two types. It's like hollow. Okay, holotypes. I guess it's hollow, and the types of. It's so creative. It's so deep. I'm just gonna drown myself for a while in some Diet Pepsi. And
Listen, Bobby. You know what'll make you feel better if we bring back the cheddar insert. I want some cheddar.
You know, I like cheddar, so I'll give that a pass. They're ugly, but I'll give it.
Do you like cheddar? Do you like a cheddar card? Die cut cheddar card?
No one likes that.
No.
What do you mean, Bob?
There's another one. Yeah, we should do a full list of all those silly cards.
There's like 100. Like every set now, there's a couple.
We keep us busy for a few shows.
Yeah, it would very much so. I would agree with that.
I think you used one in one of your Monday Tuesday videos. Didn't you use one of the cheddar cards?
No, we haven't bothered with that. We pretty much stuck
Somebody
to
else might have been there
previous
when
ones.
they brought it.
That's
out
possible.
and showed
Yeah,
it.
that's
and I
possible.
went,
Yeah.
Yeah, what were they thinking? Cheddar.
Yeah. My like I said, my job on
Cheddar
that
Bob
situation.
from,
My job on that situation is to focus, accentuate the positives, Bobby. Accentuate the positives.
Oh no, in a different show setting, of course.
Carlos is
Yeah.
the positive guy on this one, Bobby. You won't get him to flinch. Like he won't go with what.
Oh, well, listen, the individuals who were involved got plenty of. I was like, hold on. It's like, let me accentuate the positive. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to send
that
a
Discord?
message. A message. And the message may speak of less positivity.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what happens? So what's in Carlos' message? What the fuck were you thinking? What the hell is this? Trash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the hollow will actually be good. By the way, Amanda, check your Instagram. I think the hollows will actually, like I said, in all seriousness, I think that hollow card in hand will actually look pretty good. And some of the Metal Universe cards in hand actually look pretty good.
It looks very wallpapery in the background. So
I think you'll see. I think the background, I actually think they went the whole hologram in the background. And I think it's going to be, I think the player will be in a normal image. Yeah. Because it's a mock-up and it's flat. You don't get that image. I think in hand, when people get a chance to play around with it in the light, I actually think it'll look pretty cool. I think it's a good one. Well, that part can't help you. They probably ran against some stuff. They probably can't use some of the better names. They've probably already been used for something.
There's so many names you could use. And okay. Now,
yeah, some of the mock-ups look weird, but in hand they look really nice. So for some of the Metal Universe ones, they actually did have. I got a chance to see what was it called? There was like a Metalite or something like that. One of the names was a very weird name, but it's actually based on a real metal. Like it's an actual metal in real life, and the foil they used on it actually refracts the light very well. It actually has a nice pattern to it. So as soon as I saw the mock-up, I go, I bet you that will look good in hand. And I watched the break, and then the guy grabbed it and looked at it, and I go, yep, that looks good. That one looks fine. Here we go.
It'll be a
So I like
surface, like a chrome surface, or
So basically what they did is they have like, it's almost like a cracked ice, kind of with a little bit of color to it. So it actually ended up coming out pretty good. I'll see if I can find the name of it, but unfortunately in a flat image, you don't get the full sense of it, but it actually looks good in hand. When they move it around a little bit, it actually looks good. Bob Jackson says, I'd like to submit for your WTF where they think you designed 98, 99 Revolution ice carvings. I do remember ice carvings. So man, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
No, I don't remember that.
Good evening. How are you?
I am good. How are you guys?
Hey, man.
We're having fun.
Bobby
How's the
is
trouble?
the
It's usually.
positive guy tonight.
Listen, I am a bastion
you
of
show me stuff
positivity,
like
and
that.
I do not even dare to suggest otherwise. I am a man of peace, Yannick.
You are, Carlos. You are. That's what you're known for.
I believe my lies.
Those
It's
inserts that
true.
you were just talking about, though, Carlos, I saw one of those in a break. I want to call them marcasite, but that's not right. But
I think
that's
it's good. I think it looked good.
beautiful.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, most of the time, the mock-up, I can't tell. But on that one, I literally said it. I said it in the AMG show. And this is what I mean, Bobby, about looking at the thing and trying to do your best to gauge it. As soon as I looked at it, I go, I will bet you good money. The moment that is shown in hand, that's probably a good looking insert. Because I can tell from some of the mock-ups, we're like, that one has potential. And then you look at some of the other mock-ups and go, huh. Well, I'm not going to say
Yeah.
anything now.
You guys are very kind. Eric is also being very kind. I'm way meaner to Billy about these
Well,
inserts.
Well, Amanda, it's a
different.
different game. It's a different game when I'm doing a podcast for a card shop that actually would like to
I
sell the
got
product.
you. I got you. But
So
Eric
you know,
and I,
I'm gonna be a little bit nicer. I'm gonna scale. Now, does that mean that I don't send messages on here and then have debates with spicy people, maybe like a spicy eye, for example, that we have a back and forth on that and go like, what is this trash? You know.
yeah.
I'm not concerned about him watching anyways. He's probably on, Hockey Gong Show or something. I don't know.
He's only going to catch every third word with his Wi-Fi, so we're fine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're safe. We're safe.
It'll glitch in and
Unless,
glitch out
unless
so many
he's
times.
laying in bed in like one certain position with
With
the
his leg
phone
up.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, if you get the antenna position perfect, it's fine. I was laughing though because the only one that we had some fun with, by the way, the AMG folks are the ones who initiated it, so I did not. The only one we did have fun with was Netrageous, and I literally was like, Netrageous, really? And I looked at it, and then Billy sent me a picture of a basketball Netrageous from the '90s. So they actually it was a playoff, an old one. But then I'm sitting there now. I responded and I said, we're back to listen. My exact words were, I want to have words with whoever named this. And I said, I stand by that. Whoever named it in the 1990s, I would still like to have words. It doesn't change the fact that I would still like to have words. But then now what I left out was that I'm like, okay, but you just showed me a picture of the basketball one and the basketball one looks better. Are you sure you wanted to borrow a name of an insert that already exists and make one that doesn't look as good as the original? Are you sure that's wise?
You know what I didn't know? I had actually never seen the thermal cards that you guys were just talking about until about 3 weeks ago. And apparently that was like Billy's first insert set.
Okay.
Were the thermal cards. That's one of his claims to fame. So I'd like to really get that set put together, graded for him at some point, and present him with that because apparently those are a thing.
That'd be nice.
You know,
there you go. That'd be pretty good.
How many people can say, "Look, I made those inserts"? You know.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty neat.
There's been some definite, like I said, there's been some clunkers that he's taken some flack for. What was the name of the one from the cup that was like the materials? It's the one where he tried to do the thing and he got all the pushback on it. It was the one that was like Earth themed. The name escapes me right now, but it was one that he's referenced it himself because he got a lot of pushback on that one. The name escapes me right now. I'm gonna see if I can find this.
Insert. You know, like, when they undo the rings on the Stanley Cup, obviously you don't want to take those to cut them out, but you would do like the same design, the etched with little like piece of metal that whoever won the cup in there. That would be a cool insert. That would be it.
So in the cup, they did one where you actually had a little piece of sterling silver with a
Yeah.
player's name etched into it. They did that in the cup a couple of times.
There you go. Here's my idea out the window now.
Yeah. So I think, look, in all seriousness, I think part of the problem is that a lot of the really interesting ideas have been done. So when somebody's saying, "Oh, what about this?" Like, actually, that's been done. That's actually been done too. That one, it's like that one's been done in multiple colors. It's not that it's a bad idea, but it's literally been done. So it's one of those things like
I think the 50 Otani's 50-50 that he got this year, the home runs and the stolen base, they got his gloves from that game. Topps put in the card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Topps did that as part of their Topps Now thing. And then they did another. They made another crap ton of money because I think they sold 600,000 of the card at like $11 a pop. And it's like, yep, that's just printing money. $5-6 million, boom, straight into the Fanatics Overlords coffers. Fantastic, great job, guys. Hey, like I said, I'll still take a check. I'm not morally opposed. I'll totally take a check. Not even a question.
Will sell out for anything.
I will be the bastion of positivity for the Fanatics Overlords. Like, just cut the check, boys. Just cut the check.
You want the
Amanda,
6 feet.
It's like, Amanda, my integrity is clearly always been for sale. Like, it's not even a debate.
Well, you're honest about it, so that makes it okay. Okay,
I will lead with it. It's like, oh no, listen. I am half Panamanian and half Colombian. Corruption is my birthright. This is like what we do. The chief exports are cocaine and corruption. This is like what we do. Easy, done. It's like Ruben, check time. Let's go. Cashier's check. Let's make it happen. Done.
Yeah, it's Fanatics will be interesting to watch.
That's all I'm saying. It's like it'll be the Because I'm Carlos podcast powered by Fanatics. Done. Done.
You take PayPal, Carlos, Venmo, every type of payment.
Whatever clears, Yannick. Whatever clears.
Now that Fanatics is kind of up and running, and going full blast, I wonder if they're going to be up at the Expo and have any type of representation.
I don't think we mentioned that the one time we got a chance to chat with Menzie a little bit. Obviously he's talked about that in the past. For whatever reason, because obviously they don't have the hockey license, they just have never felt motivated to really promote. Because that was the one thing that we had. That's the reason why I kind of pushed back on folks talking about the 90s. Because I was attending shows in the 90s, and we had all the manufacturers back then. We had Pacific, we had Leaf, we had all the manufacturers had booths. And you could go get promo cards and get this and see their new wares and all that. And they were all here and they all promoted their stuff. But for years now, it's basically Upper Deck. Yeah. We did have Be a Player in the Game for a while.
And they gave some special numbered cards out on
They did. Yep.
The spin the wheel kind of thing. It was really kind of neat.
Yeah. They were like the last ones that did show up, and actually, other than Upper Deck. Upper Deck's been consistent, but at this point, like, if you're going to sell hockey cards, we're your market, basically. So you must pander. You must pander to Canada. You want to sell your stuff? You're going to pander. Series 1, you want to sell it? Pander. Give away some cards. That's probably the best move. So I can't blame them for that. But yeah, Panini has had plenty of opportunities. They haven't bothered. Topps hasn't bothered in years. No. It's been years and years and years. Topps used to have a booth at the Expo, but we're going back to the 90s. Maybe the early 2000s. It's been a long time.
Topps, 2000 somewhere in there. I do remember them.
Yeah, and then they gave up and they didn't bother with it after that. And it was like, we used to have basically the whole complement of them, and I guess at some point they just decided it wasn't worth it.
I was just thinking that they're doing their Fanatics thing, their Fanatic Fests and all that. And do you want to try to open the market to baseball and football and basketball that you're going to be, owning in the future? I mean, you got to get your foot in there at some point, don't you? So I was just curious if they were going to take a crack at it, if anyone had heard, but it doesn't sound like.
I don't see them coming. I can't see why they would even come. It wouldn't make any financial sense to them.
I think the only thing that would make them show up is basically if they snookered the NHL license.
That's it. That's the only.
If they took the NHL license, that'd be the only reason why. That'd be it.
And I don't
because otherwise there's no incentive.
After that. Small
No, I
reference.
think they would show up for that.
Small
If they had
reference.
that one, because that's the marketplace, that's the one they could sell, and that's the one they would go for. Because it's not that they don't have the money; they got the money, but it's that they don't care because why bother? It's like
Canada's
there
so
is some.
small and compared to,
Yeah.
compared
In
to these
hockey,
people.
we're a disproportionately stronger market for that because if you have that specific license, then sure, we're the 800-pound gorilla compared to the U.S. market for that one.
Yeah, and hockey's segregated in a sense. Our cards didn't go crazy in the sports card boom there, the pandemic time. It was somewhat protected. We didn't get $40,000 rookie cards or $150,000 rookie cards out of the gate where these people haven't done anything and their cards are worth so much money. We never got to even close to those numbers, which was good. So we didn't have the great rise and great fall. We kind of slowly floated through the marketplace. So, and that's why we're still pretty good right now.
I'd agree
Would
with
the
that.
money have even been available even if they had wanted to? Even if they had wanted
Yeah.
to do it, like who is buying like individual cards at that price point?
A lot of people back then.
But I'm talking about for hockey.
US,
I'm
not
talking about
Canada.
specifically for hockey.
Yeah,
It
surely
was
hell
basketball that was going crazy. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like there are certain sports for sure. The answer is yes. But for hockey, there wasn't the. There is people that will pay some for certain items, but like the 6-figure plus sales, just it's not there. What are you buying at that price point? Even if you wanted to.
So it never. I guess I wasn't during COVID pandemic. I wasn't back into hockey yet. Like I took a really big break,
Mhm.
so it skipped. Like Marvel got hit hard.
Yeah,
Like,
it did.
super hard.
The
So
PM
they
the PMGs were a little bit boosted. Like there were
Oh,
certain folks that were like,
absolutely. That's still a problem.
yeah, they were like the Erics out there, like throwing like wads of bills at people, like what happens all the time. He goes to Dunkin' Donuts, he goes, "Fucker, give me some chocolate sticks," and it's like $10,000 in advance. Like, ah, like oh
But
my
that's
god.
interesting to me that hockey didn't get even some of that.
There was basically the Gretzky rookie. The Gretzky rookie had a couple of big sales. That was a big one.
Yes.
Patrick Bet David was talking about that one for a
Yeah,
cup
he
of
sold a
coffee. There was a
couple.
moment. I think he was the one who sold one of the Gretzky. I forget what it was. Was it close to $1 million or was it $1 million?
It was
Did it crack
Wasn't it like two
$1 million.
Gretzky's?
Yeah, so I think he got $1 million for a Gretzky rookie.
Yep.
And that was a big thing. But like there's not that many other cards that fall under that category. You basically need, a Bobby Orr minor league card. So you got that. So you got that one for sales. You got the Gretzky rookie.
High grade vintage cards.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Maybe a high grade Gordy might be able to get you something close to it, but like not $1 million. Probably a couple of $100,000. Like it would have to be like pristine because it's an ugly card. It's a hideous looking card.
The highest grade Vesna got about $100K. That was back 2003 or 4. I can't really remember.
Yeah.
And that was huge at that time.
It was.
We've never crested that again, really. Well, we have with the Bobby or with the Beckett 9.5, wasn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, it was so there just aren't as many. I think only in the last couple of years, because I think there was a good sale for the Crosby Cup RPA. There was a big Crosby Cup RPA, but I want to say that was maybe a little over $100,000.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Which
interesting.
in basketball terms is like peasant money, like it's
end.
nothing.
Yeah.
So you compare it to some of these other sports, it's like, yeah, that's a drop in the bucket. You got a Luka over there for $3 million. You got it's not like what are we even talking about? And that's for Gretzky Cup RPA. Like that's about as good as you can do in that category. And Ovechkin has had a couple of decent sales, but getting into 6 figures is very difficult in the hockey market because the money just isn't there. And it's honestly not even required because if you're a big whale over there, you don't need that much relatively.
And it keeps the investors sort of out of our part of the hobby, which is really good. And I think that was the biggest problem that the pandemic went through. I remember seeing a video where they stopped by these two guys' booths. I'd never even seen them. And they go, "Oh yeah, that one's 80 grand. That's 60 grand." They said, "Oh, these two young guys sitting there with like $1 million worth of cards. Like, how do they, what's going on here?" That never happened. And that's the problem. It just went, now it's coming back down. So, and they're not around anymore. No doubt. You're in, you're out, you're gone. And that happened to a lot of people. But hockey didn't go through that. It stayed more hobbyish, which was, I think, better for us going forward.
That's
I
interesting.
think it just came down to demand. Go ahead, Yannick.
Listen to this. So we're going back to December 11, 2020.
Yeah.
And that's from Patrick Bet David's old Twitter account, X now. But anyway, it says sold 2 Gretzky cards last night for $2,010,000. Been collecting cards
Right.
since 1990. Basically 233% return in 17 months. So the OPG sold for 1.290,
had to, yeah.
and the top sold for 720,000.
Yeah.
And you said 200% return?
290,000. It's the highest. It's the biggest sell for a hockey card ever.
Yeah, but in that tweet there, you said it was like a 200% return.
233% for him in 17 months.
So that's impressive, but counterpoint, he got $2 million for those Gretzkys. So to get a 200+% return, here's the thing. For me, if you're selling 2 Gretzkys for $2 million, I feel like that should be like an 800% return, a 900% return, a 1,000% return. The fact it was only 200% return tells me you already paid basically $1 million or $250,000 for the 2 cards or whatever the math works out in reverse. The point is, I'm not that impressed in that kind of. During that era, you had stuff that was 10xing, 15xing, 20xing, 200% return. That's a drop in the bucket. That's nothing.
Yeah, but that's hockey, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm getting at. I just don't think the dollars are there for hockey.
No.
I just don't think it's there. Even the people that want the high end stuff are only willing to go to a certain number, and that's it. And if you want to try to push the envelope, you need enough people that are willing to go beyond that, and they're not there. They're just not there.
He sold early, mid-December 2020, and wasn't it like March was the highest peak of like the Jordan, March 2021? Like everyone.
Whenever the 700,000 sale happened, I don't remember the exact date and month, but
March 2021. Like everybody just went like ape shit.
Yeah, that would have been your high watermark for that particular one. So I did see Bob Jackson's comment. I don't have an answer for you, but I'll throw that out there if anyone wants to throw in any suggestions. You're more than welcome to.
Well, I have a pet rabbit, and he lives in the living room, and I named him Stupid. So I talk to him all the time. I'm like, "Hey, Stupid, how you doing? Hey, Stupid, come over here. Hey, Stupid."
Actually, Eric's best friend. I witnessed
every time I talk to it, I just can't.
So Yannick, just to confirm, this is an actual rabbit because I was worrying about a Donnie Darko situation.
It's actually real, and that's that's the only thing that doesn't answer back to Eric. So he loves it.
Wow.
And I named it Stupid. So I'm just I think it's hysterical.
But it's a real thing. There's
Stupid.
There's a bunny rabbit there.
You go back to the old movies, it was Harvey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wasn't it Caitlin's, and now you're taking care of it, basically?
Yeah, she we got it for a couple of years ago, and because she just had to have it, and she gave it a name, and then she took off for college, and now she's in her second year of college, and it's mine, so I renamed it.
What was its original name? You can't even remember now.
Pet rabbit.
Wow.
Asher.
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 Okay, Stupid works.
Yep.
Sure. There you go. So any complaints about animal abuse can be sent to Sanderson Door on Instagram.
Yes. No, I treat it. I love my Stupid rabbit.
Actually, he's well taken care of.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
I love my Stupid rabbit. I just think it's funny that that's what I call him. And every time I say its name, I start laughing. It makes me happy.
Sticks and carrots may break the bone.
You are truly a special man, Eric. Truly a special man.
Well, we know that.
Saddler fan says that's a mirror, Eric, not a rabbit. Fair.
Uh-huh.
That's why I had concerns. I was like, "Are you sure this isn't a Donnie Darko situation? Are you sure the rabbit's there?" Like that's why I asked Yannick. Like, "Are you sure that's a real thing?" Okay, if you say so.
It's a turtle.
Yeah. Average Joe here is saying you sound like Dustin Carlos. Nonsense. He never speaks sense. That's just silly talk. Silly talk. Speaking facts. And I'm also a man of peace. We've got that going for us. I did find the ice carvings. I was having a lot more trouble finding it than I thought I did, but I remember the set. I actually don't think the set's that bad personally compared to some of the ones we've been talking about, but it's out there.
It has a good name.
Yeah. So here's the ice carvings. This is Metal Universe ice carvings from 96, 97.
Oh, I don't hate
You got
that.
kind of the. I actually think these look okay. Again, I like it for the technology, and some of these have the better shine on them. They're actually decent looking, and they were decently tough to pull. So I don't mind it. And thematically, ice carvings, hockey, sure, makes sense.
That's a good looking card.
Yeah, I think it's a solid design for what it is.
The longer I look at it, the more I like it.
Yeah, so I'm okay with this one. I think this was a decent, because you got a regular picture of the player there, and then you got the portrait picture in the background. Ice carvings again, sticking to the theme. I'm all right with it. You got a little bit of shine in there. I think you're good.
Love the guy, hate the team and the jersey.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good one.
By them. Yannick was hurt.
Now, the one I just showed you, that's the superpower parallel to it. It is a little bit nicer, but the base version of it doesn't have quite as much shine, but the design is the same. The design is exactly the same. So I think that's pretty good. So it looks like the Dodgers are advancing. So that is your NLCS.
Oh,
Looks
I
like it's going
thought
to
so.
be
I
Dodgers and Mets.
I can hear some fireworks. I assume that that's what happened.
There you go. Well, if it's good for the Ohtani guys, then at least the Dodgers advance. If the Dodgers had been eliminated, that would have been very problematic for the Ohtani guys. Wait a minute. How much did I spend on Shohei?
I've been doing good on my show in the last month on Comsy. Like wow, everything just sold it. So,
Nice.
bye-bye.
All right. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Did he
So
make
let me
50? I don't pay attention. I sparingly I hear
Oh,
things.
he busted the 50. He was going for 50 stolen, 50 home runs. I think he went 52, 55 or something.
Okay, so he did break 50.
It's never been done. It's never been done again.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did get there. Yeah, I've got it here. Actually, he did a little better than that. So he was 54 home runs and 59 stolen bases.
There you go.
So almost 60 stolen bases and almost 55 home runs.
Wow.
And just as a designated hitter this year, just as a DH.
Well, I actually think that helped him though, because I think if he hadn't been doing that, I actually think he would have hit a little worse. His only job was to hit.
Yeah,
if he was pitching, of course he would. He'd be tired.
Yeah. So I think it would have changed it up a little bit for him. So I think that's I think the fact that he was able to just focus strictly on hitting actually helped his hitting and let him concentrate a lot. Although I stand by my statement. I watched a bunch of the home runs he hit, and I'm sitting there like, all right, guys, we need to look, either we need more knuckleballers or we need to figure out how to pitch, because you're literally throwing meatballs down the middle of the plate.
Really?
If you're going to throw him batting practice fastballs, then the guy will hit 700 home runs. Like, what are we even doing?
So we all know I'm not a baseball guy. I don't watch it. I don't enjoy it.
As a baseball expert, go on.
But right, as the baseball expert on the show, I have gone out after work and to get dinner, and I have Pepsi because that's my favorite. Other people may have alcoholic beverages, and the games are up on the screen and everything. And I've sat there and watched people throw complete trash at this guy, and he just launches it out of the park. And it reminds me of the home run derby, where that you have a friend, right, a pitcher that you've worked with, who's a buddy of yours, who knows exactly where you want that so you can make the best contact. And I've actually sat there and said, are they friends? Is he, is this the All-Star game and the home run dirt? What the hell's going on? So I have to agree with your critique of it. It's what the hell is going on here? It's because some of these meatballs that are being thrown down towards them are just ridiculous.
I think what it really comes down to is this, and obviously a lot of people don't like him because of the steroids thing and also the fact he was a jerk. But I remember when Bonds was at his apex, he would get one good pitch to hit per game, tops. And he would send that to the cheap seats. Like, he would get one mistake pitch, and he would crush it. And I'm sitting here watching Ohtani get meatball after meatball after meatball. I'm sitting there like, dude, he has great power. He's a good hitter, but you're making his life easier. Like, what are you doing? Please, like, at least challenge him a little bit. Make it harder. Don't make it if we're gonna do that, like, then give him all the records, because you're making it too easy. It would be like a lot of people. You look at McDavid, all the numbers he did. Why don't we make the net bigger?
Yeah.
Why don't we ban the goalie for the third period? Like, let's just make it easier. Just give it a go. Like, and then he puts up suddenly these crazy records. Like, it doesn't change the fact that you modified a couple of things. And that's what happens. And Eric, of course, knows this as well. Like in the 1980s, defense was illegal. It was punishable by death. How do you think Gretzky got all his records? Like, you weren't allowed to defend. If you defended, you died. People are like, I don't want to die. Let him score. That's how Gretzky got all his records.
I don't want to talk to you. You're stupid, and I hate you. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Here you go. Eric's observation is preposterous. Do you have any idea what would happen to an authentic meatball if a major leaguer struck it with a bat? Now you're talking science. I appreciate you, Carla. Talking science. I don't really watch baseball, but the pitching in general looks so weak now. So what it is, and it is weak. I will say part of it is that they don't bother actually teaching them how to pitch. Now it's just, throw harder. And it's like, well, if you're throwing harder though when there's no movement for a major leaguer, once they calibrate to the speed, that's actually easier. It's not harder. It's the movement that makes it deceptive. It's the movement that makes it difficult, and the location. Greg Maddux couldn't throw the hardest, but he was pinpoint. He was accurate. He would hit spots, and he would force you to really pay attention to the strike zone, or you would look like a complete idiot. That's called pitching. That's pitching. If your answer to everything is throw harder, well, when these guys can hit that, the game's over. All you did was make it easy for them to hit the home run because you already supplied the power. They just got to swing on their end, make solid contact, and the ball's out of the park anyway. It's weird. I don't get it. There you go, Jeff. Banning the goalie would be an upgrade from my Wings goaltending situation. Go for it, man. Go for it. Pull the goalie as a strategy from the start of the game. Just pull the goalie. Go with 6 skaters. So, Amanda, let me get you in on this because I think you'll appreciate this. So, new season has started. I am based in Canada, as is Yannick and as is Dr. Bobby. So we are contractually obligated by the CRTC to discuss the hockeys. Otherwise, also punishable by death. Like defense in the 1980s.
I can discuss the hockeys.
You can discuss the hockeys. So what I want from you is first initial thoughts on the hockeys, your team, what's going on, your thoughts. I'm going to get a quick refill, but floor is yours. Go for it.
I want to know what team she's rooting for this year. Go ahead, Amanda. Tell me.
Okay, well, I'll start off with I am a LA Kings season ticket holder.
Mm-hmm.
So
Wow.
LA is my team.
Yes. Okay.
Is it? Is it?
It is, but I do currently minor in the Washington Capitals.
Those are opposing places.
Because I am probably one of only 2 people on the planet who is still actively cheering for Pierre-Luc Dubois. Me and his mother, probably, unless he has a sibling.
She's got the names down. Hey, man, you rocked out on the French.
Keeping an eye on the Capitals, but LA is my team. Kopitar had a hat trick yesterday. I think they're playing Boston tomorrow. And if you're a dick to me again during the game,
again,
I don't.
He's terrible. He's like, okay, I know you guys don't think so. He's normally like this really nice guy. He really is.
No,
Billy showed up. Billy showed up.
Easy. You're on the wrong show.
So he's okay. So normally he can hold it together.
Listen, I'm really a nice guy. I'm really a nice guy all the time too. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's watchable.
Man of peace.
I think that's more accurate. I can.
What's that? Sorry, Eric. Can't hear you. Go on, Amanda. You were saying
Billy showed up in the chat, and Eric got the Wi-Fi.
Mm-hmm.
But when the LA plays Boston, he turns into like this raging.
Really?
Yeah, that. I was stunned.
I wasn't. I wasn't. It's there. Listen, Amanda, I don't know if you saw it earlier today. We had an expose on Eric.
I didn't even know there was a middle finger emoji until he sent it to me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He knows all of them. He's pretty quick on them too.
That's right. See, I like some of these comments. Hang on. I want to finish getting through a couple of these. Good evening, Billy. It's like, we'll deal with you in due course. We'll deal with you.
Yes, you do.
I don't, not intentionally.
You own one.
I do.
So we got Washington, LA, and Detroit.
No, the Detroit was hoisted upon me. Foisted. Carlos, correct me.
Billy?
I think more foisted. Foisted probably is closer.
Yeah.
It was thrown upon her.
Literally.
And it was a gift that she was forced to accept. but she does own a Detroit Red Wings jersey.
That's sick.
Is there a name on the back of that jersey?
Ball.
Come
Yeah.
on.
So Yannick, what I'm hearing is that we need to
Apple.
get someone who remained nameless a Will Levis jersey, the Mayo Man.
No way. I'll burn that thing right out in the
You know
parking
what
lot.
jersey I really want? I want one of those, the Montreal Canadiens, like the Expo, that sky blue. Those are, I love
Baby
that
powder
jersey.
blue. Yep.
I love that jersey.
The baby powder blue works for certain jerseys. That's the only Jays jersey I have left to get because that was an early Jays. They had baby powder blue in the early days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I think they did Amanda, except they did a Habs, but like a reverse color with the Expo color.
Yeah.
baby.
Probably. That makes sense to me.
Pretty cool.
That jersey is
Yeah,
really
me too.
cool.
Very nice.
I almost
I
wish
appreciate
that
that Garrett showed up here. It's like, Garrett, it's like, I'm watching you, Garrett. We need to make sure we need to get a recording set up. Already told you.
but I wish
But yes.
Kopitar had saved his hat trick for tomorrow.
Mm. Well, do you feel so? Since you brought it up, I did again the advantage of the wireless that I can hear. So if you're saying they're playing Boston, do you feel that it is like a charitable thing for LA to play a minor league hockey team?
Well, I do like Swayman.
Shouldn't they be playing NHL teams? Shouldn't they be playing NHL teams? Like, shouldn't that
Real
thing?
professional.
When the hell is this game tomorrow?
It's like, do the
It's
stats
early.
count? Do the stats count? Is this like an exhibition? Is this like a Harlem Globetrotters thing? Like, do these count towards the standings and the stats? Like,
Let's
just curious.
see.
Boston's
Asking
only
for
1-1.
me.
It's 1 in the afternoon here.
Yeah, it's
so-
an early game.
All right, so Amanda, you're gonna yell at me.
Uh-oh.
We should all yell at you.
Oh God, you're.
I don't
gonna
even
be
know what's
riding your
about.
Stupid bike, aren't you?
Oh,
I have-
please.
I have a 6-hour
More.
bike race tomorrow.
You're such.
I'll be riding.
I'm gonna wait. I gotta mute myself.
You mean you're gonna be watching 6 hours of bike?
No, hold on. I'm muting Eric. When he says 6-hour bike race, he means he's going to be biking from one end of the sidewalk to the other, and his broken hip, broken body, and broken everything, it's going to take 6 hours to get to the other side of the street and back. It's not like a normal 6-hour race that actually requires distance.
So
It
I
takes-
know. I
yeah.
would think that Michelle would be like Eric. You know what? No, like this is it. You've hurt yourself too many times. It's stupid. I'm tired of taking care of you. But then I'm
Right.
thinking she must be weighing that against 6 hours out of the house.
About the hilarity of watching him hurt himself.
6 hours, he's gone.
There's something to that. Yeah,
Or, Eric,
That's a lot.
maybe if your wife wants you to be able to actually finish this, maybe she could recommend that you finally get over this and embrace the full biking experience and become the drugs.
Listen, I would take drugs if I thought it would help me tomorrow. I tell you that.
As your bike fathers before you, you will take the drugs and become one with the drugs.
I am gonna take about a handful. I don't know, a handful of ibuprofen before we even start. The gun goes off at 9. I do this every year for the last 20 years. I usually get to the finish line around 3.
So do they already know because you're in the race to have the paramedics and ambulance and everything pretty close by, ready to go?
A lot of jokes have already been made about this upcoming event, and my so-called friends have not been kind.
Does the janitor who you think is Peter Forsberg chimed in yet, or is that
It
later?
was Peter Forsberg.
Amanda, he thinks a janitor is Peter Forsberg.
No, Mommy just looked like he was gonna crack up, and that made me laugh.
Like, we feel so bad.
I try to hold
I
back.
feel bad for this poor janitor. This
I
man
am
is
not-
just trying to sweep.
No, I am not. All of you. I am not introducing you to any celebrities this year. You can all.
You
go
don't know any celebrities.
No.
You are the celebrity.
I think you've already introduced us to all your celebrities except for Tim Thomas, and I think I'm okay.
Yeah. Good old Tim. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one.
Yeah. The guy I never heard of who's such a big star. Okay.
The jokes. They're so good. And the best part is they'd introduce me to any of your celebrities. They'd be like, "Yeah, could you get out of the fucking way?" Yeah, I'm like trying to look behind you.
Yes.
Something more interesting.
Mhm.
Move. Good day, sir.
Anybody else they inviting for guests for that? They're not coming coming to Toronto? Like,
I think they've thrown.
Baywatch
I think-
just landed.
Yeah, did you guys talk about the Baywatch ones already? That was exciting today.
We did. We also talked about Eric's generic.
We're
We assume his
getting-
creepiness will extend over to the Baywatch ladies.
Yes.
We're getting
Eric-
Trump.
Although, hold on, I will say I'm gonna mute Eric for this because we need to make sure we have a proper conversation on this matter.
Mhm.
Eric was actually trying, Amanda, to age shame the Baywatch ladies. He was saying, it's like, oh, but they're not going to look as good as they did back in the day. It's like, first of all, no one does. You know, stuff happens. So it is. And also,
That's all they're
this
good
man-
for, Eric.
this man right here, of all people, this decrepit fossil of a human being, disintegrating before our very eyes, is in no position to talk about it. And again, also, I go back to my point about the Peter Forsberg janitor guy. He doesn't even know who the real people are anyway. So how would he know the difference? Honestly.
I feel like
What do you have to say for yourself, Eric?
I need to hear the Peter Forsberg story at some point, but maybe I'll get that like in Clubhouse.
Oh man, it's really easy. Let me share with you. So basically, Eric was waxing poetic about meeting Peter Forsberg, and then we looked and we realized that he was a janitor. So he was this old man with a beard that he thought was Peter Forsberg, but he's not. He's a janitor. But Eric insists to anyone who will listen that the man is Peter Forsberg. I'm like, Eric, Peter Forsberg isn't going to talk to you. It's the same way that you think Marcel's your friend. It's not true. But it's adorable you think so. It's cute. It's great. What do you have to say for yourself, Edgar?
I was late for dinner last
Because you were talking to a janitor. Go on.
Not just last year for dinner, you were late.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I was. That's another story.
Mm-hmm.
Last November, I was late for dinner, and I sent Michelle in my stay.
An improvement. Go on.
See, now
Which
he's
all
involved, Michelle. There you
appreciated,
go.
right? They all appreciated a whole table full of guys and Michelle.
Mm-hmm.
And I was off with Peter Forsberg hanging out. And I was like, I'm running late. I'll get there as soon as I can. So I showed up late because I was with Peter Forsberg. And they have been busting on me for a year now because I was late for dinner. And I sent my wife.
Again.
That the first time was totally different.
Okay, so what I'm taking away from this story is that there are Because I'm Carlos meetups at the Expo.
And by that you mean Bobby does a dinner reservation? Sure. That's really a meetup per se. That's like Bobby books. Hey guys, it's like, do you want to go to dinner? Again?
It sounds kind of close.
But Amanda, the point is, I'm not doing it. I didn't do shit.
Wait,
That's
you're not doing it, or you wouldn't go?
No, I'm saying I'm not doing any work. Like dinner reservation was made by others. They're like, oh, this is when the dinner reservation is. Okay, sounds good. That was no effort on my part. That was just like, yeah, sure, sounds good.
Yeah, we're not going back to Montana, so don't worry.
Oh,
You're out
yeah,
of Montana.
we went. Eric, did you go with? No, I went with Marino and Corey. Oh,
Yeah,
Pastime. I went with Pastime Sports.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
was.
To Montana's, isn't it? One and done.
I dropped Billy off there at like 1 a.m. one time, and I was like, okay, have fun, bye.
I
Really?
think I was probably somewhere else.
Maybe. I don't
That's
think
Yeah, I
when
was gonna say.
he came back, and I was leaving for the airport at 3 a.m, and he was covered in glitter. Or
really. I'd pay for pictures of that.
let's see if he's still in the chat.
I was gonna say that just sounds like a Billy's regular Wednesday night. Like it's a different
Yeah.
conversation. Like we don't judge. Like it is what it is.
We
Getting
never really
glitter
got
at-
the story behind Spicy Eye, so. Well,
I was gonna say, where do you think he comes up with constellations and cheddar and everything? He goes to the glitter place and comes back, and like what happens? It's like when Aaron Rodgers goes to the darkness. What happens when he comes back? He's a changed man.
It's peyote and glitter.
Ooh, man, wild,
Maybe.
wild. You can't even imagine. Crazy. But
Okay,
so which was the one?
I'm seeing in the chat that there's meetups. So they
Well,
already exist.
that's Justin. Justin also. I let Justin make a lot of comments. That's Justin using his girlfriend's account. So Justin's there, and I'm just kind of letting it roll a little bit.
Right, but he
but,
says there's meetups.
We tried to invite Justin to one of the meetups.
You did?
No. No. It's the same way that I'm sending him the link right now.
Yeah,
Same way.
secretly.
I'm sending it right now. Like, oh, look, I'm sending it. Like, I'm sending it psychically with my mind.
God, you guys.
We have fun.
like I said, though, man, I am a man of peace. That doesn't mean I'm not a jerk. Two different things.
Right.
Two different things.
You're not a jerk.
Oh, I can be. Eric can testify.
That
Oh,
wasn't a challenge, Carlos. That wasn't a challenge. I think you could probably meet that.
oh, so
You're
easily.
so inspired. Yeah.
It's also my birthright.
In
Doesn't
space.
take
Yes.
effort.
Carlos Senior was quite the character in his day, and we are descended from the same stock. And Jorge Alcazar before him. Oh,
A good old
some
Jorge.
interesting individuals involved in
Good
that
old
family.
George.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby, are we going back to Chop this year? Or are you going to go someplace different?
No, I think we're going to go someplace different. I kind of like Mandarin, but it's not a very social place because a lot of people. It's a buffet, but it's an Asian buffet. But really, they have prime rib and they have everything there that you would like. Salad bar, what have you. But I don't think it's very social. It's a lot of people getting up and going back. And
Where's the nearest one? Like it's been.
There's
like,
one right around the corner at.
Is it really?
Highway 27, and it's only about 15 minutes from the show.
I finally memorize and know where the restaurant is, and now you're gonna change it on me.
Well, like, would it make you feel better if he said yes to Chop, but we picked the other location? Because I send you pictures. There's going to be another location.
And I think Chops is going to be very busy because whatchamacallit not closed now for renovations. The keg there. I think the keg's under renovations. So, and a lot of people went to the keg.
Well, the keg's problem is even when it was working, the service was terrible. Like it took forever to get seated on
because
that.
it's so busy.
Eric,
Wait.
don't tell Tim that. I'll never get him to the expo if he thinks that's closed.
Yeah, well, the thing is, well, in fairness, Amanda, even if the keg was open, we would need to be in line now.
Yeah.
And then maybe we would get there for the dinner reservation in November. So if we get there now, is our best shot. Hope you're ready to camp out.
And remember, and we had Alex's, little girl with us, and we had to stand in that hallway for like an hour.
It took forever. Like it was literally like sitting there, like, for God's sake, I just want to eat. I'm starving.
Yeah, that was tough.
We should really go to Ruth Chris.
Ruth Chris Steakhouse.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive, but I mean, it's not much more expensive. It depends what you order, I guess. But I think that would be great. They have a nice venue.
How about just good service and good food? That would be great.
Well, that's actually you're going to get that at Ruth
That's
Chris.
That's a wild requirement.
I mean, you're debating the service. Chop the last twice we went there, like they stuck 6 of us 250-pound guys in a 4-person booth. And then the table next to us, literally the lady and the guy just left because it was ridiculous. Like you had to move everything just to like pass me the pepper, and everyone was so.
I think maybe the takeaway from all this, Amanda, is that unfortunately, I think in terms of restaurant, unfortunately, you have to go to like the second and third tier restaurant options. Like even which was the one that we basically hung out for hours watching the hockey games?
Where was that? That place was fine.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like you got to go basically like don't try to be fancy. Just find a place that has a decent spot that you can get your drinks and your food and be done with it. And that's basically the name escapes me though. I can't remember right now.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
Is that the Texas one?
It had the hockey games on, and we were able to make fun of it, and we make fun of Billy, and we were fine.
Yeah, we celebrated Tim's birthday.
That's right.
That we go on Thursday night. Well, some of us go on Thursday night. I forget that.
There's no Thursday night. There is no Thursday night.
If there was a Thursday night, what is that place?
You'd have to have your head decapitated.
If there was a Thursday night, we would have that at Jack Astor's.
Yes, that's
Jack Astor's. Yeah, but they're not.
I think it's condemned. I think Jack Astor's got condemned.
I could go there. I could just go there every single night. I like.
Yeah, that was fine too.
No, you know what was the good one though? They actually had a restaurant beside it. One of my favorite things in the world was to ignore Jack Astor's for reasons, and then literally go to the restaurant beside it.
Oh, is there like an Italian place or something next door?
The one that's beside it now is gone. Unfortunately,
okay.
that was gone after the pandemic. But before the pandemic was good. But I just remember going with Brad and Sherry and a bunch of, and we would literally be like, "Oh, there's the Jack Astor's. Okay, let's go to the one on the left."
Well, it's Turtle Jack's.
Listen, I like Turtle Jack's. It's like I stayed at the hotel there. It's very convenient. It actually works really well. Again, I think now, given more choices, I think now we have to pretty much drop the bar. It's got to be more like a Turtle Jack's or equivalent, because at least you can get in, you can get a seat, you can get some food.
There is one just a little bit down from that. I think what's it called? Star is it what's oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of it. Texas Star, something, I don't know, I can't remember the name. But it's right there, right across from the keg actually, and it's sort of your bar kind of out back.
Are you talking about Lone Star? Are you talking about Lone Star?
Lone Star, yeah, that's what it is. So
yeah, they got a
have
Lone
that
Star bar and grill thing there. Yeah,
bar and grill, yeah. So you're going to get
they're all beside each other.
What have you? It'll probably be better than Montana's, but who knows?
I want to know when this clown is going to show up. That's what I want to know.
He's too big league for us, man. He's too big league for us.
Who gets his own cards and works with Upper Deck and is on TV shows and legendary hockey players are coming over and talking to him.
Oh, I think I follow him on Instagram.
When's this clown coming? Don't follow him. Just delete.
I'm pretty sure I do.
He's too big league for us, man. He's too big league for us. He sits there and he goes like, "No, I just stayed in the West.
Yeah,
I don't go to the East.
Yeah,
East is far.
No. I'm not. No, not doing it. No.
Maybe he doesn't like planes. Maybe it's a John Madden thing. Maybe he needs to get like a bus.
I'll tell him to
Maybe
stop.
he had a bus.
No.
Go get what it would take.
Get a nice pair of sneakers and start hiking it. Stop being a
There
baby. He has no problem flying to see Oregon, right? He has no problem flying to Oregon to see those stupid ass Ducks play, right? But
isn't Nike based out of Oregon?
Yes.
I bet you could get some pretty fancy shoes in the Nike headquarters in Oregon.
Well, it's okay to fly to Oregon, right? But can't get to Toronto. Okay.
Well, Oregon is a tax haven, Eric. That's where a lot of those vaults are.
Eric, I have people I can't get to come out to Toronto either.
How about if I quack? How about if I quack? Will you come then?
Hell yeah.
So you want to go with your Thursday routine? Is that what you're saying? You're going to go with your usual Thursday?
Yeah. Hey, what I do on my private.
Listen, Amanda, we're not here to judge. Like, it's weird.
Is this the 5% more mature show, or is that not this?
Oh God, no. Wait. In response to your question.
That was never more earned.
Yes.
It was perfect. I was like, wait, everyone stop everything. The $1 Million Man would like to have a word. Teddy Biasi would like to take the stage, and he did.
Chef kiss, girls.
On your
we thank Ted for his appearance tonight. We appreciate him. You can all hit the like button because we'll use it to pay Ted for that appearance.
I am okay with paying for that instance.
Very good.
Yeah. Dry says he drives to Oregon. You're a quack tonight. All right, Eric. There you go. Bob Jackson knows. That's right.
Screw you, Bob.
So, by the way, speaking of, actually, this reminds me real quick. I'm going to have a little bit of fun over the next probably couple of weeks because apparently our good friends at StreamYard are going to more than double the price of StreamYard.
No way.
And I was like, oh, I don't think even Eric's like button money is going to cover that.
When did you do that?
So they've apparently been emailing people out. They got taken over by a new company who has been increasing the prices on a bunch of the stuff, and folks who are on a month to month have already received an email. I'm on the annual plan, but that means mine is going to expire in November, towards the latter part of November. So I've still got time left on it. So right now it's not affecting me yet, but basically on the next one, I think it's going to double to like $50 a month. No. Yeah, like $50, $60 a month as opposed to like the $25, $30.
That's not bad.
It's not bad, except there's no additional functionality. You're literally doubling it for nothing.
Well, you had some new functions just added recently, didn't you not say?
Well, that's the justification they're trying to do it. But that new functionality is like, there are competitors in the space now that have the same, but basically have the old pricing model. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to take a look and see basically, I'm playing around. I'm going to start playing around with a few of the other options. So speaking of the $1 Million Man and everything, I'm going to have to, I'm going to have to reload a couple of those things because I got buttons and everything. Like, I got stuff here that I can throw in. Like, it's so much good stuff. It makes me mad because now, like, I've got buttons for all this. Look,
Carlos. Hey, it's the hardcore legend Mick Foley. I know I don't know you, but can I ask you a favor? Can you do something about this guy? Get him away from me. What a pain in the... Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just do something. Thanks.
I got all these buttons ready to go. Like, it's all set, and now I got to reset it.
I think he was kidding.
Oh,
I don't think he was kidding.
No.
I think he was just joshing.
I think it was in league with Janitor Peter Forsberg.
Mm.
I think they compared notes.
He's not.
I wanted to break a chair on you, Eric.
He's not.
I'd pay big money to see that.
Like, look, I got all kind. And man, I've got so many great buttons on here. Like, look, Eric tries to get himself out of the like
Guess
button.
what? Because you're poor.
It's perfect.
That's true. I am.
We need a
Now
few
I got to
more
do
good
additional
segments.
work.
Yeah,
Now,
let me know what you decide on, because I'll just let you do all that research.
Yes.
well, that's basically I want. If I'm going to pay extra, then it better be worth my while. So it's so basically I got to go do some digging now. Bobbles mentioned it, so I was like, oh crap, okay, let me look into this now. The good news is I've got a little bit of time, but I may have to do a couple of test streams just to see if the other application will do the job for me the way that I want. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, you can do a critique on StreamYard about other places. That's awesome.
Yeah, we might have to break it. Yeah, because I'm sitting there like, look, StreamYard right now is well set up for a lot of this stuff, but some of the other ones have got some good features too. And here's the thing: some of the other ones for the same price as what I'm paying for StreamYard now have 1080p built in. They've got a couple of the other features built in. So for this one, we're 720, and they're about to double the price on it. And it's like, guys, what's the just other than making more money? There's no justification for it. I'm like, I'm not paying double for what I'm getting right now. That's silly.
Of course, I just
You pay that for food, so what's the difference, right? Gas. Well, you don't have to worry about gas, but whatever.
I was gonna say, and most of my groceries have not doubled, but I keep it very straightforward, very simple.
Your
There you go,
groceries, yes, of course.
Oh, nice.
With the like button because you don't like Eric, nothing else valid.
That's fair. I can't get upset.
Nobody.
Mick was trying to have a nice day, but then the other guy showed up. Truth.
There might be some truth to that also. We
I don't think.
we
And
had
Nick
just-
didn't even know about the rest of the dark secrets of the Eric.
we had just finished dinner, and he was mad because I took the last chicken wing, and he was upset about it. So
Oh, you're a
we were
jerk. You're a
grabbing
bastard.
some food,
You're lucky to get body slammed.
and it was on his plate.
God.
So that I can understand why he might be a little upset with me.
You keep this up, Mick is going to show up to Toronto and he'll throw some frozen mayo packets at you.
All right, in all seriousness, for a second, I was trying to get him up there. I was trying to help someone up there get him in, and as of right now, it doesn't seem like it's going to work out. But I was really trying to get him up there, and I wanted to make sure you got a chance to meet him, being that you're into the wrestling, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's going to work out. But I did try, and I actually wanted to do it for you, and it just didn't. It's not going to pan out, I guess.
Well, if he had shown up, he probably would have shown up in the morning, so I'd have skipped it.
No, I would have dragged you over there.
Oh God, no! You with your hip, you're not dragging anything.
Yeah.
Carlos will be sleeping right through that. There'll be none of that.
Except the bike across the street, as you
Yeah,
said.
I was gonna say, like, not a chance. Like, it takes you 6 hours to cross the street on a bicycle. Like, get out of here. You're not dragging anybody anywhere.
So, Amanda, that is not the janitor.
That's the janitor.
That's janitor. Yeah.
Not the janitor.
He's got a broom behind him. He's holding the broom behind him right now.
So
No,
I'm one of those people that like holds team grudges, and you can just put your little avalanche away, please, and thank you.
Well, he played for a lot of teams. Maybe
Just join us, Amanda, in acknowledging the reality that Eric
He's
was hanging out with the
The
janitor.
only one matters.
And who
maybe
was that?
he's a flyer right there, or maybe he's a Nashville Predator.
Or maybe he's a janitor.
He looks like an Av.
I don't know.
A lot of janitor.
And by the way, the Nashville guy is Philip Forsberg. It's a different Forsberg.
No.
Did he also play for Nashville for like 5 minutes?
Yes. So, like with
There you
Paul.
go. There you go. I hope Eric gets Sacco. There you go, name. That's right.
You got to pay extra for that, and I'm too cheap.
Probably. He probably charges extra for that. That's true. Yeah. There you go. He did for about 3 minutes. Played for Nashville. See, it actually threw me off when I found out about the other Forsberg. I was like, wait, Peter's still in the league? And then like, oh, that's Philip Forsberg. There's another one? Now, they did feature him in that Amazon Prime Face-Off show. They did feature him.
Watch that, but it sounds like it was pretty good.
I would say it's okay. I think the idea behind it is you're trying to sell hockey to a more casual audience by showcasing, because hockey players for the most part are very boring. But they'll try to follow a couple of them and at least get a little bit of personality out of them. Most of them don't have much to offer. McDavid is literally the most boring human being on the planet. It's hilarious.
You need more Sean Avery.
I was going to say, not everyone can be a Sean Avery.
Yeah, but I understood what they were trying to do. What they did mainly is
be a Sean Avery.
Yeah, they tried to feature a couple of these guys and give them a little bit. I would say Nylander probably came off well in the bits that he was in. Forsberg had a little bit of personality, so that was good. His wife actually was good in providing a little bit of flavor and a little bit of entertainment in it. For the most part, it was kind of a playoff recap, though. I would say the majority of the show was like, here's this team going in. They're showing the players traveling and they're one game one, one game two. They're kind of recapping the playoffs, but they do have some nice behind the scenes coverage. So they're trying to showcase the players behind the scenes, all the way through the Stanley Cup final where Edmonton's there. And, McDavid got fired up for like one time in his life and yelled at people. And I was like, good. And then, he lost and he was sad. He was like Eric after the last chocolate sip got consumed and it's over. It's like, no, why? Basically, that's all it was.
I shared that with you in confidence.
Oh, yeah.
That was a mistake on your part.
Yeah, hockey players have a hard time because they interview them in between periods. They're all sweaty. They got a towel around their neck. They're saying, yeah, they got the edge on us, but we're gonna come back. And they all say the same thing. And there's no personality. It's just deadpan stuff, and nobody's, hey, yeah, no. It's just like, yeah, we're gonna try harder to fight back. We just got to come together. Everybody says the same thing. It's just. Like,
but this is so the thing, Bobby, you're 100% right. That's that's the media training the whole bit. But this is kind of my thought on this, Amanda. If I know that Amazon is following us around with cameras, which they do, the camera's literally there. At times they're like, get the camera out of my face. Like they can literally see the cameraman there. So if you know the camera guys are there, that's when you start messing with them. Yes. Like if I'm sitting there and I'm in the locker room and the camera guy is off in the distance, but he's not quite there yet, I start talking, I'm talking to my teammate, and as the cameraman gets closer, it's like, and that's why you need fresh soil to bury the body. I learned this lesson the hard way. You cannot have the hard soil. The hard soil is a mistake. Don't make that mistake.
I think the socials are helping. You can see some of these guys, like I want to say, like Marc-Andre Fleury, like he's a huge personality. Like there are players who would be interesting. Like who's the guy on the Bruins I can't stand?
Everyone.
The captain. Why can't I think of his name? The rat.
John.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's a personality, I guess. Some people.
Oh, he's a personality, all right.
I mean, there are
you follow him around, you follow Bergeron around, and literally everywhere he goes, he gets punched in the face. Like an old lady just sees him. It's like, wow, all right then.
Have you guys seen? I think it was last week. Fleury. He didn't play the game, but he's still dressed with like a mustache and a wig, and he was with like.
I saw that with the ice crew.
The ice. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loves practical jokes.
He's a prankster, big time.
Yeah, he is funny as all hell.
Mm-hmm. That's what we need. More of that.
But that's what I mean. Like, I feel like some of the players did not. Now, it's not on the players, really. It should be the people who are doing the footage and everything. It's been like, guys, you can have a little bit of fun here. You can. Because this is kind of an opportunity. Because in reality, it's a marketing thing for the sport. The whole point of this documentary is specifically to try to sell. And I joked with Eric because the running joke is that I basically don't watch regular season anymore of pretty much any sport other than the football. Football is the only one that I'll still watch regular season games for. However, you put Amazon Prime Game of the Week there, and I'm like, all right, you know what? Whatever, fine. Amazon Prime Game of the Week. I'll throw it on the other screen. So my commitment is this: congratulations, Amazon. You figured out the only way that I'll throw something on the other screen, which I can do, and I'll just play that. Because they basically got all Canadian matchups, and they've got some American teams rolled in there, but every week's a Canadian team. They've got a game of the week. And I was like, sure, yeah, I'll put that on. I already have Amazon Prime. It doesn't cost me any extra. So I'll give it a go and see how it is. But if you're going to try to sell it, though, to people outside of that, then, yeah, you need a little bit of personality to sell, because the sport is the sport. If you get somebody to watch the sport, you can sell it that way. But all the other sports have more personalities, so people will tune in for storylines and personalities. That's what will get them engaged initially, and then the game itself can sell itself. But you got to get them to watch that part. You got to get them in the building. The only way you can get them in the building is give them a reason to tune in. Give them a reason to give a crap.
Yeah, I think hockey's tough too because it's so much better in person.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's that's going to be your best selling point. But why would you randomly give it a chance if you
Right.
don't, like, who are these people? The biggest players in the game is like, who's this guy? And then you actually listen to him talk. Even McDavid, when they were following him around with his fiance and everything, he literally wasn't saying. It's like he knows there's a camera there, but it's like, I hope you're not this boring when the camera gets turned off, because God help your fiance, God help your best friend, God help your dog, everyone.
You know,
It's like, we're all leaving now.
Who was really good was PK Subban was doing some videos and stuff. So he did some good stuff a few years ago now. So we need more of that kind of stuff.
He's got lots of energy. He's on the
Yeah.
TNT broadcasts here in the States with Gretzky and Paul Bissonnette.
Oh, Gretzky's exciting.
No, Gretzky is just like watching paint dry.
Pretty much, yeah.
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 No, but you know, he got like Messier and
Oh, Messier.
Messier is cool.
yeah, he got Messier and PK and Paul Bissonnette and Anson Carter, and there's a couple of others that pop in and out. But yeah, PK definitely has personality.
Yeah, there are players who have it, but it's one of those things where I understood why they're going to the big name players, but you got to find a balance, because you're like, you want to have players that are good, that obviously are star players, but you do want somebody with a little, like, you put a camera there and they're like sitting there blankly staring off into this, like, this is not going to sell this. Like, we need something, a personality trait of some kind. Get one.
And I think people have a hard time getting into hockey because we did have that part where they couldn't see the puck. When you first get introduced and you watch a game on TV, you don't know where the puck is. You know, we grew up with it. So you see the body movements, you kind of see where the puck is going, you pre-anticipate. Whereas a lot of Americans who aren't used to watching the game have a very hard time following the puck or the movement. So they lose a lot to that degree.
Do you guys remember? I think the 90s they tried to introduce that glowy.
The Fox track. The Fox track.
Sucked. I hated every second of it because I'm not one of those Americans that need that.
And it was so horrible to watch. It was just like,
Well, you're Massachusetts. You're a Canadian protector. You're not even American.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, stop getting confused. Geography. Geography.
Hey, Amanda has roots here, so you insult Massachusetts.
Yeah, that's you know, that's a way back.
She has renounced her, association to such things.
She has roots.
Yeah, that happens.
Yep. So I think if they're going to sell it, I think it was well done from the perspective of being well edited. It's good video on it, so I give them that. But I think it's one of those things where if you want to just get a recap of last season, it's good. For that, it's fine. Just a quick recap. But as a selling point, I think, like, yeah, you're going to have to try to find personalities in it. I think they tried to have a little bit. I would say probably towards the end where they got the Chuck family in there a little bit. It's like, that's basically the best. That's basically it. Because you had Keith there.
I can't him either.
Yeah, well, that's all you're getting. You're getting Keith to Chuck barbecuing for his kids and then playing mini putt. Like, that's about the high watermark of like personality.
I'm not saying this to be mean and to make fun, but I am worried about Keith to Chuck's health. Big Walt is now enormous Walt, and I am worried that he's gonna die young.
Walt is getting pretty old now, though. He must be 75 at least.
Keith to Chuck is not that old.
No, Walter.
Yeah, but Keith.
Father.
Keith. No, they're not related.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my mistake.
No, but Keith to Chuck's nickname is Big Walt, after Walt to Chuck, but they're not related.
But they're not really. Okay, we'll talk about string. That's why people don't watch hockey. Okay, that's exactly why they don't watch hockey.
Yeah,
Eric is very sensitive about this. Keith to Chuck is only 2 years older than Eric, so he's like, "Oh my God, if you're falling apart and I'm falling apart, no."
I wish Keith to Chuck would get healthier, so he would live longer.
You could take him out biking with you. It could be you, Keith to Chuck, and the janitor guy.
The janitor guy's in pretty good shape. He'd be fine. Keith,
well, he's the janitor, so yeah, he's sweeping all the time. He's busy. He's got a job.
He would. Yeah, I'm worried about Keith to Chuck not living a long life.
You have greater things to worry about, but yes.
Okay, can
understand.
I just tell Bob Jackson here that when I first started watching hockey, for some reason, icing was the hardest thing for me to get. I don't know why, out of everything.
Yeah, that's hard for
Took
a lot of
forever.
people.
Easy.
Yeah.
It can create a problem, yeah. It's got a little bit of that. What's funny about it is that, you know, in Canada, you pretty much get bombarded with it all the time because the first sport that I spent my time watching was baseball. I didn't get into hockey until a couple of years later. So, but it's like, it's there on TV all the time. It's ubiquitous. Hockey Night in Canada is on
Kind of what
constantly.
we do. My
Yeah.
5-year-old nephew just started playing, and I'll just go to the arena just to watch him playing for that 45 minutes. And they don't even know how to skate. They're just like learning.
Well, I remember there was a school project in high school. We were working on it. It was early video editing, and we had like analog video editing equipment. So like you don't have the digital stuff that you got today. So they were pull something on the tape, put it in there, and you had all the different controls and everything. Well, one of the guys brought in footage of like his younger cousin or whatever. It was like basically a Timbits hockey game, and the way you can tell is like. We were actually sitting around, a bunch of us were sitting around watching. It's like, well, this is more entertaining most of the time. It's like, basically, if one kid can skate, they basically dominate. They just skate from one side of the ring to the other.
Yeah.
And then the other one's got a shot at scoring because the other ones are still tripping over themselves. Like, just skate around them. The one kid that can skate is the one who will dominate this game.
I
My
want
guy doesn't know how to break yet. So basically, he skates, and then whenever he doesn't know what to do, he throws himself and just hit the boards.
to ask
about
you
right.
a question, though. It's a very important question. Yannick, when you go and watch your nephews play hockey, what's the name of the ice rink that they're skating in?
And
Now
remember
they
to use
burned
all
that one.
the syllables. All the syllables.
Everyone.
It's called Regent Lemon. But they burned that one down now. So like they
Thank God.
They made a hole. There's a big gaping hole now.
So you're saying it's like an art installation to reflect his career? It's a gaping hole in the ground.
Big hole, man.
Imagine collecting that guy.
Yes, the kid nephew, he used to the arena of this guy there on that card. That's where he comes from, about 10 minutes that way. So
Yeah. But Amanda, getting back to your thing about icing, yeah, it's very hard to understand. And it takes a long time because there's certain circumstances where it's not, and it is, but it isn't always because if there's a penalty or all these other things that are going on. So I understand it's hard and difficult. So I get that. And that'll draw people away going, I don't get this game at all.
And then there's like delayed icing. Delayed icing.
Yeah, it seems
that
super
too,
simple to me now, but
Amanda, we'll need to standard the Peter Puck tapes, like
The Peter Puck tapes.
the nine tapes. But also with offside, a lot of people had problems with offsides. You know, when we see an offside, we can call it and they go, how can you see all the players? Because we're not watching the player of hockey, we're watching the game. The player is part of the game, but we're watching the whole thing blow out. So I think a lot of people try to concentrate on the player who has the puck all the time.
Yeah.
But you have to watch the game, and I think you'll find it more enjoyable if you think that way towards hockey. Because otherwise you're concentrating on following this guy to this guy to this guy. You can see the play developing, you can see everything happening, but we don't concentrate on where the puck is exactly. We just concentrate on the game and the motion and the flow of it, and that's how we follow the puck, really. And I grew up with it, playing hockey at 3, 4, 5 years old, out in the streets, on the in the rinks. It's second nature. So it's hard for somebody coming in, at 20, 30, 40, whatever it is, to get into the game and try to understand it. I still haven't understand cricket, and I've watched a lot of it, so I give up.
Well, that's ironically, that's the reason why I latched on to Aussie rules. It's like, actually, it turns out it's a very simple sport to figure out. You can pretty much get the hang of it pretty fast once you understand. Once you watch a couple of things, okay. And the commentators there are actually pretty good. They're not specifically trying to explain rules to you, but at the same time, they're very clear in their explanation of what's happening. So that as you're watching, you're like, okay, now I get what you're doing here. Okay, I get it. And then you pretty much have it figured out within like watching 2 games. You're pretty much like, okay, I more or less get this.
It's like baseball, but it's not.
It's a baseball, but it's not. Sure.
Hit the ball. Don't run fast.
Listen, I've been enough games at the Dome. There are plenty of people that spend a lot of time there and don't understand first thing about baseball anyway. They'll sit there and I'm sitting there like, That's one reason why I don't like going anymore. I literally just sit there and somebody will hit the pop fly, and as soon as the crack of the back goes, oh my god, it's gonna go out. I'm like, no, it's not. It's not even gonna make the warning track. Like, and I don't need to look at the ball. Like I can just hear the sound. It's like, no, that, and I also know the dome. Like the ball dies in certain areas unless the wind is helping it. If the ball's too high or too soon, like, no, that's pop fly. You're lucky if that hits the warning track, if at that. But you can do that from the sound and basically just from the conditions. Is the dome open or closed? Is the wind moving or not?
And that's
you pretty
why
much got that
fans are cheering because they think it's gonna.
Yeah, and you sit there standing. I'm just sitting there like, no, not that one.
No.
And then you watch a line drive, and I go, and they won't understand the line drive. No, that one's going out. The line drive has got the trajectory. It's right. That one will go. That one will be fine.
Yeah, they let anybody into baseball games. Tickets are cheap.
Oh, they were cheap.
Hockey in Toronto. Oof, tickets are not cheap.
Well, it used to be cheap. I think the 500 level's up to like $20 now. I don't remember.
Oh, and
So-
oh, really?
It's gotten very expensive. Like it's
The
not
upper
cheap
level
anymore.
Maple Leafs is like still about 160.
I
You
went
get down.
to
Go ahead.
at the last Expo. Josh and I went to one of the playoff games against Boston. The ending was sad, but the tickets were like $250, I think, upper level, which I didn't think was bad for a playoff game.
For playoff
In-
games,
in Toronto.
Yeah, not bad. But
Yeah,
that's upper
I
level.
remember-
Down there, it's $500, $600, $700 for like, wow, that's a lot. You could spend
I remember working at
money
the
on a
bank.
nice card. You know what I mean?
I remember working at the bank, and they did a silent auction for charity, and they had a bunch of prizes in the silent auction for charity. One of them was a pair of tickets to a Detroit Red Wings game, and they were $300 tickets. It was preseason, and I was like, "Really?" It's like it was preseason against the Wings,
Detroit.
and they were $300 tickets. And I was like, "Good Lord!"
Good luck.
Yeah.
Who's paying
They
that?
were giveaway.
Especially in Detroit. Oh my gosh. Well, maybe.
Well, it was in Toronto, but yes,
Oh, was it in Toronto? Oh, against
yeah,
Detroit?
it was a preseason game in Toronto. Yeah.
That's still
But-
too much. It's Detroit. Sorry,
But
Billy.
that was the face value on the ticket, man. I didn't make it. That's just what it was. Like
For
I'm not the one.
preseason?
I'm not the one.
Who's
It was
paying that?
preseason, yeah.
Preseason, my God.
Unless Stevie Y was still playing, no.
Different story.
It was the early 2000s. Team was still good. The team was still good, but Eiserman was long gone. I think that was like the Datsuk, and there was those teams.
Datsuk,
There were still some good players. on that
Actually,
team.
was great. I liked him. He was
Yeah.
really good.
The
So you
Detroit's
still
gonna
had
be-
some good, but it was a preseason game. I'm like, guys, really? Like, what are we talking about here?
That's a lot. They're going to be there
It's-
though while we're all at the Expo. So we're trying to possibly put something together for either that Detroit game or the next night they're playing the Canadians, which I would really like to go to.
That's a tough one, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so would Eric. Eric loves Montreal Canadiens.
But it's
His
early
favorite.
in the season, so it shouldn't be so bad.
Against the Habs, that commands top dollars. Always.
Or you-
Yeah, it'll be a premium. Yeah, it'll be a premium.
Or connections, you know. Hey, we network a lot. I passed on a lot of free tickets. Just don't have the time because I had to, I usually set up, but I'm not setting up next time. So it doesn't mean I'd go to the game anyways. Then you got to go all the way downtown, find parking, whatever. So
We took the
That
shuttle
rail?
or the train or the rail or whatever. It was really easy.
yes, it is. You get off at the station, just go around the corner. And you're
Yeah,
there.
it was like right there.
Yeah.
The
it's
day
like,
before we had gone downtown in an Uber. It
Oh,
took us like,
how
oh my
much was
God.
that?
It was, I can't remember how, that wasn't the problem. It was that it took us like an hour and a half coming back.
Oh,
with
yeah.
traffic,
Yeah.
In a car in and out of Toronto is miserable.
It was so
Okay.
bad. And have you ever like stuck in a car with Tim for an hour and a half?
Yes.
Oh, no.
10 hours. Shut up. You don't get to complain.
I do get to complain because he had to pay the Uber driver to pull over so he could pee on the side of the road. At one point, it was an adventure, which it always is with Tim.
But
But yeah,
I want to hear more of this story.
yeah, but it's like there's just one road out of Toronto. That's it. There's just like one,
There's
just one
more than
freeway.
one, but yeah, there's alternative ways.
The
to go.
Uber app kept asking me if I was safe because I wasn't moving.
You should be like, Tim's here. Nope.
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 Like,
Send help.
Billy.
Send
Still with
help.
hell.
But Toronto was really nice though. We walked around for a while.
There's a few good things there.
If you're in the core, it's fine. Like
Hall of
I'm
Fame
there
is good
basically
things, though.
I'm there basically twice a week. So when I go around, basically, I usually take a walk around. That's lunchtime. I'll go take a little bit of a breather. I used to do it more, but now I'm back to habit of doing that. But it's interesting. Pre-pandemic was different, but post-pandemic, a lot of it has kind of come back. That's why I had fun when I sent the guys a picture that they're gonna have a new chop. It's like, oh, a new chop for Eric to get lost in.
Oh no.
We'll send him to this one. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. He won't be able to find it either. It's gonna be great. So I was like, all right, we're gonna have some fun.
It's not my fault.
Oh, it is your fault.
I go back and
100%
forth between like, wow, you guys really pick on Eric a lot, and then he'll say something, and I'm like, oh, get him.
That's why.
Both things,
You're
Amanda.
getting it now,
I
Ed.
like to think that both things can be true.
Yes.
It can be like, you guys pick on him a lot. Yes, we do, and it's deserved.
And now she's
So deserved.
not
That's
even
how we
now,
show our
she's
love to him.
fine.
That's
Yes,
how we love him.
now you get it, Amanda.
I
Like
need
in Canada, you're no friends if you don't insult each other. That's
I
kinda
need
how
new
it-
friends. I'm done.
The subheading pretty much clearly dictates it there. It says right there, deserves it. And Eric still thinks I control the subheading. No, you can control all your own subheadings. I think secretly Eric knows the truth and he puts it there.
Yeah.
He keeps trying to claim it's me. I don't know. I don't have such powers.
That's right.
Maybe.
I'm offended by the accusation. It hurts me. Hurts me.
You
deeply.
do seem pained. You seem pained before I leave.
It's a lot of pain. A lot of pain. I'll listen to Eric and start talking about his minor league hockey team. He just drones on and on and on about it. And then it's like, oh, let me tell you about Bobby Orr. You mean Blackhawks legend Bobby Orr? Blackhawks great. Like, I don't recall he played for any other team, so I don't know why you want to talk about Blackhawks so much. Aren't you from Boston? Like, what are we doing here? It's weird.
Yeah.
It's very confusing. It's very strange. A couple of good comments here. Zach was saying, what Bobby said about watching hockey is super interesting. I try to watch the puck and can't see it and don't see how people could even enjoy it.
Yep.
There. I got you.
Sure. And so take my suggestion and watch the game, not the puck. You'll enjoy it more.
And even Justin is being mean to Eric. Dang.
My life has hit a new low.
I feel like you got a few more lows in you. We can do better or worse, depending on the way you want to play this.
My God.
Yeah, and when you're watching the game and you want to think you know where the puck is or where it should go, then you're a true hockey fan because it never goes where it should go.
In
And
the
that's
goal.
where every hockey fan.
Oh, if you want to shortcut it, go watch a Bruins game, and if you want to find the puck, find it in wherever the goaltender or Boston goaltender is behind it.
Yeah.
You can probably find it there.
These last two games, they let up a lot of goals. So
Mm-hmm.
Just saying, I know where to find it. I go looking for it. It's there. We can find it.
they let up a lot of goals in 2 games.
Now, actually, since you brought it up, Amanda, so how do you find the season tickets then, price-wise? So for LA, then how are they reasonable? I haven't looked at season tickets in a long time. Toronto is its own thing. I think it's I think it's a gross domestic product of several of the provinces. Is basically a Leaf season ticket. So
Mm-hmm.
I think we're out on that. But how is the price point on that one, relatively speaking?
I wouldn't know. Like, I don't know what Anaheim charges. I don't have like a comparison. But they haven't jumped up massively over the years.
Like if someone says you want to go to a game and you got to pay for the tickets, is it like a question going, I don't really want to pay 200 or 400?
No, so like I'm upper level. I'm center ice upper level, right behind where like the TV guys are, like Nick
That's probably
Nixon,
fine. That's
radio
probably fine.
guys.
Yeah.
They're nice. They're nice seats. I mean, they're still upper level, but I think each seat's like $2,000 for the whole season.
Okay, for 41 games, that's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
The whole upper level thing, depending on the way an arena or stadium, whatever, is set up, doesn't matter. The best seats for Blue Jay games back in the
Center
day,
ice
the
is
best,
good.
yeah, center ice is good. The best seats back in the day were 500 level for bang for buck. The best seats were 500 level behind home plate, because the way the dome is, you're right on top. So in reality, you're actually physically closer than some of the people over in the bleachers and such. You actually had a complete view of the field. It was unobstructed. You could see everything, and you were actually on top, basically. Home plate is like almost you're looking down. It's right there, and you can see the entire game play out. And it's actually, they used to be $5 seats. So I was like, and you could actually get them when the Blue Jays were really struggling for attendance. You had the Toronto Star season ticket pass that I could buy, and they're like, "Well, as long as seats are available, you can get the seats." And as long as they're available, they're always available. So it was $81 for the season.
Oh wow.
So it's $1 a game. So literally, you just walk up to the box office, hand the card, and go, "My ticket, please, thank you." And you just go up. It's 500 level. You go sit there and like just go watch the game. You were getting it for $1 a game.
Yeah, that's why I like it though. Like towards what Bobby was saying, it's for me. Like if I sit too close to the ice, like I'm shorter, so I can't see the other end of the ice. I can't see what's going on. If I'm upper level, I can see the plays develop. I can see like the whole thing. It's a lot easier for me. So.
Mm-hmm.
And thankfully,
I think bang for your buck wise, that works. That's not bad at all. I think it's fine. What I always say to people is the best bang for your buck here, being that Toronto's ridiculously expensive, is Marley's. I think the Marley's is a good one. I like the arena, and there's no bad seat, and they're not as expensive. So if you just want to watch hockey, it's good hockey for the price. In Mississauga here, you can pretty much. It's not the Ice Dogs anymore. I think it's the Steelheads. Now I think it's the CHL team.
They changed their name, yeah.
I think they went to Steelheads. The Steelheads basically are the Maple Leaf, the color scheme and everything. They're basically the Maple Leafs, but it's a fish. I just cackle. I'm sitting there like, really, guys, the Steelheads? Okay, it's a big old fish. I was like, all right then. But yeah, in Canada we have a bunch of options. You can also watch university hockey. There's a bunch of options if you just want to watch some hockey. Although some of the minor league hockey, honestly, is good to watch. It's some good games, so you can have some fun with that.
We have Quebec around here. The regions have those brawl leagues, basically. Like it's just like fighting, punching in the face, pretty much the whole. And it's all like little region towns. So you could probably go get see a whole game there with. You'll have about like a dozen fight. No, I'm exaggerating, but let's say like 3 good fights during the night, and all of this for like $20. So it's just brawling, basically. So.
Oh, my bad. They've relocated the Mississauga Steelheads. Now they've been moved to Brampton.
Oh, it's still the same name though, Steelheads.
Yep, Brampton Steelheads now. So now I wonder what they're going to do with that arena, though. If there's no OHL team, what the hell are they doing in the arena?
Tear it down for affordable housing.
The arena's still pretty new. I don't know if they tear it down, and I don't think that housing would be affordable either. They'd be like,
Ontario, we give away enough stuff. Don't worry.
Yeah. Local minor league hockey games to wait for fights. There you go. U.S. sports hockey is really good. Most junior A leagues are good. There you go. Pay a little over $4K for 2 seats. We've had 5 price increases in 6 years and no playoff appearances in 8 years. Yeah, enjoyed.
That's a lot of money.
It is. Well, it's not cheap. Like
I haven't been to a Bruins game probably in 8 years, and I don't have no interest in going.
Guess what? Because you're poor.
Yes,
they don't want you there.
That is the
see, Amanda, I need my button. The button's important.
I need Eric to go to a game because I want one of those foam bear claws that he won't get for me.
Oh, he won't.
So what'll happen is they'll be like, "Hey, Eric, you can come to the game for free. The bear claw is $5,000." Oh my God, why?
If
Eric, you're not connected enough to get her a bear claw.
If I come across a foam bear
work
claw
in a freaking store, a sports card store. How
I
can you?
want him to get it at a game.
You'll need
to unlock your iPhone first.
Well, he still works at a store, so he should have better access than most people to get tickets.
And he's very kind, and he sends me a ton of Jason Allison, which I appreciate very much.
Very good.
There's a game-used Allison stick somewhere in our house.
I do.
Autographed and game.
Now, he didn't at any point do a video of it on social media because it might have a dent in it.
It's probably in the laundry room holding up the hangers or something. Yeah.
Eric,
I don't want to talk about that.
I won't.
You sure? Because I remember Bobby Orsick against the wall, you know?
It was not against the wall. It was against a metal shelf.
Oh, my apologies. Metal shelf.
It's a metal.
Slightly dented, slightly used.
I had a very small office at the time.
Blame the size of the office, I'm sure.
Most people call it the washroom, but anyways.
It's the janitor's locker.
would have been
All right,
happy
so-
in the bathroom. It was bigger.
Whoa, hold on. See, Bobby, I'm not up on my latest local thing. So they moved out the steelheads. They moved out the steelheads in 2024, so it was recent. They actually moved out the steelheads. Apparently, the Toronto Rock are relocating to Mississauga, so we're getting lacrosse.
Lacrosse? The Rock.
Well, at least the Toronto Rock was a good team. At least they've won championships.
Yes, they have.
I was like, all right. I'm shocked. And they're playing at the Paramount Fine Food Center. I was like, this is the Paramount Fine Food Center.
The Paramount, that's the Asian, yeah, there you go.
That sounds fancy.
A bunch of Neanderthal indoor lacrosse players playing at the Fine Food Center just sounds funny to me.
Yeah, they're not
lacrosse is no more Neanderthalish than hockey, Eric. It's basically hockey without the skates.
Probably less. They have more running
I dabbled in lacrosse, so I'm well aware.
You know, as people think Canada has a lot of lacrosse, like I don't ever see any games on TV. You never see anything here. It's almost like curling. It's just
Wait, Carlos, are we not going to ask Eric? Are we not going to drill down into this? Eric has dabbled in lacrosse.
Oh, we're going to get into it. I'm just trying to find, I want an image of the updated Paramount. Listen, man, I'm in the middle of an existential crisis. I have lived in Mississauga for basically since 1988. So for the majority of my lifetime, basically since my family got to Canada. So it's been, and I've lived in this neighborhood since 1992. So I've been here forever. So right now, I knew that stadium was there. I knew it as the Hershey Center, and then they changed the name. And then they had, the one team that Don Cherry was associated to, and then they put an OHL team in there. I remember that. And now they've gotten rid of the Steelheads and they replaced them with the Toronto Rock. I'm confused, man. There's a lot of things going on. I was not informed. I was not kept up to date on these happenings. No. But yes. While I have my existential crisis, as a professional that I am, I will focus on the other matter at hand. Eric, how did you injure yourself in lacrosse? Go on.
Oh. Why would you just assume that I injured myself?
Because you're you.
I did.
Yeah.
Of course you did. The question isn't if, the question is how.
I told the story once that I knocked myself unconscious because
checks out.
Yeah. One of my many I've had so many concussions in my life. It's insane. One of them was I was alone throwing lacrosse balls up against a wall and catching it.
As you do.
Catching it. And I back up further and further. And, it hit the wall, hit the pavement, bounce up, catch right in the stick, throw it. I go back a little further. Well, I didn't understand that on the second bounce, it spun differently and rocketed at you.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it rockets at you. It changes speed and it's just hit me dead right in between the eyes, going about 100 miles an hour. I woke up. I woke up and it was the blue sky. I knocked myself. I was totally alone. I'm like, what if you saw me do this? How long have I been laying here? I had a big giant egg right in the middle, right here.
Oh my gosh.
I had a headache for 2 days. Vision impairment, blurry vision.
This is why I like Clubhouse. No one can tell I'm a bad person and how funny I think that story is.
Oh, it is.
Knocked myself out. But I learned a valuable lesson. Don't let the ball bounce twice because it just fires at you.
Every kid that grows up with an Indian rubber ball knows that the gyroscope effect happens. When you throw it one way, it stops and bounces. If it gets the second bounce, that spin comes in and it just takes right off. You know how many people
I learned it the hard way.
Yep.
Eric does not subscribe to the science. The same way he does not subscribe to the maths. He doesn't subscribe to the maths either.
And I don't remember if I hit my head on the pavement when I fell, but I mean, it was instant. It
Would
hit
you
me.
remember?
Lights out. Lights out.
That's impressive. That could be a hit story, Eric.
Woke up
It is.
at the blue sky. It was brutal.
I've never been knocked out, and I went through some pretty heavy stuff.
Oh, I've been knocked out.
Hit by a car with my head. All these things. Nothing.
I got knocked out just a few minutes ago when I reached down over here. I think I had a
I was about to say, like, that feels like a daily occurrence for you. The important thing is that he saw blue sky. The problem is he was in the wrong state. There's a lot of things that happened between the time he got knocked out and the time he came to. It's very confusing. Very, very concerning. The important thing is that now the subheading, which again spontaneously has updated itself, I have nothing to do with it. This man who just spoke of his 87,000th concussion, this man thinks he met Peter Forsberg, which is why I take all of his stories with a grain of salt. Marcel is my friend. I've met Peter Forsberg. The Boston Bruins are a real hockey team. Lies.
Things we live with here.
Well,
It's sad, but
Can I put much stock in the stories of a man with extensive brain damage, documented concussions?
And I want to say, like, I have seen him interact with Marcel, except then tomorrow, if the Kings lose, he's going to say something shitty to me, and I'm going to be upset that I stuck up for him. So I'm not going to say that.
Listen, tomorrow I am going to be in such a world of hurt. I will not have any energy to comment on anything.
Okay.
I won't be able to see the game because I'll be riding, and when I am done, I am a puddle. I have nothing. I can barely stand up. I am completely trashed.
Are you describing the bicycling, or are you describing yourself getting out of bed? By the time it's done, I'm a puddle. I'm exhausted. I have nothing left. I'm spent.
That's a good point. So imagine how, that's how I am getting out of bed. Now I have to go mountain bike for 6 hours through some of the toughest terrain in our area. And then imagine how bad it is. I start off.
Is this like the Forsberg thing? We're going to find out this treacherous terrain is like one hill?
I hope it's just one hill. Like, how long has he been off crutches for? Like, what, a month and a half?
20 minutes.
No, the last time I was on crutches was June.
What year?
This year.
This year. Amanda, I must say you're really acclimating to the hatred we have for Eric.
Well, I do get to spend time with Eric on Clubhouse. So I do.
My condolences.
That's like
there's like a lot of.
Yeah.
Eric gets abused in several locations.
So what you're saying, hold on, if I understand you correctly.
It's true.
I've been positing a theory for some time now.
I'm a victim.
I think Eric claims himself a victim, but what I'm concluding from this story, as you're saying, it happens in multiple venues, multiple platforms, with a variety of different people.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would think that at a certain point there's one thing in common, one variable that seems to consistently be there. And it makes one wonder, is it Eric? If it happens in one place, that's unfortunate. Maybe it happens in one other place. That's a coincidence. If he can't leave his house without getting heckled, is there not maybe something to this, Amanda?
I don't have to leave my house to get heckled.
That's literally what I just said, Eric. That's literally what I just said.
I would, in your defense, Eric, I would.
Oh, don't defend him.
Please.
Clubhouse is still a thing, except Clubhouse is a little bit rough sometimes. It's a little bit hazy.
It's barely a thing now of what it once was, but yes, I agree.
Yeah, I wasn't in the heyday. I was not like when there were like hundreds of people in the room at a time, but we still have like a decent group now.
Like 7.
But we've all gotten to know each other so well that now we're frequently terrible to each other. But Eric is usually someone that everybody likes to be terrible to.
So what you're saying is that this Clubhouse does not have the air of peace that I foster here.
It's the peace there is fostered by Tim. So it's a piece.
Yeah, it's something.
A piece of something? A piece of something?
Piece of shit. Okay. And I only have threatened to kill one person in Clubhouse in all the years that we've been doing it. So
yeah, we do well.
There's only one person that I will physically harm if I ever get my hands on him. Other than that, I take it all in stride.
Do I know who that is?
Yeah, we'll yeah, you do. Lives out in your state.
Now, is this a situation that you keep saying, like, if you get your hands on them, is this like a situation like 540 Flips where you may never find them?
Maybe.
No, it's a different situation.
Oh, I do know.
So much-
Oh, duh.
So much
Okay.
violence. Bobby, so much violence. I prefer to live our existence of peace.
I think Amanda will help me. So
Yeah.
Mm. I see.
Going forward, good luck.
Mm. Luckily, we may have people who may be able to help with the body.
Everyone else-
Allegedly.
everybody else, it's all in good fun, and I take it all in stride and have a good time. But every
I
once in
think
a while,
Carlos would really have a good time in there.
every once in a while, you meet someone that just rubs you the wrong way.
Well, I once upon a time, the Clubhouseians, didn't like me.
Oh no, they did not like you. Oh boy, that Amanda was
Worth it.
But I think I suspect that those cliques have split and that those folks are not part of our clique.
That is true. Yeah, so
Is it clicks or cliques?
I don't know.
I go with cliques myself, but I guess you could make an argument for cliques.
But yes, I think
Maybe it's
Carlos
Canadian-American.
had a bounty on his head for a couple of weeks.
Bounties?
I think there was a bounty.
Clubhouse? Dare you say?
Wow. And with that collective bunch, I'm sure they were able to get together a shiny nickel. I'd have paid it to watch one of those pansies try. Would have been hilarious. But
But we
good
do
luck.
have fun, and we it's a smaller group, so we all do meet up at shows and sometimes set up together, and it's fun.
Yeah,
that's what shows are all about. It's
Yeah.
not about
I remember when Eric was
When you guys invite Eric, do you give him the real location and then basically send him there? And you guys have,
I
a
don't
secret
laugh when he
meeting
finally figures it out.
We
I have
only
to go back to
see
being a
him,
private investigator and figure it out myself.
we only see him at the expo.
Oh, yeah, because he goes nowhere else, right?
Yeah, like everyone else I see at the National, where else? Expo, out here for the Burbank show.
Mhm.
So everyone else gets around.
Is it the Burbank Fanatic show now? Just saying.
Well, not yet. They haven't formalized that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying that about Rob Bears. Sharp guy and everything, but he takes this whole platform off of eBay and he goes to Fanatics. It's like, why are you taking away from all the people who? And a lot of people don't want to go to certain groups, like PWCC, whatever, Fanatics. Why you take all of that and go here? You obviously got a good payday or something there, but you're taking away. Why wouldn't you want to be on both? So he got a nice paycheck on that one for sure, and I think he did a disservice to his customers. My personal opinion for the hobby on Rob. Yeah, he took the money.
Oh, exactly. He took the money. The exclusive is where the money value is.
Carlos took the money.
Oh, and I tried to take the money so fast. I would have taken it so fast. Oh,
well, he did.
As long as the check clears, it would have been so. And man, I'm here. I'm ready to sell out. It's wonderful. It'll be wonderful. I'm here for it.
I'm just wondering if there's 6 or 7 zeros in that equation. It's probably.
Oh yeah. Listen. I'm not going to settle for the peasantry that Firas settled for. I need real
fives. No.
Yeah, I need real money. Let the peasants settle for the pocket change. I want the real money. We know Fanatics has it, so I want the real cash. If you're gonna do it, sell out. Eric, if you're gonna sell out, measure twice, sell out once.
Make sure they
Make
pay
sure you do
USD.
it. Oh, it's easy, no doubt. Like that, I laugh every time. Eric always talks about the exchange rate as everything. Like when I buy shit on eBay, I'm paying USD. Your dollars do not intimidate me. They do not impress me. I literally have to buy all my shit in USD anyway.
Pretty much.
And I'm still buying my shit. Peasants. What are we talking about? Get out of here. And I already told Eric that as generous man that I am, since he always talks about the exchange, I am willing to give the exchange in his favor. I will give him $1 American, and all he has to do is give me 500 Canadian dollars.
Mm-hmm.
That's about right.
I'll do that all day. I will throw a stack of American dollars at you. So let's get the counting. Get on with it. Done.
Adding to my Burbank thing. So now they're going to have this platform where everything is priced exactly. It's like shopping in a grocery store. Okay, you get milk. It's $3.99. This is that. It's just the freelance idiocy of eBay is wonderful. Someone didn't put the title right. Those were the best deals are. And
yeah, but Burbank pretty much had a standardized template for them. That wasn't an issue for them. They
Yeah,
pretty
but
much
that's the
have
whole model of. I think what was it? Brian Gray was saying, hey, listen, it's nice to have one place to go to, and and things aren't overpriced, like $3,000. And I go, it's great when guys overprice stuff because then you can sell your stuff a lot faster because no one's going to buy their stuff. I love the stupidity of that. You got to take advantage of that situation, and that's where eBay comes in and other smaller platforms. That's where all the great deals are really had. Not through a place that everything's priced perfectly. Then it becomes a store, a commoditized store. And that's where I don't see why he moved that way. But
he is a commoditized store. Like all this stuff was locked into a certain price.
It already was anyways.
Exactly.
He's into another store of stores. And, there you go. That randomness doesn't actually crawl in there. Nobody listed anything wrong. And that's what we all prey on.
Yeah,
pray for. I didn't say pray on. I said.
That Freudian slip was noted. It was noted. We see what's going on.
Easy.
But the thing that was interesting about it is, look, I don't blame him because in reality, whatever payout he got was probably worthwhile. Truthfully, I actually like it from the perspective of eBay has gotten very complacent because they kept bumping up the fees, and what the sellers were getting in return was very minute.
It's not like
nothing.
PWC's, the fees are much different.
On some of the items at some of the level, again, it goes back to what we're talking about. Yeah. On some of the levels, number one, and number two, Rob Veras is not paying what is the listed fee.
Yeah,
like the listed fee doesn't matter to him. He's probably getting a lot of those listings for free, so the fee is zero. So it's one of those things where so for him it's favorable. And realistically, I get the idea of having it in one place, but if you have it in one place, then you leave yourself at the mercy of whatever eBay decides to do. So I would rather have somebody that can at least check them a little bit, pushed a little bit, and then maybe make them a little more competitive. That's better for the seller to at least have some competition as opposed to nothing. Otherwise, eBay, okay, why don't we make it 30% fees, 40, 50%? Why not? What are you going to do about it? Where else are you going to go?
Publicly traded company. What do you want?
Yeah,
it's never going to be, for the people. It'll always be for eBay and what they get out of it, right?
I don't need it to be for the people, but it's just having it if there's a little bit of competitiveness to it, it forces them to figure out, all right, what's the profitable number we can live with that still gives an incentive to list with us as opposed to pick the alternative option.
Yeah, but like I said, the fees are almost all the same. There's really no difference. The only place you get a good deal is on Facebook, where it's free. Facebook is the new eBay. But people haven't figured that out yet. Because everybody's on Instagram, like whatever.
Yeah, I was going to say, Facebook is not the new eBay because you don't have enough people on it that are actually using the marketplace.
Oh my goodness, you're so wrong.
No, I'm not.
It's the new eBay where people will sell stuff and they don't have to pay fees. You know how many thousands?
I'm not talking about the fees, Bobby. I'm talking about 20 million listings. I can go to Facebook Marketplace. I'm not seeing 20 million listings.
I understood.
Yeah. So if I'm looking for a specific thing, maybe I find it there, maybe I don't. The fees thing is good from the selling standpoint, but if I'm looking for a certain thing, I search Marketplace and I don't see it, and then I go on eBay and I can find 3, well, then I'm going to buy it where it actually is.
Yeah,
I need the thing.
An opportunistic way of getting things and selling things quickly.
Yeah.
And you're in a specific group, and you don't have to search the 26,000 million things on eBay that maybe aren't listed right. It's really more concentrated, and I think it's like a small show compared to the National. The Nationals, it's so big, it's too big, and then you get into these smaller shows where you can have tighter deals, better, communications, and verified people who are, have their family and their name and everything. So you have people with reputations, which is good too. Or eBay, you're just a username and a number. And using both is fine. I'm just saying it's a little bit more comforting selling things on Facebook opposed to eBay. My sales on Facebook were 20 times eBay because I'm just in a dumping bin. Just throw it on eBay and it's like with the 40 billion other things, or you can do in a concentrated group. So much better, more eyes, more direction. It is more focused. I'm just saying.
Yeah, as long as you get the right eyes on it, and it's concentrated in a group that's looking for that.
Well, you're using both anyways. I'm just saying one is more better than the other because you don't have the fees, and that's 17 points. That's big on a $500 item. That's a lot. You sell something, you go, holy crap! They charged me what? Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think so. I agree with you. I think the only time it depends on the group. I can tell you that I've been on some groups where if I put it in that group, I'd have tire kickers lowballing the hell out of it.
Yeah.
I forced some of them onto eBay, and I've literally made double what they offered me over there. I forced them onto eBay. So even with the fees, I made more because they would try to tire kick in half. And I was like, nope, you can go find it over there on eBay, but that price is high. Too bad.
Yeah, there's going to always be instances of that. So I get it.
Yeah. So it depends on the group, depends on the item, depends on the specific demand for it. That'll always play into it as well. So I want to say also good evening, Stuke. Thank you for popping in. Appreciate it. By the way, folks, the whole time we've been chatting, you were more than welcome to throw anything you want. I've kind of enjoyed watching Justin's comments all by himself. I've been letting him do his own thing. He's having a conversation, and he's fully engaged in it.
Yeah, I don't know Justin, so I'm ignoring it because part of me wants to be like, why don't you just wash your own shirt?
No, you can say that. That's a great question.
Justin appreciates the constructive criticism.
Brendan Ryan here says, you can't work a washing machine. What's happening?
Listen, washing machines are hard when you've had a couple of drinks.
A couple.
Justin's usually watching us. He enjoy. Look, I've had my beverage here, but this has been the one that I've had. It's just I finished it. It's sitting here. But Justin's had a few more, allegedly, a few more. Brendan Ryan here says, as riddled with issues eBay is, it still has the hunting grounds for collectors familiar until something better comes along. Yeah, that's basically the
along. I don't think could it.
That's going to be the tricky part. Is that
it's so hard to pass? It's like trying to beat PSA. Good luck.
Yeah, it's the chicken or the egg situation. You need enough stuff on there to bring enough buyers, and that incentivizes sellers. And then it's the two things in combination, because right now eBay has those eyeballs for a lot of stuff. The stuff that Bobby's talking about is specialized enough where he gets a group of people that are looking for that will maximize. It's not maximum number of eyeballs. It's maximum number of eyeballs that are looking for that because they're in that group. That's what they want. So when they see the post, boom, there you go. You've got a captive audience that is into it. If I'm looking for something random though, there's a good chance that if I put in the right search term on eBay, it'll come up. So that's where its advantage has been up until this point.
Well, the other part is the marketplace, which, is everybody. That's a dumping bin there's no group for that. It's just marketplace. It's just throw your stuff in there. And that's where that random stuff comes up. And I see cards so many times, so many great deals. I just don't, I'm not even following the cards. There's some great deals to be had there. And like I said, you can find any card for the most part, anywhere you want, anywhere. So it doesn't really matter where you get it. It's just nice when you sell things there. It's a little better. And it's a little bit more of a community, which is kind of good. There's so many hockey. Oh my God. So many hockey groups. It's just, there's more hockey groups than there are anything else there. I don't see that many baseball groups that are doing the same thing. Then again, I don't know.
It's probably demographics.
Probably.
Yeah. It's one of those things where Facebook is at one point, because Facebook has gone through a couple iterations. Sure. Initially it was the college folk. That's basically what got that thing started. And then after a while, it became a whole bunch of folks. And it's like, it's funny because the only reason I keep it is just because some folks will message me through it. And I literally am not on it most of the time. So I have to get the email saying, so-and-so's messaged you. Oh, I got to open up the tab and look at it. I've got the Facebook groups that I follow now. I'll check in on them from time to time. But a lot of times it doesn't have anything I want. So I just will check in sporadically. And at least a few folks will keep an eye out and ping me if something interesting comes up. Yeah. But that's basically the only way I can see it. So here Dom says, exactly, based on the sheer number of listings they are compared to Facebook, at the rate at which you can find deals usually higher. Specialized Facebook groups are great though. Yeah. Especially for certain niche things, because some folks will go there first. They want to take advantage of what Bobby's talking about. They want to sell it without the fee. So if they go to a specialized group that is into that, like literally we joke about it, but I've got an AEW card group. Well, if somebody opens up a box of stuff and they pull something good, where are they going to run to? Going to run into the group. Hey guys, this is what I pulled, blah, blah, blah. Looking to trade, looking to sell, etc. And then boom, you can reach out and say, hey, I'd like to make a deal on that. 2
Minnesota groups that are just everywhere there. The stuff that comes out there. You just don't know what's going to show up. And that's good. And then there's Chicago groups. Toronto, oh my God, how many Toronto groups? It's just unbelievable. So, you're in a few groups, it's great. But eBay's still great for the things you're looking for as well. It's just selling.
Yeah, I've got my safe searches. I've actually noticed. So actually, let me touch on this. So we'll do one more topic and then we'll wind it out. It's actually been a good conversation. We've gotten a lot of Eric slander. That's always a good thing. And again, we've learned some dark things.
We can do 8 hours on that thing.
Oh my God. Oh, woo.
Yeah.
The dark secrets of Eric, the dark recesses of the Eric lore. That's deep. Oh my goodness. That's a tranche. That right there is like, it's like an empty hole, like a Reggie Lemon stadium arena that has been completely imploded. Like that kind of a crater that may go to the center of the earth.
This is.
I got a whole bunch
It's
of
only
his
9
cards
o'clock,
that
isn't
I
it?
bought. Reggie's cards, and I'm just gonna chuck him in that hole tomorrow.
Whew, man, let me tell you. And that still won't put a dent in Eric's extensive holdings.
And these are your
Outrageous.
friends, Eric.
I have no friends.
Friends is a strong word.
You used to be my friend. You're out too.
Oh,
I
there you
am
go.
your friend. I'm your friend whether you like it or not.
You're on the list. You made the list.
The clubhouse list.
The important thing is, Amanda, I regret nothing. This is what I do. This is
Have
what
we
I
talked
do.
about rule number 8, or we forgot?
Oh, yes, that's right. I do want to mention briefly. Eric, we did say it on the podcast, but most of them are done in the live stream. Can we quickly get a recap on the rules, including the brand new rule number 8?
I shall. These are the rules of the Because I'm Carlos show.
Mm.
Ooh.
Rule number 1. People are stupid.
Correct.
Rule number 2.
Mm.
See rule number 1.
Also correct.
3. Corruption is rife in the hobby.
Comes up all the time.
4. Don't mess with someone who photoshops better than you.
Eric does not learn this lesson. He consistently fails on that. Yeah.
No.
Mhm.
Learned that one the hard way.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. This one has multiple parts.
Mhm.
Carlos lies.
Totally true.
Eric lies.
Mhm.
Bobby lies.
Yeah, definitely.
And baseball collector lies.
Yeah, definitely. That guy too. Yeah. Mhm.
6. I almost don't even want to say it because it goes against the rule itself, but I shall.
Mm.
Thou shalt not effort.
Yeah. Yeah. It's important. You don't want to effort. Never go full effort. It's terrible.
Never go full effort.
Yeah, that's why when she's talking about meetups, it's like, that rubber violates rule number 6. What are we talking about here? Like, get out of here.
It's easy though. You just it's
No.
it's all
If
all
it was easy,
men.
we'd
You
all
just
be on
tell
it.
them where to be.
Yeah.
No, then I got to lift the phone and like look at it. No. Right.
It all becomes a thing.
Yeah.
If
no.
it was easy, we'd all be on it.
Yeah. Rule number 7.
Rule number 7. And this is an important one. Thou shalt not bid on one's own shit.
Yeah, that became a problem for a while. That was a big issue.
God,
Yeah.
that seems like something you shouldn't have to make a rule.
Yeah.
Oh, but you do.
Oh,
Remember
my
rule number 1?
goodness.
Remember rule number 1?
And
I
2.
know. I remember
Read the fine
recently
print.
a Mr.
Yeah.
Vlogs had an issue.
Mhm. Yeah.
And
Drum roll.
number 8.
The brand new rule.
To the Because I'm Carlos show rules. Thou shalt not apply logic to the hobby.
Yes.
Never.
Never.
It is rare that I add a new rule because it's been a while since I've added a new rule, but I decided that we need to make abundantly clear and we need to codify in rule form. We do not apply logic to the hobby. That is a fool's errand. Do not do it. Don't. Nope.
I think those are all good. I mod 3 non-sport groups on Facebook, and like we could easily add any of those.
They are solid group of rules.
On Facebook. Facebook? You say Facebook?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those rules have been hard earned, Amanda. They've been hard earned.
Yes.
Brendan Ryan says, has anyone noticed Top's fetish for space and mineral themed cards? When you say fetish for space, I think about Emmanuel in space and someone gets excited named Eric.
I have not.
Damn, you are really good at pulling that in.
I have
Mhm.
not seen this film.
That is why I host this, Amanda. Like, let me tell you, there is almost no angle at which we cannot bring Emmanuel in space into this.
I know nothing of it. I am proud that I know nothing of it, and I will not research it to find out what it is.
Well, it is going to be a very awkward conversation when you eventually find out that Reggie Lemon Ding Dong's favorite movie of all time is Emmanuel in Space. Then what are you going to talk about?
Reggie in space.
You're going to pretend you don't know?
An original photo from 1974, team photo, Philadelphia Firebirds, championship season, and there is a very young and mustachioed Reggie Lumlin right here on the edge.
He was with the Firebirds.
That's the stud they have on the arena. They turn it down. It's in the hole now.
There you go.
I think I got a 74 program from the Firebirds.
Here you go. I like Dom's suggestion. Please only add rule number 2 with 0 context. That right there is a suggestion we can get behind. See rule number 1. That's all it is.
What's number 2 again?
Rule number 2 is see rule number 1.
Oh.
Add rule number 2 with no context. No explanation, no context.
That's right.
I don't know what our rule number 1 is in the group, though.
Well, you get rid of your rule number 1 and you change it so that rule number 2 is see rule number 1, and then everyone's confused. No context. I like it.
What is the PSA is getting as bad with their new fees for oversized cards and sports coins?
Well, the fees for oversized cards is expensive. For
Right,
the
but what
oversized,
about the sports coins part?
Yeah, they're $75 a coin.
Is it 75 per coin? Sounds about right.
The share.
Which is ironic because they own PCGS, and if you just want a coin, you could probably just get graded by PCGS.
Yep.
How much, Carlos? How much did your Macho Man cost?
It was like 75. It's about right.
Yeah.
It was like 70 or 75, something like that. Yeah.
It's a little pricey, I think.
It is for sure.
Man, I am like the queen of bulk. I just send everything bulk. I'm not paying 75. Can't do it.
You get a bulk discount rate for that?
Not for I've never sent in a sports coin, but that's interesting to me though because
oversized.
No, I don't do over. Well, when was the last time I sent anything oversized?
Like the size of a postcard will cost you about that, $75.
Oh yeah, I haven't sent anything that size.
It's so much.
Well, that set's got 20, so
shit.
Oh, here we go.
I tried to end the show.
Like how unfortunate, Eric. How unfortunate. You're trying to end the show, but unfortunately, you do not have such power.
Can we take a moment and just Eric appreciate that Tim referred to me as a lady?
Listen,
there you go.
Him calling me a lady is like the nicest thing he's ever said. So,
yeah.
You should both be flattered. This sounds like a compliment to me.
I can just see the conversations on Clubhouse. It's going to be rife on the next one.
It was pretty. It was pretty good today.
Oh, it'll be better tomorrow.
It sounds to me, Bobby, like this is not a place of peace.
It isn't. It isn't.
No.
Okay, it is.
Every time I think of Clubhouse, I think of bacon. I think of lettuce, chicken.
It's
chicken
peaceful
sandwich.
first thing in the morning.
A little mayo there, Bobby. A little mayo.
Yes,
there?
a lot of mayo.
Oh,
a side of mayo.
Okay, you guys, I gotta tell you, I'm with Eric on the mayo thing. That's foul.
Really?
That's okay.
Yeah.
It's gross.
It's going to be awkward. Then, recoil your eyes when we start throwing frozen packets of mayo at Eric. When he comes around, why'd you freeze them? Because it makes them more painful.
Nobody grew up with an egg salad sandwich or shrimp salad sandwich, or chicken salad sandwich, like all the things that go in it. Salmon salad sandwich. No, really? Was it just bologna? Or I don't know.
I don't want to stop it early. It just doesn't. It has to finish.
It is.
He knows you really well.
It's sad how well he knows me.
There's but look, it's through Tim that we learned about Eric throwing his shoes into the washing machine.
I have heard that story. I have heard that story, and I did hear it from Tim.
These just came out today in the washing machine today.
I think we can make a song out of the sound that makes turning. I think that would be your.
I have no doubt.
We just need a few.
I believe that. Yeah,
I believe that.
Well, maybe you can wash Justin's shirt while you're got your shoes clunking around in there.
Yeah, get a twofer. Get a twofer in there. Be more efficient. Why not?
That would drive me crazy. Anybody who put their shoes in there. I think I'd just go and tear them out.
Tim's on a roll tonight.
Oh, look! As soon as he's ready to go, like it may as well.
Oh my god!
Don't buy McDonald's tonight. They're advertising a chicken Big Mac. Really?
Oh, how creative is that?
We had it here.
We are at the height of food quality and service and chefs, and McDonald's is still selling the most crap. It's just
I've never had a Big Mac. I will never have a Big Mac.
You're not missing much.
Does anyone believe that? Like, I don't believe that.
No, I believe at this point. Look, I believe at this point, Eric was raised in a cave and he had twigs and berries for the majority of his life.
Twigs and berries.
Like that's it. That's all. He says, and eventually, when he got to the next thing, when he reached civilization, the first thing he had was a chocolate stick. That's why he swears fealty to it. That was the first non-twig and berry item.
There's no shot. There's no shot you've never had one.
There's mayonnaise in it.
No, there's not. You ask them for
Special
without it.
No,
Without the house sauce or the Thousand Island or whatever it is.
whatever that crap is. No, I'll just get a
Well,
double.
there's no
cheeseburger.
lubrication to the sandwich.
Can't say that on Clubhouse.
For a clubhouse or in a clubhouse? Anyway,
There you
food
go.
is a large conversation we have here, and you.
All the
if you would
time.
listen
Yeah, it
to
comes up a
more of
lot.
Eric's weird food.
And I don't like McDonald's. I'm a Burger King guy. I hate McDonald's.
Oh,
God, you get weirder and weirder.
The French fries are good.
Oh,
but
we've only scratched the surface of that. Please.
I don't like anything at McDonald's except for the French fries. Everything else is trash.
I like their hotcakes and sausage. I'll have to give McDonald's that.
The hotcakes were good. Yeah, those are good.
Trash.
Carl Senior liked the filet of fish. He was into that.
That's the other thing I might.
Yeah,
order.
he was a big
Nothing
fan of that one.
else. Nothing
Yeah,
else.
he was a big fan of that one.
McDonald's is completely disgusting.
Yeah. Well, Burger King, I don't know.
I'm a Burger King guy.
Yeah, that's like a weird choice.
It is, but it's all the McDonald's people who got fired go to Burger King.
Eric just likes it. Look, because Eric does this thing where he claims to be American, but he wants to swear fealty to a king. That's why he likes Burger King. He goes, "There's a man with a crown there. He has my immediate respect."
Where the hell does he come up with this shit?
I don't know. I think maybe Tim was breaking tonight and he got up to some extracurriculars that we won't talk about on the show, and it's made him a little creative.
What the hell is wrong with him?
I love that that this question is coming from Eric. I think we need to leave Eric there on his own. He needs a moment to himself.
He needs a nap. He's tired.
He's seen something, man. He's punching.
Where does he come up with this?
All right, I'm gonna let Eric have his moment there, so I can move on in silence for here a minute. I'm trying to. So before we went down a horrible place, Bobby, I thought I was going to go into a different. We did the rules, covered that. I swear there was one more thing I wanted to touch on. Now I'm drawing a blank. And we went down the Burger King. We talked about Eric kneeling before the king. Like, now we're lost. It's unfortunate.
You did have
Burger
something
King,
else.
Beckett, Battlestar Galactica. The man's got some questions. He's got some issues. It's tough.
Oh, that's like Dwight. It's his version of Dwight from The Office.
There you go. And the Borellas disappeared from the garage's knowledge. Terrible. We can only assume Eric drove him away. What do you have to say for yourself, Eric? Nope, he's still gone. Still of no help whatsoever. I'm trying to remember. There was one more thing I remember that I wanted to touch on. I'm trying to think. Like, what was it? And the sad part is, see, you're in the western time zone, so it's fine by you, but it's also fine by me. Now I got my second win, but Eric will kill over.
We
in a
were
minute.
talking
This could be fun.
Facebook Marketplace, eBay.
Yeah, we did that. Just before we did the rules, there was one other thing. Oh, actually, yes. Well, it wasn't what I originally had in mind, but it still works. So in terms of planning, do you have any specific planning or things that you're looking for Expo, other than things to throw at Eric?
Like card wise?
Yeah. Is there anything specific? Make a list or just kind of whatever catches your eye?
I'm going to have to make a list, I think, for my Dubois collection.
Okay. I'm
trying to focus strictly on Dubois in LA Kings gear. So sadly, I'm able to laser focus because that'll just be from 2023 to 2024. So I'll be looking for that. I'm always looking for Jason Allison. I think I have everything Jamie Store. My PCs are kind of obscure on the hockey side. And then...
Really? Obscure?
Yeah, but he's
the man's last name has 14 syllables.
I still I'm gonna have to look into that. I don't even know what that's all about.
Oh, it's just it goes like his eating habits are weird. The guy's just weird.
But I say that, but then Eric got me hooked on his little ashtrays. I have a little Montreal one. It's not the same thing, but it's cute, and I got it while he was looking for his. So who knows what else I'll see there.
Oh, well, here's the second question for you. Are you going to open any boxes? We're going to have Series 1 is going to release next week. So that'll be
Yes,
coming
it
up.
is. Is
And then
that
we do
still a
have Metal
brand-
Universe 24, 25. So
Okay.
it's 20, 25. So I don't recall who's in the checklist. I haven't scanned it. Apparently the checklist is okay. Like there's no one big name, but it's apparently a solid checklist of Young Guns for that one. It's more of a consistent checklist as opposed to just one or two specific people. And price-wise, it's right in the middle. Cheaper than the Bedard year, but more expensive than the one before that because the floor is now increased. The
Yeah.
floor will not go back to where it was. But it's not as bad as the Bedard year, so the price came back a little bit towards us. So I think there's that. So there's that in Metal Universe, and then you can get the floating head card. That's very exciting.
No, but I do. So I was watching breaks of that today, and Dubois is in that in his King's gear. So I'll be looking for that. But yeah, I probably will open some stuff at the expo. Upper Deck is usually kind and lets me open on the upper deck of Upper Deck for some content. Or like last time they let us use the breaker section where I left my purse. Carlos was there for possibly the greatest meltdown of my life when I left my purse at the expo. Made it all the way back to the hotel without realizing.
Holy.
Yeah, but Upper Deck had it. They found it and kept it for me. Nobody from Upper Deck called me to tell me that. But hey, but that's okay, Billy.
Wow. Shame, Spicy Eye. Shame.
Yeah.
Shame.
So hopefully we can.
I gotta run, guys. Sorry. I just.
Yeah, no worries, Yannick. We'll catch you later.
Thanks for having me. Amanda, nice to talk to you again.
Yeah, you
Everybody
too.
likes to pick on Eric. They're friends of mine. So we'll see you in about 3 weeks, I guess.
Warm up your arm, Yannick. I've got so much stuff we're gonna throw at Eric. It's gonna be we need to warm up our arms. So it's like, all right, aim for the head. He can afford a couple more concussions. Aim for the head.
I got a whole case of frozen packets of mayonnaise.
Amazing. Let's do it.
Mayo.
It's gonna be great.
Take it easy, guys.
Catch you later, buddy. Have a good one. I could have been a player with a simple name, like Gilles Gilbert, but no, had to be Regiel. Truth. That's a little over 2 weeks. It is going to be the 7th, I think, to the 10th is the official. So we're approaching there. We're about, I want to say is
when
it
is
3
everyone?
weeks, 4 weeks?
Tim is making an obnoxious joke. When is everybody getting there?
Well, it's in my backyard, so for me, I'm in range.
I know, but I feel like you enjoy I envision you get a suite, like some kind of luxurious.
Oh God, yes. Listen, while Eric is bougie, I actually live the life. Eric is bougie mostly in name and in chocolate sticks. That's basically his life. That's all he's got. But no, God, yes. I want lots of physical space, and I'm there. It's a vacation for me.
Right. So I get there Wednesday night, and I also get a bigger room because sometimes I end up being like the central point, and I don't want to have like these nerds in my room like sitting on a bed, so I get like the extra space, so there's like a separate living room. So I'll get there Wednesday. So I just don't know who else is going to be there Wednesday.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, once he shows his face again, you can ask Eric. But Eric, what day are you coming in for Expo? What day are you actually going to be there? Words, Eric?
Words? Oh, I didn't know you were talking to me. I'm sorry. My daughter just called, so I was focused on that.
All right. So Eric, what day are you coming down for Expo?
Let me see. The thing starts Thursday. I usually come up Wednesday.
Nice.
And then I leave Monday.
Okay.
I know Amanda and I were talking about like last year, maybe staying an extra day and hitting the Hockey Hall of Fame, but we haven't really discussed it since. So I don't know if that's something.
I get there Wednesday also. And I know you like to be at the show, like every single second of the show.
Yeah.
I am content to leave the show. And like Thursday morning, maybe we could go because I think the show doesn't open until 4.
Yeah, but I get in a lot. What's wrong with my shirt?
You're kind of on a medium right now. You're I think you might need to think a size up.
It's an extra large. What more do you want?
extra, extra large. Bob Jackson says, Carlos, is the plan still for us to be behind the bush with the pipe?
Is that like a Nancy Kerrigan situation?
The problem is at this point with Eric's body was broken down as it, we might pop something back into place. You might actually fix it. We might have to hit him twice to make sure it's broken. First you pop it back in, then you pop it back out.
All right.
At least
Well,
Eric's got the wide down.
I'm thinking Thursday morning for the Hall of Fame, unless you.
I can't. He's killing me. Oh my God, you shithead. Go away.
He's been in rare form all day today.
Listen, Eric, it's not my fault that the commenters are getting to you. Like,
He's
what
not
do
a
you want me to tell you?
commenter. He's an asshole.
Well, there's a comment, and then and then I click on it, and the comment appears. It's wild. It's crazy. I don't know.
Oh my God.
We just put a mountain bike with a free sign. Eric will manage to hurt himself on free. Yes. God, yes. That'd be amazing.
Yeah,
Like I said,
mean, I'm hoping I can survive tomorrow, but there's a good chance that I may get hurt. It happens. It's part of the sport.
this is what happens when you refuse. This is what happens when you refuse to beat the drugs. Beat the drugs, Eric.
I
Oh
really,
my gosh.
I need to start thinking about being the drugs.
You need to frame that, Carlos.
This is just truth. I will frame it and send it to Eric. And because I'm a great person, I will even sign it for him. It's gonna be great.
I'll start.
It'll be like the first legitimate piece of memorabilia he's got. The rest of it's all fake. You know, fake hockey players. You know, he's got janitors that sign shit for him. Like, it's not about time he gets something real in that room.
I didn't even get Peter Forsberg to sign anything. I was just hanging out with him.
He could have inscribed it for you, sir. I'm just trying to sweep the floor. Leave me alone.
No, I didn't even ask him for an autograph.
You could have asked him to sweep the floor for you.
Just shooting the shit.
Listen, if you ever did meet Peter Forsberg, again, you haven't. But if you ever did,
Right.
you could always have him inscribe it first NBA three-pointer. Like, that'd be pretty good. That'd be a great inscription.
Next time I see him, I'll ask him.
Yeah, listen. And he'd be like, yeah, I'll take credit for that. Damn right.
I have only heard of the Black Dahlia murder. I haven't heard of Dying Fetus.
Paul is big into a lot of metal concerts. Like that's something he will incorporate. So Paul, are you incorporating concerts into your expo plan? I assume yes. Like I think it's kind of a standard operating procedure, but I'd be curious. Bowser says Carlos is at least 42 times better than the Sorry Skull. Listen, I tried my best. At least 42 times.
Oh, okay.
Don't encourage it.
It's one of those things where you say it out loud before you realize what it's about. Like, I got it.
All Bob was saying was truth. Eric, does his best to try to hide it, but secretly, like, he's feeding me these lines.
It's gonna get me uninvited.
So listen, floating head, acolytes. I want you to know he's feeding me these lines. Like, he's literally like, Carlos, say this. And I'm like, well, Eric, if that's what you want, like, I thought you liked the guy, but he's like, fuck that guy. Jesus. Okay, that's a little harsh.
Cattle decapitation. I've never heard of cattle decapitation. I didn't know that Skinny Puppy was a Canadian band until recently, and I've listened to them forever. I thought that was interesting.
I didn't know who that was, but I'll take your word. Cattle decapitation, I had definitely heard of. But Cattle Decapitation doubles as a band name, and then also is kind of what happens when Eric spends a little bit too much time with the chocolate sticks. He gets a little too wild and crazy.
I have never heard anything about chocolate sticks until that video.
Because as far as I'm aware, they didn't exist until Eric made them up. Like, he probably just went to a Dunkin' Donuts. Guys, I got an idea.
Like, is it a candy bar?
Yannick's had them. He loves them. I think he's addicted to them just like everyone else. They're the best.
Yeah, they're a donut that basically looks like something what happens when you walk your dog.
A chocolate stick.
It's a donut. Oh my God.
Except it's not shaped like a donut.
Holy shit. Oh my God. Holy crap. He's killing me.
That's a valid strat. That's a strategy, man. Do you have any idea how far? Listen, you guys think we're joking about this. Do you have any idea how far I've gone? It's like I get kudos all the time. It's like, oh, Carlos, You take that poor soul, that poor man there, and you've elevated him. You've allowed him to become a micro-influencer. Again, reference video early at the beginning. And now he's a micro-influencer. First, he was just a creepy bougie man who bothered hockey players. And now look at you. Look at what you have become.
The Expo, when people came up to him and said, "Are you Eric from Because I'm Carlos?" I was there. I saw it.
You're welcome, you ungrateful swine.
Yeah, thank you so much.
That's right.
Thank you.
He's still not as famous as Tim.
Well,
he's close. He's close.
Maybe if you wore a silly-ass gigantic hat. If you wore a silly-ass gigantic hat, it might help.
Yeah.
Look, Tim, did you see that? He had to pull that shirt down.
Allegedly, after Eric's last concussion, he grabbed a twig and said, "Ooh, a chocolate stick," and tried to take a bite out of it. That's not alleged.
I've done a few things while concussed. I may have done that. I'm not sure.
Have you considered the possibility that maybe you've spent more of your life concussed than not?
Yeah, I thought about it.
The ratio could be skewed towards that. I read it, but I'm leaving that one alone. I'm just letting that one simmer in the comment section. I'm just gonna let that one simmer a little bit. Eric, these are your. I'm not even gonna say friends. These are your associations. What do you have to say for yourself? What do you have to say for yourself, man? Are you going to throw your shoes in the washing machine in protest? Is that what's gonna happen?
I can't. I can't. He's fucking killing me.
See, Amanda, I am used to the level of nonsense doesn't even affect me. I can read it and say like, doesn't even affect me.
He's just sitting there with his phone. It's like, where are you coming up with this shit?
Did you not watch the man's pour off? Like he literally sits there and he comes up with stuff all the time. Like it's there, man. God. What do you want? I can't even imagine.
Okay, so I think I'm not trying to wrap this up, but because I'm worried because I'm worried that you might. If anybody in the chat wants to maybe think about a meetup, even though this is my first time on the show, like I do know these two, message me on Instagram and tell me.
Do you want to update your? I think is it just under the Graded Gamer? I forget the exact handle. You might, if you want, we can update it.
It's just Graded Gamer. Because if enough people do, I'll take that from these guys and just tell these two where to be.
That might be the only way that works. Here, hold on.
I'll tell Carlos, hey Carlos, there's beers at this place.
Oh, he'll show.
I was going to say this.
And then
he'll be
there.
Yeah. Look, you got two things going for you. Number one, there's beers, and number two, it's not in the morning. There you go. I've just updated it to the handle. Again, I have no control over it. I just want to be clear about this.
Absolutely.
So
the universe would fix that for me.
Look, Eric has complete control. Everything that appears under there is Eric's own doing. That's complete autonomy. That's him. Anyway, I do appreciate though that Tim in the joke, he's separated Toronto Border Patrol from the rest of the country. They've got their own Border Patrol, which might actually be close to the truth. Actually, that might not be off. That might be close. Who knows? So then we'll see Yannick and we'll say, ask Yannick, he knows. And of course, Yannick will reply, sure thing, pal. It's the only way Yannick can remark. True. Did Eric get thumbs up yet tonight? Eric always gets the thumbs up. He gets all the thumbs up.
I just can't anymore.
Are you sure?
No, I can't. I can't do this anymore.
I'm so excited though that you're not gonna be able to watch the Bruins game tomorrow. Oh,
I will not be.
I can just enjoy it.
Eric, that's gonna be really problematic though. Like I say, if you can't do it anymore, that's gonna be problematic with the 450-year contract you've signed. Like there is no escape. Ever.
Oh Jesus.
Terrible. And unfortunately, like I said, I am powerless to stop Tim from saying things to you in the chat.
Yeah.
Powerless.
That was my other question. When you refer to a podcast, what are you talking about?
We literally have a podcast on this channel. On this YouTube channel, on every Tuesday, there is a podcast, which is literally a podcast. We record it, and basically, I will also make fun of Eric, but it is 5% more mature than this.
It is 5% more mature.
So there's a Monday, Tuesday, and a Friday?
There's no Monday.
Slow down. So we record it Monday night.
We do record it on Monday.
Okay.
It is a pre-recorded. It's not a live. It is a pre-record. On Tuesday, the episode will appear on the channel.
Gotcha.
So there is an episode. It's the last couple have gotten pretty long though. I got to be honest. We did drone on the last couple in particular, but generally speaking, it is much shorter than this because we'll pick a handful of topics. Yeah, it's supposed to be somewhere around 90 minutes most of the time. The last couple have been longer, but usually we'll be talking on. We'll pick a couple of specific topics. In this case, it's more formatted. The idea is that it's actually formatted to have like, I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this. We'll make fun of a couple of our football teams, and then we'll move on. And we usually have one or two hobby topics that'll eat up the majority of the time. So it is a formatted podcast as opposed to this, which Lord knows what it is. I still don't know what it is.
So I thought I was missing a Monday show, but I'm actually just catching Tuesday, like when
it's the Tuesday show. It is a Tuesday show. Yeah, it's easier for us. It's easier for me to be able to record it because then I got to do it. I usually don't have to edit much, but I do a little bit of editing on it. So it gives me Monday night to finish that. It gets uploaded Tuesday. It's ready to go.
He edits me out, and it's really just him and Bobbles talking.
I try to, as best I can. Occasionally, though, in fairness, I will put Domo beside Eric. I've done that on YouTube Shorts. You've seen that one.
Does Eric know who that is?
He didn't at the time, but it made it funnier.
It had to be explained. I didn't know what the hell they were talking about.
And it made me so happy, though, in that short to put Domo beside him while he was standing there looking perplexed. That's what made it better. That's what editing can do. See, in live, I can't necessarily put Domo beside his head, but in the pre-record, I can do all kinds of stuff.
Sorry that I'm not a 17-year-old Japanese girl. All right, I don't know about everything.
On the inside, you are, and you identified as one.
Oh well, that's true. You can do that now.
Yeah. Oh, like you were doing it before it was cool. So don't lie to people.
That's true.
You were on this before.
I'm a trendsetter.
That you are. Name says there used to be a Sunday show. That's true. The live stream used to be a Sunday show. And then we realized that going 4, 5, 6, 7 hours on a Sunday night into Monday morning, not wise when you work on Mondays.
No, bad.
Not wise.
Bad.
That was a rough scene on Monday at that time. A rough scene. Even working from home, still a rough scene. And then we'd yammer on after. That was the worst part. Then we'd be yammering on it. Oh, God. Good
Mike,
Lord.
It's 3:30 in the morning. I want to go to bed.
Nobody was stopping him. And
I was going to say, nobody was stopping you from doing that.
No. Damir says, only the mayo packets were supposed to freeze, Bobby.
I hate all this mayo stuff.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. It really turns my stomach. It is freaking gross.
Mm-hmm. And here's the thing. I believe you. And that is why it comes up all the time.
Eric, you know who else is on our team with that? Slabstrong.
He'll never.
There's a lot of people that we can put with mayo.
But he doesn't even eat peanut butter and jelly. So, I mean, he's just a weirdo.
There are a lot of
that's what makes him a weirdo? Really, Eric?
Peanut butter and jelly.
That might be the only thing you do eat other than chocolate sticks.
I had it for lunch.
I bet. Bob Jackson here says, there's another piece here. The goofy card segment is my favorite. The theories about wins and why is good too. What wins and why is good too. And the stats like certain slots not winning allegedly. Yes.
We've got theories. You guys are like kind of competitive about it. I like that.
Well, I'm like, I already have like the next 5 all lined up.
That's the thing. It's like that was something we threw in there because I pitched it to the guys and I said, here's the thing. I wanted to make sure it wasn't just the live stream pre-recorded. That was the only thing I didn't want to do. I wanted to make sure it was a little different. So that's why it has a little bit of structure. But by having the silly card of the week, it's like, no, it gives us something to do. And then we can do the community post. Like, pick one. And of course we want to win. But you never know. Sometimes the audience will gravitate to certain things. It's the picture or whatever it is. But yeah, you can make a pitch for it. Why not? Just clipped and shared Eric's comment. Facts.
Which one?
Probably the 17-year-old Japanese girl, if I had to guess.
Oh, yeah. Finally, the world will know the truth. So what are the odds for most mayo packets hidden in Eric's stuff this expo? Over, under? 1 million.
I find one, I'm killing somebody.
Yeah, there's no
shot. What they did to me last year was bad enough.
Okay, so from what I understand here on this one, I hate that like I can expound upon this. Maybe I don't need to. But it's more about the jelly getting the bread wet than it is the type of jelly.
I'm all about Smucker's strawberry preserves. That's what I use.
Strawberry preserves.
Yeah, anything else I don't like.
Wow. It's a good thing to note. You are a picky man.
Yeah, you're wild.
Finding the dumbest card seems right in Eric's wheelhouse. Yeah, he pretty much just goes to his favorites, and that's usually what he picks. Really step outside of the vintage hockey. Next one, I will also skip that comment. I read it, but I'm skipping it. Tim has very distinct theories about you, Eric.
Right. So, Bobby, that was the part of the conversation.
Oh my God.
Eric, have you considered the possibility that you and Tim may need to discuss some of these startling revelations he gives about you? He's got his own set of like personal Eric facts.
Oh my God.
He does seem, I think maybe because geographically they're so close together.
Yeah.
Rhode Island and.
Oh.
You know what? I have a theory. Hold on. While Eric is wailing over there, I'm muting him because Lord knows I need to be able to hear myself think. But I have a theory, Amanda, and I'd like to share a theory with you. Have we considered the possibility that perhaps with the geographical proximity and the fact that they're both there and that this is the type of exchange they have, I dare say it's possible these Massachusetts folks are not swell fellows. I'm starting to think they are not only not people of peace. There's some not swell fellows out there. And Eric seems to be associating quite a bit to these not swell people. What does that say about Eric? What does it say? You are the company you keep, Eric. You are and let me tell you, I got serious questions, bro, about the kind of company you're keeping over there. Got questions. Bobby says, but it makes a sandwich slide with the butter jam. Listen, we're talking butter jam physics right now. This is the type of depth that you don't get anywhere else. Let me tell you.
Are you guys
Eric?
getting your? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm getting like ComC is shipping my stuff like wildly fast lately. Are you guys?
I think it depends. I haven't tried to ship anything recently. Like some of the items I know. So are you using like the base service, like the basic one?
Like the total base cheapest option.
So I know that. So it's seasonal for them. So I'll give you an example. After the last Expo, they actually had a sale for the intake. So the reason they had a sale for the intake, insider information, was because they had actually cleared through a lot of their backlog. They were pretty much up to date. So they were basically looking for business. So the folks in that department needed something to do. So they said, all right, let's get some volume. So they said, okay, guys, you can have 35% off if you use this code. Why would you do that? Well, because you want some work. You want them to have something to do. So that stuff they were able to fly through quickly because basically as soon as the stuff came in, they were immediately able to start processing it. So if it's going quick, it means the shipping department right now is calmed. Pretty much calmed down. So I think it's
nice.
Hey, take it. If it's moving, it's moving. Eric, have you ever been stopped and asked if you're Billy Joel? Have you? Bob Jackson is also a man of peace. Appreciate you, Bob.
Eric looks like exhausted in his soul right now.
He's exhausted in his soul because he's exposed by Slabstrong. He's being exposed so hard. This is like a bookend. Earlier in the show, we exposed him by video, a commentary, a podcast dedicated to this man, and his micro-influencer. Oh, and now we're learning deep, dark secrets. Slabstrong is spilling all the beans. He's like Deep Throat. He's just telling us all these things.
And I sent that to like a lot of people too. That was really impressive, whoever put that together. I sent it to Bill, James.
Mm.
Oh, wonderful.
A lot of people are learning things, man.
It was hidden for like 8 days until Baubles found it, I guess.
Corey Carr was really impressed with the AI.
And Dom, to your question here, I am shocked by this. I cannot even imagine such a thing. I always assumed from Eric's example, I always assumed the people of Massachusetts were people of peace.
No, we started a war. We literally started a war.
And in retrospect, did you really win, Eric? Did you really win? Or did you just lose and it took you longer to realize it?
It seems to be more the second option.
Mm-hmm. You didn't think that one through, did you?
No.
Still rock and roll to me. Yep. Noticed about 5 minutes ago. I can't unsee it. Man, rough.
I wish I had his bank account.
You're going to need it for the like button because your Lord knows you're paying.
I still have a full head of hair, so
we're very proud of you, Eric. Very proud of you.
He's bald, so at least I have that.
Well, this has been a scintillating episode of whatever this is. I don't know what it is. And someday, perhaps we'll figure it out.
I'm going to kick him right now.
I can keep going because I got my second one, but at the same time, I'm not dragging us into deep waters from back in the day. All right. Eric, before we go, do you have anything left to say for yourself?
I just want to, the whole.
You've been attacked by left, right, and center. There have been attacks coming from all sides.
I'm going to kick Tim in the nut.
Wow.
Tim only picks on people like that when he likes them, though.
Oh my good God.
Are you worried that he could like hit you with his gigantic hat though? Like you could be sitting there trying to kick him and like with his hat, he can hit you from across the aisle.
Oh my God.
That's a lot of coverage in that hat, man. It's gigantic.
And then if he has the little one on there too.
Yes.
It's great.
What if he pulls like ball bearings in the small hat on top of the gigantic hat?
Oh,
don't give him ideas, Carlos.
That's a weapon. That's a weapon, man.
Yeah, don't. He doesn't need your help.
He's getting it anyway. He's getting it for free. I like to be helpful. Amanda, I'm a Canadian. I want to be helpful.
That's right. You guys are very helpful.
Oh, Eric, I might not have gotten the memo of being nice like a Canadian, but I'm sure as hell helpful when it suits me. When it suits me.
Yeah.
I am a man of peace after all.
Oh my
But Amanda, a pleasure having you join us. Thank you for popping in today.
Thanks for the invite. It was fun. And again, I will take the lead on this meetup.
Well, you're gonna have to because Lord knows I'm not doing shit. Just to be clear, I'm not doing crap. Yeah, there'll be none of that. And Eric, look at him. Does that look like a man after the 87,000 concussions? Do you think we should leave him in charge of anything?
Eric is just compliant, so that's fine.
Yeah, he doesn't even know what time zone he's in. He doesn't know what country he's in. He's not sure if we're in the 1980s still or not. Like, there's a lot of confusion over there.
I've been with my wife for 30 years. At this point, I'm just like a trained dog. Yep. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. So when Amanda tells me what to do, I am very comfortable with a woman bossing me around, and I just go, okay. So it's just very comfortable for me.
Truth, Bob. Truth. Well, listen, as long as you're compliant, Eric, that's good for you. And I also appreciate that you claim that you've been married to your wife for 30 years, though. Are we sure about the maths?
No, I've been together for 30, 25 married.
But do we know when it started, and do we know what year it is now?
That's what she told me.
Okay, well, as long as somebody kept records, that's important. As long as someone kept records.
She said 30 together, 25 married. I went, okay.
Perfect. Yeah. I'm glad we got that cleared up. Otherwise, look, I was worried about one more revelation. I couldn't take one more revelation tonight. It's been a lot.
Be a great player, though.
We've learned a lot.
Right now, she's not home. I assume she's in Florida with Ham cleaning up the mess.
That could be a problem. Yeah, there's a lot of work to do down there, man.
Yeah, I assume that's where she was. She told me she was going to New Hampshire for the night, but I'm guessing she's in Florida.
Wow, amazing. Brendan Ryan gets the last word. Thank you to Slapstrong Tim for some dark revelations tonight. Dark revelations.
Him in the nuts.
On your way out, if you could all hit the like button, we appreciate that. Eric will pay for it, and Lord knows he needs to pay. Look at this man; he needs to pay. Again, thank you, Amanda, for dropping in. We thank Bobby in the Garage of Knowledge for joining us again. And Yannick, thank you for joining us as always. And remember, Yannick, spade or neuter your animals and send more shit to Eric.
No.
Yes.
No, I have no more room.
Oh, you have more room like you have room for the like button in your bank account. Oh, my God, yes. And on that note, I'm glad we all had this conversation tonight. We appreciate you. And continue. Next week, episode 210 of the longest running episodic, whatever this is.
Name, I'm not Billy Joel, you shithead.
Wow. On that hostile note, good evening. To those of you in the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy your week. To those in Canada, enjoy Canadian Thanksgiving on Monday. Be thankful you're not Eric. We all are every single day. Those of you in the West Coast, Amanda, it's still Friday.
Still early.
You're good to go. Yeah, still good. Yeah. But that'll be it for us. Thank you very much. We'll catch you in the next one. Have a good night.
I hate my life.